availability? Is it money? You know,
No, I think there was a change in tactic. My understanding, I don't know this for sure, but my understanding is that there was a change to brown and lake trout because it was. I don't think it's any of that, because the brown and lake trout are tremendously populated. You know, upwards of in 2016, for instance, the brown trout were a million stock, and it's hovered around that in the 3/4 to a million range for 20 years. And the lake trout also in the 3/4 to a million range. But salmon eat those. They tend to go deeper into the lake, and the salmon feed off of those.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, question. If we plant more brook trout in the lake, does that mean we will be planting less of other species in the lake, realizing that there's a tight budget in the DNR? So I'd like an answer to that question, please.
I think it's just good conservation of our natural resource in Lake Michigan. So by switching to brook trout, as Senator Wimberger stated, they're more of a shoreline species. We're kind of changing the ecosystem, maybe feeding the salmon a little less and maybe feeding us as anglers a little more.
It appears to me that there's some variation year to year, upwards of several 100,000. If you take the different species and add them all together, we're talking 500,000 to 1 million, varying in numbers of stock, and peeling off 100,000 and dedicating that to the brook trout probably won't make a difference budget wise, it appears.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. And first question I have is, did you consult or work with Trout Unlimited on this bill?
I don't think so.
No. And I'm assuming that because I think as of today, they registered opposed to this bill. So I'm curious why you wouldn't do that. But as the questions are already asked about I would wonder about the balance, the effect of the balance in the ecosystem. And if the DNR had been consulted about why they might have stopped, maybe that had something to do with it. Whether you know anything about that, how this would actually affect other species in the balance within the ecosystem.
Well, I don't think the brook trout are going to be eating any of the other fish, but obviously they're going to be eating worms and whatever they digest off the lake shore. And perhaps there's some questions at DNR as to that purpose, but I haven't heard any significant concerns about that.
Let's see. Maybe we'll hear more today about that. So you really don't have a lot of information to share about what the science or the studies that may have prevailed. I'm just curious because, you know, just last week I was at a farm visit, and at that farm, they actually have a pond where they are raising brook trout and then transferring them to the local creeks and river byways that we have nearby in western Wisconsin. And I'm curious as to why we would need to then move brook trout into a Great Lake when we already have brook trout in the places where they actually thrive.
I think they also naturally thrive in the mouths of rivers and along the shoreline, just not as much. And they would probably naturally migrate back into the mouths of the river.
All right.
But to keep them at those locations does afford at least some opportunity for a different type of tourism.
Yeah, well, I think we'll probably consult with the Trout Unlimited and find out what the reasonings might be. Thank you.
Senator Smith, I did look on the slips and Trout Unlimited is here to testify. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. Up next is Senate Bill 611 with Senator Petrowski and Representative Brooks.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
I want to thank you and the members of the committee for allowing testimony today on Senate Bill 611. Legislation that would allow infield mentoring to fulfill the hunter safety requirement for a license. I appreciate you taking the time, taking up this bill and considering the components of the sporting freedom package. Our sporting heritage in Wisconsin is one of the greatest assets we have. The passing down of the sport, the tradition of hunting from one generation to the next. Those standards, learning experiences between family members, friends, mentors, is important to the education and safety training of those who want to hunt. This bill is one more option for the preservation of our sporting heritage. Currently, the Department of Natural Resources offers hunter safety courses, which require the individual to complete an online instruction course followed by an in-person field testing. This bill, however, would allow the field testing requirement to be satisfied if the person participates in a mentored hunt. A mentored hunt is defined in Wisconsin Statute 29.592, and the requirements of a mentor include they must be 18 years or older, they are a parent or a guardian, or have their authorization from the person to whom they are mentoring. This does not apply if the mentee is over 18 years of age. They remain within arm's reach of the person they are mentoring. They have a hunter safety training certification and have been exempted from that requirement and hold a valid hunter's license. We have seen that mentoring is one of the best ways in which to fuel interest in enjoying the great outdoors. This hands-on alternative allows for the teaching of lifelong skills and the direct application of the materials they learn during their online training course. Again, thank you for the time to listen and to consider this bill, and I would be happy to answer any questions. I would like to acknowledge one thing. I actually went to a hunter's education course a long time ago. And I really, when I was young, spent a lot of time in the woods with my grandfather and my dad. And my grandfather was a gunsmith, so it was a weekly affair. And I learned how to hunt at a very early age. And the two things that were always stressed by my grandfather and my dad were that you always were careful where you pointed the gun. You treated every gun as if it were loaded. And you were very careful if you were going to shoot at something to make sure that you understood that that bullet maybe would go much farther than the game that you were shooting at. When I took the hunter's course, they reinforced the same exact thing. And I think the great outdoors is a great place for young people to not only learn the sport, but to learn all about nature, to learn about family and everything else also. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Petrowski. Any questions from the committee? Senator Smith.
Thank you, Senator. I'm curious as to the reason this bill has been introduced. I mean, is it an inconvenience, do you think, to go through hunter education? Is there some problem with it?
You know, I think people that looked at this were looking for maybe possibly an easier way or some options to fulfill those requirements. And I think that's more than anything.
Is there some form of accountability for the mentor that they have to prove that they've actually demonstrated shooting, seen them shooting, all of those things, so that, you know, I think it's really important that the first time they shoot isn't going to be that day that they get out into the woods on their first hunt.
Well, I think most of the people that participate in this, they spend a lot of time in the woods. And I think that they reinforce the same things that, you know, I had talked about earlier. And I think it's just part of trying to build those bridges between young people and the great outdoors.
I wish we could trust that to be the case with everyone, but I'm
Senator
concerned.
Petrowski, so just to clarify, we have basically two methods of hunter safety. We have in classroom with a test at the end, and we have online with a test out day. This would only affect the test out day on the online version, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Senate Bill 614 with Senator Jagler and Representative Moses.
Thank you, Chairman Stasholt and committee members for hearing our testimony on Senate Bill 614. It's a very simple bill, probably the simplest one of all of them in this package. It requires the Department of Natural Resources to create a biennial work plan to set priorities and goals for lands they manage. A simple request that would help the legislature make spending decisions every 2 years. The DNR currently owns and manages 1.6 million acres of land across the state. Every 2 years during the budget process, the legislature considers how to allocate resources with the stewardship program and the department overall. A work plan that coincides with the budget would be a valuable resource for us in this process. The state needs a common set of priorities and goals to measure our success by when growing and maintaining our state lands. It's a common sense request of the department that should have been done a long time ago, actually. And I realize that some of it is available on their website, but we're calling for a more comprehensive look every 2 years. Residents of the states, whether they're hunters, trappers, anglers, snowmobilers, or just lovers of the outdoors, deserve to know how the state is managing their lands. And we look forward to your support for this bill and from the department on this.
Representative Moses.
Thank you, Chairperson Stashel. Great to be here. Standing room only. It's a popular place to be today. So I'm probably going to repeat a lot of what Senator Jagler said, but thanks again, Representative Stashel and committee members for allowing me to testify on Senate Bill 614 relating to the creation of Department of Natural Resources Habitat Work Plan. Senate Bill 614 will require the DNR to create a plan every 2 years that outlines goals, priorities for habitat work on lands overseen. The DNR owns and manages over 1.6 million acres of properties on behalf of Wisconsin's nearly 6 million residents. The properties will provide a wide range of recreation opportunities and diversity of habitats throughout the state. The DNR manages these lands, but there is seldom, if any, a single report that establishes any annual goal, progress, and outcomes associated with this management. Without targets, tracking, and progress, outcomes associated with this management, it is very hard to determine what the agency is even doing to meet its obligation to manage these lands for the residents of the state of Wisconsin. Any successful organization knows that you cannot improve what you don't measure. We need objective outcomes. I correlate this to, like, on my farm, we have a crop plan, a rotational plan. That's very similar to that. Managing my farm for future generations and currently, it takes a plan. I also relate it to my woods, my woodland properties. We have a forestry plan. We work with the DNR on that on private land. So I think this should occur on public land as well, making sure that there's an overall plan for our assets as a state. My father-in-law was a forestry manager for a large firm that creates pulp paper for the state of Wisconsin. So I know all too well about creating a plan and making sure that we're using our resources wisely. This bill will increase transparency and accountability on how the DNR manages the land. This bill will provide insight on the plans of the DNR and allow the legislature to address their budgets to suit the needs of Wisconsinites. Outdoorsmen and women deserve to be informed about the plans of how the DNR manages land. To put it simply, Senate Bill 614 will increase transparency on our public lands. Thanks again for your consideration.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions from committee members?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Senator Wirch.
this is certainly increasing the work burden on DNR. Will there be any funds, added funds to cover this extra work? I know they're busy enough helping the public enjoy all of our resources. Will there be any extra resources to help them accomplish this new work if the bill passes?
No one would argue that this would be something that they should be doing and should have prioritized or much sooner than any other things that we do allocate funds for. No, there's no additional allocation from the state on this.
To be honest, it's quite surprising it's not being done already.
Follow-up question, Senator Wirch?
Well, it's obviously going to cost money, and I was on joint finance, and they look at every aspect of the DNR, and they hold down their budget, and so to ask for more work without coming through with the funds, I think is irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. For those that you can't see, Shelby's sweating up here because we're trying to finagle through a bunch of people coming and going, so. All right, so up next, we're going to slide in SB 620 with Senator Felskowski and Representative Paul Tittle. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman, staff, Schultz, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 620, which will require the DNR to authorize the hunting of sandhill cranes in Wisconsin. Early in the 20th century, the sandhill crane nearly became extinct in the United States. And for this reason, this bird was given a protected status in 1918 with the signing of the Federal Migratory Bird Act. The sandhill crane has since come back from the brink, and now it is estimated are nearly 95 sandhill cranes that make up the eastern population, which includes the cranes that are living in Wisconsin. While it is great that these majestic birds have made a tremendous comeback over the last few decades, we have hit the point where regulated population management is necessary to ensure a proper equilibrium between rural Wisconsin citizens and this wildlife. Farmers over the last several years have experienced crop losses due to sandhill cranes. For instance, according to a USDA report, Wildlife Services in Wisconsin received 265 complaints regarding sandhill crane damage to field crops in 2013, with reported damage estimated at 1.9 million. Unfortunately, farmers who currently experience damage such as this are not eligible for wildlife damage reimbursements until a hunt is authorized by the DNR. SB 620 lays out the basic groundwork for the DNR to authorize the hunting of sandhill cranes by individuals who possess appropriate approval from the department. While this bill requires that a hunting season be established, it will fall on the DNR and their wildlife experts to determine how many permits will be issued every year to ensure proper management of the population, as well as when and where such a hunt will take place in the state. If the sandhill crane population rises or falls, the department has the authorization to change the amount of issued hunting permits to compensate. This bill also requires hunters to pay a processing fee when they purchase a permit, and these funds will be used for developing, managing, preserving, restoring, and maintaining the sandhill crane population. A surcharge will also be charged per permit, and this revenue will go towards the wildlife damage program. I am grateful to my assembly author, Representative Tittle, and his staff for their hard work on this legislation. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for the consideration of this bill.
Representative Tittle.
Thank you, Chairman Stasholt. Basically, Senator Felkowski has basically said everything that's in my testimony. I don't know why she read my testimony, but anyhow, I just thought, yeah, in 1936, there was basically 25 pairs of sandhill cranes in Wisconsin. And later that year, Aldo Leopold said the sandhill cranes return to Wisconsin marshes was like a ticking of a geological clock. And the outlook for the cranes was not very favorable. However, through the work of many people, and a number of cranes have grown, and a goal of 30,000 cranes was set before there would be a huntable population. We now have over 90,000. These are numbers that I met with the DNR and talked with them about this. This is not just something that I'm making up. They gave it, their wildlife experts gave that to me. You know, there's a lot of different challenges that farmers face nowadays. And right now with this with the sandhill cranes, they just love to eat the little seedlings. They will go up, they will pick a little seedling that's very small like this. They will pull that seed out, eat the seed and move on. I have been told by friends of mine that are farmers, they have destroyed a 40-acre plot in a day or two, and that's it. And it's just decimated. There is an answer to that, and it's called Avapel. Avapel is a product that can be put upon the seed. Now, here's the situation with that. It's very expensive. One farmer in Manitowoc County actually told me his extra cost for the Avapel on his seed was $5,000. That was one farm. And he said, the problem with it is that, I don't want to pick on the crane, but they're not exactly the brightest thing. They'll pick one up that's got the Avapel on it. They'll take a bite of it, spit it out because it's horrible, and then they'll just keep going down the row and still keep picking at it. So essentially, they don't have the sense that we have to say, well, maybe I should go to a different field. You know, if we have a restaurant that we go to that's horrible, well, we decide that we're not going to go to that restaurant anymore, and we pick a different one. They won't. The other thing is that in other states that have actually had sandhill crane hunts, everybody wants to protect the whooping cranes, and that's great. I do too. Whooping cranes are a beautiful, majestic bird. In all other states that have had sandhill crane hunts, not a single whooping crane has been shot by a hunter by a mistake. We've put the education aspect into this bill so that people can actually know the difference. You and I might know it. Maybe we're more informed on the outdoors, but a lot of people may not know. Mary covered the processing fee. There's a few other things that I just want to talk about. This is not about hunting a beautiful animal. Okay, you're going to hear testimony later that this is just a beautiful animal. We shouldn't shoot it. Well, quite honestly, I think a wood duck is the most beautiful animal out there, and we still hunt them. A deer is majestic, and you put 10 points on it, it's even more majestic, if you ask me. But you know, this is not about whether we're shooting good animals, bad animals, or what have you. Now, you're going to hear some testimony probably later today that'll be very emotional testimony. And they're going to talk about why we shouldn't shoot these animals. Well, I would ask you, I can't ask questions to any of the people that are going to be testifying, but I would ask them, would you allow any hunting in the state of Wisconsin? I would guess from what we've seen on the people that registered against this, most of them would actually do away with hunting completely. And so I would ask you to ask that question when it comes to that. With that, I'll end my testimony. You have my written testimony, and I'll be glad to take any questions you might have.
Very quickly, I just want to add one thing. And I think this is really relevant. We hunt them now. It's called depredation permits. So farmers are able to get permits from the DNR. And in 2019, 1,000 sandhill cranes were taken through depredation permits. So they are being hunted. Why don't we just allow a season, allow the DNR to manage them, collect the revenue, and promote the species that way? So this is just hunting them in a different way.
And
We
with
have to
that,
pay.
I'll add one other thing is that a friend of mine is a farmer in Reedsville, Wisconsin, and he has one of them permits from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And I said, hey, John, I'll help you out. You know, put me on that permit. He said he had 2 spots. He could put anybody he wants on there. And he says, okay, great, I'll put you on it. I said, well, what are the parameters? What we have to do, you know, once I'm helping you to protect your crops. He goes, well, he says, first of all, he says, we have to record where, you know, how many you shot, the day and time you shot them. And I think there was limits on how many you could shoot in a day. And then the last thing I think was just tragic is you have to just leave it in the field or bury it. And it's like, I said, John, don't put me on that permit. I'm not going to go out there and kill something just for the sake of killing something. I said, that's ridiculous. And so a hunt, I think, is only one aspect of the control of the crane population. It's not the whole answer, but it is one answer. And that's it.
All right. Thank you. As
Mr. Chair.
conservation, one moment. As a conservationist and someone who hunts, fishes, and traps myself, I'm also a farm kid at home, and in fact, we're busy combining crops. So it's that time of year, and I can tell you that when I had some neighbors first call me 6, 8, 10 years ago about cranes in their field, describing exactly what you said about popping the seedlings out, I kind of shrugged my shoulders, and after a couple years, I drove over, and good friends of mine had a field up by Turtle Lake, Wisconsin. And I went there, and there was 75 to 100 sandhill cranes going right down the road, plucking every single seedling. The answer to that, as Senator Felskowski brought up, is that we do depredation at a cost to the taxpayers. So thank you for both of those points. Senator Wirtz, did you have a question?
Yes. First of all, let me answer some of the testimony. I am a pro-hunting legislator. In fact, I was lucky enough to be named Legislator of the Year a couple of years ago by the Wildlife Federation. So I believe in hunting. I've said the best conservation people in the history of the state were hunters, too. If you look back at Aldo Leopold was a hunter. So let's not say anybody that criticizes this bill is anti-hunting, number one. But I oppose this bill. One, you have the spray for the seeds as an alternative. Number two, where's the challenge out there? You mentioned a wood duck. Wood ducks are pretty fast, hard to hit when you're shooting. Pretty easy to eat a big, slow target like a whooping crane out there. I don't see the challenge for hunters out there. Also, there's a very slow reproduction for sandhill cranes. I believe they have one offspring a year. So that is a problem for the population out there. So I am a pro-hunting legislator who is against this bill. Thank you.
Well, Senator, I guess in response to them being a slow animal, or in response to them only having one offspring, that's why we didn't put any numbers in here, that we're leaving it up to the DNR. And if they feel like they need to issue permits and, in different areas, control the population, that's where we let the DNR and the science and the wildlife biologists that I know that we all respect, that's where we are letting them set those numbers. And they can do it through the permits or through tags and actually manage the population that way.
All right. Any other questions from committee? Excuse me. Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you. Up next, we're going to do Senate Bill 613 with Senator Markeline and Representative Dahlman. Okay. He's not coming at all.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chair Nash, Staff Schultz, committee members. Is it okay if I run through? I've got 5 bills that I'm authored here, and I've got a JFC meeting at 11. So
This is the most important committee in the Capitol today.
I understand that, Chair.
Senator Markline, we have you on the list to do all 5.
Is that-
Whether or not you want to pause for your representatives to come up
Okay.
and join you, that's fine
Yeah.
if you want to
Yep.
pause in
Okay.
between.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
I went to 613 instead of 610 because I didn't see Representative Brooks yet.
Alriady. So why don't we do, well, I'll run through all these quick, and then we can figure out what we're gonna do with the assembly co-authors. But first bill that I've authored is a turkey hunting simplification bill. And essentially what it would do is to consolidate the number of zones in the state. Right now, we've got I think there's 9 or 10 zones in the state, and they would consolidate the zones into a northern zone, a southern zone, and then secondly would consolidate the seasons. Right now we've got a youth hunt and then 6 regular season hunts, and in the first couple seasons would continue the preference system that we currently have, landowners, et cetera. But the reason for bringing this forward is that, we applied for our turkey permits by December 10th. And, for many people, they don't know what their work schedule is going to be like, in the spring. And then secondly, the weather can be very, very unpredictable. in the spring. And I'm especially concerned, I guess, with our youth hunt. This is an opportunity to get new hunters in the field. And, if it's a bad winter, a bad weather, which we've had some, I went back and checked some of the from April 2018, we had some horrendous snowfalls in April. And so basically you're eliminating that opportunity for the young people to hunt in that youth hunt. So the youth hunt would be allowed to continue into the rest of the season, and hopefully they would have a good experience. DNR hunting license categories. And right now there's over 20 categories of hunting and trapping licenses. There's 5 special species stamps, 12 different fishing licenses, and then first-time licenses for youth, disabled, spousal, or mentored hunts. And I guess what we're asking the DNR to do is to prepare a report with the recommendation for how some of those licenses can be consolidated. And then the next SB 615, Public Lands Access Report. The state taxpayers have invested a lot of money through the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Grant Program, as well as other programs. And again, what we'd like to do is have the DNR produce a report to give us guidance as to where the public can access these public grounds for hunting purposes. And then SB 616, dog training bill. That is a bill that right now you can go on the Go Wild system and get your license for everything except for the dog training bill. And that was an issue last year when the service centers were closed throughout the year. And then finally, SB 617 is a bill that would encourage the DNR to take a look at how we can leverage the private sector aquaculture industry and increase the number of game fish, that are being stocked in our lakes. We've got a very good private sector aquaculture industry. I've got facilities in my district, and it's interesting how out of state, like other states, are buying heavily from our aquaculture folks. And again, we would like to see us have the DNR take a look at that, and hopefully again leverage the private sector resources that and this is kind of modeled off the successful walleye initiative that was done a few years ago. So I think I'm going to stop right there and turn it over to our assembly colleagues.
Representative Dahlman, would you like to speak to 613 and 617 perhaps?
Sure, I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to come in, and the committee members for listening to the testimony today concerning Senate Bill 613, which relates to a report on reducing the number of hunting, fishing, and trapping approvals required by the DNR. I would also like to thank Senator Markland for his leadership on both of these bills as well. This bill is part of a broader Wisconsin sporting freedom package and would require the Department of Natural Resources to prepare a report that identifies ways to consolidate or even eliminate specific hunting, fishing, and trapping approvals to reduce the total number of these types of approvals the DNR is required to issue. The DNR must submit this report to the legislature no later than July 31st of 2022. I'm happy to lead this bill that will increase transparency and access inside the DNR and will create an easier process for our sportsmen and women to navigate our hunting and fishing licensing. Currently, Wisconsin has 20 different hunting and trapping licenses and 12 different fishing licenses, along with many different subcategories of permits and stamps. We must do a better job to consolidate these licenses to create a better access for both in-state and out-of-state sportsmen. As a state, we have seen a decline in outdoor sporting recreation over the past several years. And just one of the underlying causes of this is the difficulty and fear that people have when it comes to the licensing process. Many people get bogged down and are afraid of breaking licensing laws because there are so many different options and convoluted regulations. A more streamlined process will encourage a new generation of sportsmen and women to participate while also welcoming hunters from across our country and world into Wisconsin each year. So thank you again on that bill, and I'll move into 617.
Please do.
Thanks again for listening about 617, which requires the DNR to report on partnering with our private aquaculture industry. This bill also asks the DNR to provide a report looking for ways that the DNR and our public and private sectors can come together with our private aquaculture industry to stock more desirable sporting fishes in our lakes and streams. The deadline for this report is the same date of a different date of January 31st, 2022. Wisconsin's private aquaculture industry has been around since our state's founding, and it has never been more ready to expand and assist our public sector. We have seen public and private aquaculture partnerships have success in Wisconsin previously, such as the Walleye Initiative, which has allowed for a much higher number of walleyes to be stocked across our state and our state's lakes, which has highly benefited our fishing-related economy. AB 617 will work to build off of the Wisconsin Walleye Initiative and stock many other types of sporting fish such as muskie and lake trout. We must continue to do all that we can to strengthen and preserve our great outdoor heritage for generation to come, and this bill, or these two bills, will certainly help that. So I just want to say thank you to the chairman and the committee members, and we'll take any questions.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take questions on 613 and 617 from committee members at this time. Any questions from the committee members on 613 or 617? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Dahlman.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Wirch.
Thank you. Same question, only for 617. You're asking for more work for the DNR. Will there be any increased revenue coming through to help offset the extra work called for in 617?
Well, 617 asks for a report to be prepared. And that's all it is. I don't know how many additional staff it's going to take to prepare a report, but I guess I would argue, I think they've got adequate staffing right now at the DNR to accomplish that. And I think the long-term goal here is to get more people interested in our outdoor recreation, hunting, fishing, and trapping. And have those hunters and fishers and trappers buy licenses that will contribute to the DNR down the road.
Well, I certainly agree with you. That's why I'm on the Sporting Heritage Committee. We have to get more people involved in hunting and fishing and enjoying the outdoors in the state. But, putting more reporting requirements without any revenue to pay for that, I think is irresponsible. Thank you.
I could jump in there and add to that. I have a list here of many different licenses and subcategories that we have, and I would argue that the DNR spends a lot more time trying to keep all of these different subcategories separated and sifting through all of these and making sure people follow our laws anyway. So I would say that this one-time report would be more beneficial through the cost benefit analysis.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Chairman Stashel and committee members once again for hearing Senate Bill 616. Senate Bill 616 would require the Department of Natural Resources to offer dog licenses through the DNR's Go Wild website. Go Wild was created in 2016 by the DNR for outdoorsmen and women to easily obtain hunting and fishing licenses, register for safety courses, and manage off-road vehicle licenses. However, the bird dog training license is not available in the electronic issuance system. The current paper system for dog training is no longer suitable during today's technology-dependent time, and this is better for the environment. Outdoorsmen and women have shown that they like the convenience of going online to purchase their licenses. In 2020, the Go Wild system processed more than 1.8 million transactions online. This bill would require the DNR to include dog training licenses for purchases through the electronic system known as Go Wild. Just this morning, I was on checking my Go Wild site to make sure that I had my adequate deer license for the fall because I get busy and don't know. So it is convenient to have all this stuff on one streamlined thing. And once again, this is another bill I can't believe we have to come forward with because it should be done already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Staff Schultz and committee members. Thank you for holding a hearing on Senate Bill 615, which requires the Department of Natural Resources to prepare a report that identifies public access opportunities for publicly accessible lands. Maintaining a strong sporting heritage in Wisconsin is a top priority of mine. As an avid supporter of outdoor recreation and an advocate for transparency, I understand the importance of Wisconsinites knowing what public land is accessible to them. Senate Bill 615 requires a DNR to report public land access opportunities to the legislature. This includes lands owned and managed by the DNR, land acquired under the Warren Knowles Gaylord Nelson Stewardship Program, and publicly accessible managed forest land. The report will detail access points to the land, miles of roads open or closed, seasonal restrictions, and whether motor vehicles are able to access the land. The public should be confident that DNR is reflective of the public's desire to access public lands for hunting and other sporting opportunities. Thank you to Senator Mark Klein for co-authoring this bill, and thank you to Hunter Nation for supporting our proposal, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from committee members? Hearing none, thank you both very much. To which one?
I have a question.
610. Oh, Senator Mark Klein, you want to answer a question on SB 610? about
Sure.
turkeys?
Yeah. It's a simple question. As I asked previous author of another bill is, I don't see any report from the National Turkey Federation on this bill. And I'm wondering if you consulted with the National Turkey Federation on this bill or had any input from them?
I did not. I talked to turkey hunters in my district.
You didn't think it was necessary? Okay. Oh, all right. Thank you.
No further questions? Thank you very much. Up next, we have Senate Bill 618, Senator Strobel and Representative Callahan. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning. First, thank you, Chairman Stashel and committee members for this public hearing on Senate Bill S618, a bill I authored with Rep. Callahan to help initiate the process of simplifying the dense, complicated web of regulations imposed on Wisconsin's sportsmen and women. SB 618 would require the Department of Natural Resources to repeal 3 existing rules on hunting, fishing, or trapping for each new rule it promulgates relating to hunting, fishing, or trapping. To put this issue into perspective, look no further than the sheer volume of regulatory requirements imposed on Wisconsin's sporting community. Chapter 29 of the statutes houses our legislatively enacted laws on fish and game regulations. It spans 80 pages. The DNR's administrative code chapters regulating hunting, fishing, and trapping span over 400 pages. If one were to look at the DNR's guidance documents explaining Wisconsin's fish and game regulations, this figure jumps to over 650 pages, which is 8 times longer than the enabling statutes. In short, a significant amount of red tape has been imposed on Wisconsin sportsmen and women over the years. Navigating and complying with this red tape only becomes more burdensome as it continues to pile up. This directly undermines the shared longstanding goal of increased participation in Wisconsin's rich sporting tradition. While the 1 in 3 out concept of SB 618 may seem novel, it's a concept that has been proposed or implemented in other states at the federal level and in other Western countries. A reasonable level of regulation is, of course, necessary to preserve Wisconsin's precious natural resources for current and future generations. There is a distinction to be made between regulations explicitly required by state statute or federal law versus those that exist at the discretion of the DNR. Nevertheless, right-sizing the amount of regulation imposed on our sportsmen and women is what this bill is all about. Wisconsin statutes governing the administrative rulemaking process, Chapter 227, already provide a mechanism for the DNR to work with the legislature to identify outdated, unnecessary, overburdensome, or outright unauthorized rules to repeal in conjunction with promulgation of any new rule relating to hunting, fishing, or trapping. Again, this bill is about simplifying, and it's about promoting the outdoors activities. And as an outdoorsman myself, I mean, sometimes you think you need to be a lawyer when you see those handbooks and you're out there in the marsh and you're trying to figure out what's going on with duck hunting as you're out there. And I just think we can do better. And again, this just puts us in the right direction. Let's pare back some of this stuff. We keep adding and adding and adding, but do we ever eliminate? Not really. And this is just to get things back so we can get it in a little more of an area where hunters and outdoors people have a better chance of understanding what the laws are and to make sure that they don't violate those laws.
All right. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for holding a public hearing on Senate Bill 618. I'd like to thank Senator Strobel for working with me on this very important legislation. For decades, the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources has been putting up burdensome and unnecessary regulations that get in the way of enjoying the outdoors. As Wisconsinites, we understand the need to conserve our resources. However, overregulation is not the way to do it. We should be making it easier for folks to get outside and exercise their rights and not make it harder for them. The proposal before you today allows us to cut the red tape the department has put up over the years while maintaining those rules the department believes are most important. Under Senate Bill 618, for every rule that the department promulgates relating to hunting, fishing, or trapping, the department must also repeal 3 existing rules relating to hunting, fishing, or trapping. Wisconsin sportsmen and women have the incredible impact on our state, and this legislation helps us recognize this impact. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 618. We will open it up to questions.
Questions from committee members? Senator Smith.
It seems to me you're making, there's some assumptions being made, so I'm curious as to what 3 or what 6 or what 9 regulations should be eliminated. And I mean, so I guess the question would be, are you assuming that all regulations are bad, or we don't need regulation or rules at all?
No, we didn't say that at all. We understand that there is a need for regulations and rules to preserve the heritage that we have in hunting and fishing. But when you look at, we're at a total now of 650 pages as it relates to hunting, trapping, and fishing. We believe that there's some simplification that could occur in those rules to make it easier to understand what we're doing and get more people out in the field.
So I'm just curious, this is Wisconsin regulations we're talking about, but I see you're taking your lead from Hunter Nation, which is a fringe Kansas group. I'm curious as to why taking your orders from a group out of Kansas.
I'm not taking my lead or orders from anyone. As an outdoorsman, I see these rules, I see the extent of them, and I think we can do better. And that's what, as a state of Wisconsin, that's where I come from.
Any further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say that we saved the best for last, but I am going to say I'm the author of the next bill, SB 609, and I'll turn the chair over to Vice Chair Senator Petrowski.
Must go first. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Representative Edming.
Good morning. Thank you, fellow members of the Senate Committee on Sporting Heritage, Small Business, and Rural Issues for allowing me to testify in support of Senate Bill 609. This legislation is to expand the number of pheasants in Wisconsin closer to the numbers when pheasant hunting was better some years ago. I talked with many sportsmen and women across the 10th Senate District and all across the state. And a concern for them is the decline in quality hunting opportunities for pheasants in the great state of Wisconsin. I have found that one of the reasons for this decline in quality hunting opportunities is the lack in stocking efforts by the Department of Natural Resources. For pheasants alone, the day-old chick program peaked at a distribution of 190,000 chicks annually back in 1958. Currently, the day-old chick program produces only about 30,000 rooster chicks annually. SB 609 would require these stocking numbers to be increased. The DNR would be required to annually produce 200,000 rooster pheasants and 50,000 pheasants for the day-old chick program. These stocking numbers would significantly increase the quality of hunting opportunities in Wisconsin, allowing our outdoorsmen and women to stay here to hunt pheasants and not to have to travel out of state to do so. The DNR would also be required to report their schedule for these stocking pheasants to assure that these pheasants are reaching public hunting grounds as well as private land enrolled in a program that requires that specific land to be open to the public for hunting. Sportsmen and women have a large economic impact on our state as they spend billions of dollars in Wisconsin and provide thousands of jobs to our state. These sportsmen and women deserve the respect in return, so I am hopeful that we can once again provide them with the quality hunting opportunities. I just want to go off the cuff and say I live in the northwestern part of the state, and I used to remember we're a bit of a commuter district where I actually live to the Twin Cities of Minnesota, and we used to have waves of Minnesota residents coming over and buying out-of-state tags and spending money in our cafes and possibly our hotels and really boosting our economy. When I was younger, that happened, and I haven't seen that in years. This is an effort to kind of try to get that back. We're trying to basically create an economic driver. It's an investment in the economy of the state of Wisconsin. And the day-old chick program, I think, is a key element to that.
Representative Edning.
Good morning, committee members. I'm grateful for the opportunity to come before you today and speak in support of Senate Bill 609. I would like to thank Chairman Stafschulte for working with me on this important legislation. Outdoor recreation is a Wisconsin tradition. As a lifelong resident of northern Wisconsin, I can say that Wisconsin is a great place to enjoy our state's sporting heritage. Not only are outdoor recreation activities like hunting and fishing a part of Wisconsin culture, but they also have a big impact on the local economy in any parts of our state. Unfortunately, the number of folks that take part in our state sporting traditions like hunting has been on the decline in recent years. While there are a number of things that factor into this decline, as I talk with sportsmen and women in my district, one of the concerns I've heard about the decreasing hunting opportunities, this bill seeks to address that by increasing the number of pheasants that the Department of Natural Resources is required to produce each year at the Poinette State Game Farm, and requiring the department to create a schedule for stocking pheasants around the state. Under SB 609, stocking would occur on both public land and private land that is enrolled in a program that requires it to be open to public hunting. A number of states to our west, like Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, have become destinations for pheasant hunters. There's no reason why Wisconsin cannot become one of those as well. By stocking more pheasants here in our state, we are not only increasing opportunities for hunters, but for out-of-state hunters as well. By encouraging more hunting in our state, we will be helping to keep one of the state's sporting traditions strong while providing a boost to the state and local economies. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I ask you to join me in supporting of Senate Bill 609. Thank you.
I just want to emphasize one thing, just for clarity. Oftentimes bills like this that are stocking have to do with DNR lands or public, 100% public. And this bill does allow those pheasants to be stocked on private land. we worked really hard to craft this so that I think there are hunting opportunities and access to land that not everybody would have, but there's programs, at least in my neighborhood, where private farmers get a small tax credit, a couple bucks an acre to allow it open to open public, so open hunting. And we wanted to make sure that everybody understood these pheasants weren't going to get stocked on private land that's closed where nobody can go. It's only for land that's actively enrolled in open hunting programs.
Good, thank you. Any questions for the authors? Senator Smith.
So again, I'll ask the question for pheasants. Did Pheasants Forever be consulted on this bill, and did you work with them because they're not registered?
We reached out to them and did not hear back.
Did not hear back.
Mr. Chair.
And
Mr. Chair.
Just 1 minute, Senator Wirtz, I'll finish really quick here.
Okay.
So I wish I had asked this when we talked about stocking turkey too. I mean, the concerns with what cranes do to farm fields, and I'm wondering if farmers have an issue with adding more turkeys particularly, but pheasants as well into their farm fields while they're concerned about how much damage is being done to their fields.
Sure, I can speak to that. I believe that the turkey bill you're referencing doesn't actually stock turkeys. It's just for changing the season dates and the structure and the zones. But to your point, whether or not farmers would be concerned about pheasants, I've been farming there my whole life. I farm on Aaron Prairie Township and continue to today. Pheasants are a pretty appreciated animal on all farms around there. They have a relatively low impact on farming in general.
I've never heard anybody complaining about pheasants doing crop damage. Turkeys is another story. Senator Wirtz, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm all for more pheasants out there. Like I say, I'm a pro-hunting legislator, but is there any extra money to cover stocking? And believe me, I like to see a lot of pheasants put out there, but has the authors of the bill looked into where the money is going to come from to stock these pheasants?
Thank you for the question. I think you're missing a lot of the point here. There's been a lot of testimony before we got here now today of by taking and making our laws and our rules and our tracking down by the DNR more efficient. There should be some time left over that can take up a lot of the slack and things like this. But it's a good question, but I think the efficiencies is what we're after.
Well, if I can respond to that, Mr. Chair, once again, I was on Joint Finance, and the Republican-controlled Joint Finance goes through the DNR budget line by line in the budget. So this so-called inefficiency, I don't know where it was missed by the Republican-controlled Joint Finance Committee. Thank you.
Senator Wirtz, this is Senator Stafschild. I think it's about prioritizing things within the Department of Natural Resources. As most of us know, the Department of Natural Resources has vastly one of the top largest budgets of any agency in the state of Wisconsin. And we're talking not a huge portion of that. So I think it's about prioritization of where those funds are going. I also can say that I haven't been on JFC where we might have had that discussion, then you could have co-sponsored this bill.
Yeah. Let me say this. They also control everything from bears to mourning doves. So they have a tremendous range that they have to cover in our state. Thank you.
With that, gentlemen, I think this is a good bill, and I think it will make a difference for hunting pheasants. Thank you. What's next? Chairman will be there right away.
Okay, so because it was a little while ago and this is a little confusing on how we're going to run this committee or how we are running it today, that concludes the authors portion of testimony. We are now going to go into the public comment portion. We're going to run the bills in order. I was just handed a note that we are on the Sergeant's YouTube channel, so this is being recorded, just for information. We're going to run the bills in order of number, but if you are someone that wants to testify on more than one bill, we're going to have you testify on all of the bills you want to testify when you're up. Our goal is to try to make it efficient, get some of the people in this room out and some of the people that are in the overflow in. So thank you very much for understanding. Okay. I'm going to also be announcing people that'll be on deck because some of those folks are in the overflow room. We have up first, Marielle Hewitt, speaking against Senate Bill 563. On deck, we have Lee Grazy from Rice Lake. And second up is Tanya Holcomb. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, committee, for giving us this opportunity to come forth and share our concerns regarding SB 563. This is something that we've just been made aware of a mere 18 hours ago. So in the midst of life, we've done our best to arrange our opportunity to be here today. My understanding is this bill has come forth with an intent to provide new opportunity to Wisconsin residents and also those from outside our state to come in to have a hunting opportunity in regards to a certain species referring to sheep. I think there was a couple of species that were named off in the bill. I come to you as a bison rancher. We run a company in the town of Rice Lake, Wisconsin, and we've been existing there since 1994. The reason that we're here today is our company is a unique operation. We're vertically integrated, multi-generational family farm. We ranch bison from birth to plate. We also own the processing facility that is the slaughter facility, as well as the cutting and fab facility, as well as the warehousing and online distribution company. So we've had the opportunity to expand our meat outreach to 25 plus farmers in our area, all producing up to 9 different species, following a regenerative ag model. We are actively engaged in converting row crops back to grasslands, creating habitat for the rest of the nutrients and the nature cycle with bugs and wildlife, and all of the rodents necessary to do this. We're using an animal, the bison, to bring a valuable animal to the meat marketplace under inspection. In order to do this, we have adopted a model that is regulated under the DATCAP's Meat Bureau. It's fully respected, regulated, also under federal inspection, called a field harvest option. We've arranged our slaughter facility in Conrath, Wisconsin to accommodate this model successfully, using expert marksmanship, very secure fencing. All of those opportunities have been met to many of our inspectors and auditing folks that come through annually. The reason I come here today to talk to you is in respect to this bill with the description of the species group and the taxonomy of the word bovidae. That group is rounding out with bison. And this bison is actually legislated by the Department of Ag. We are a livestock animal and we follow along the lines of bovine and cattle. At this point, my feelings is that this bill is very vague and bison tends to get pulled in 2 directions. And the implications of something like this bill going forward with any acknowledgement of bison in it could be very confusing and also would drag a lot of private bison ranches into some substantial fencing requirements and such without a very clear definition of what hunting means. Okay, so we are harvesting bison in a secure captive environment, and these bison are brought forth in inspection. I'm going to sideline reference here that one of my reasons to be here also is we field harvest elk as well. Also have paved a way through the DATCAP to have a safe, secure way to do this. The regulations in the elk and the cervidae industry has dealt with the balance between a meat animal under inspection and also the jurisdiction of the DNR. I do not, as a steward of bison, want to see this animal become subject to some accidental lumping in to a whole host of wildlife or captive species hunting. I don't believe this bill was intending for this. I'm not implying that these gentlemen were coming forward with anything negative to the bison industry within the state of Wisconsin. I myself, being an active sportsman as well, want to promote the use and utilization of land and also the opportunity for folks to eat from the land. That is what our model is with raising bison on grass all the way to harvest, never seeing a kernel of grain. That model supports a very large nationwide marketplace. This has afforded us the ability to bring forth 30 plus jobs to Barron County, Barron and Washburn and Russ County. And in our area, Northwest Wisconsin, that's fairly substantial. This is not quantifying the producers, whether they're lamb, rabbit, chicken, all of those throughout the entire state. We have the opportunity to put through roughly 5,000 animals annually through our processing plant, all riding on our flagship product of bison, being 70% of our business. This rides on the humane aspect of our ability to field harvest humanely in captivity at our processing facility. So because of that concern, we just want to come forth and bring my concerns of having very clearly defined descriptions of what hunting may be. As the bill is written right now, there's a lot of interpretation. We are very familiar in the bison industry with a lot of interpretation because we're livestock. Yet again, we have an animal that I will tell you is far from domesticated. So we are constantly realizing we are just stewards and conservationists with this species. I look forward to having any questions and discussion. I want to round out my description here, and my request is, first and foremost, would like to see a different taxonomy class described in this bill. For my understanding of where this came from with the sheep, the Antilopinae species group and that taxonomy class seems to be more proper and does encapsulate those species brought forth in this bill. With the words bison, bovidae, or bovinae are all rounding out our species in this and is giving a lot of gray area and vagueness and subjectivity to a lot of interpretation in this bill. At this point, I'd like to offer it up for questions.
Well, I've got several. First of all, thank you very much for making the trip from Rice Lake. I live in New Richmond, so it's quite the jaunt. I think you benefit from a little more freeway than I do if you hop right on M53. What a great model you have for farming bison, and it sounds like you know everything there is to know about bison, including additional fencing and all the requirements from DATCAP that you have to do with that. My question is, and I kept listening to your testimony, and it was very informative, and I thank you, and I mean this in the most respectful way, but on your farm, if you don't want to allow hunting, why do you not just keep doing the model that you're currently doing and keep on doing business the way you are? And if somebody down the road has a bison farm and wants to allow hunting through this bill, if it would pass into law, allow them to do the hunting there. I'm trying to figure out if they were doing hunting there and you chose to remain doing your current business model, how would that affect you?
Sure, that's a great question. So my concern that's coming forth is in regulation that we've dealt with in DATCAP, right? We've got the Meat Bureau and also the Department of Animal Health. We spend countless hours a year defending and informing and educating regulators what field harvest is and how that comes forth through the regulatory system. And the field harvest aspect, as well as some of the hunting, can be confused. And there's a lot of education that's constantly happening. My concern here is this bill may end up in a very gray area and leaves a lot of interpretation and will contribute to significant amount of confusion. I am not coming forth to state that I am opposed to a clearly defined version of this bill. But as it is currently written, the bison being in the bill as it is written today without a very clear definition of what hunting is. As I was given back some information this morning from Mr. Jeff Schultz, they had highlighted some descriptions and the words interpretation are common. Depend if you interpret it this way, if you interpret it this way. So I'm coming from more of a proactive standpoint, also having become in the last 2 years very familiar with the cervid industry. Interpretation can be slippery slope. And so I'm coming here in a proactive stance that I would like to be sure that the bison doesn't accidentally end up in a gray area here. And then we come back here in a year trying to undo something. So I don't know if that directly answers your question, but
It
my
does.
concern is a gray area that would leave interpretation to understand what we are doing under inspection versus hunting, because we are outside in a captive fenced setting.
Okay, it does help because as a freshman representative a few years ago, I quickly learned the unintended consequences and to always watch for those. So I appreciate that concern. I'm going to ask one question of Ledge Council. In this bill or in state statute, either way, is hunting defined?
Hunting is defined in chapter 29 of the statutes very broadly to mean pursuing, shooting, capturing, killing a wild animal. I don't know that the chapter 29 definition of hunting actually helps as much here because it is broad. I think you could make arguments that captive animals aren't wild, but you have to be making arguments. I think, and Mr. Chair, you didn't necessarily ask this question. I think in my mind, it's unlikely that the bill would be interpreted to apply to this business model, but it would potentially require some interpretation of the phrase kept in captivity to be hunted. I think that DATCP's fiscal estimate sort of indicates an interpretation that, you know, you'd have to kind of hold yourself out as a sport hunting facility to sort of fall under the bill. But there isn't a definition of hunting in the bill that helps very much with that question.
Thank you, Ledge Council. Any other questions from committee? Senator Petrowski.
Just real briefly, Mr. Chairman, I want to know how many bison you harvest a year.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. We harvest roughly 2,500 annually.
Wow. And total number of animals you have then?
In our ranching enterprise or processing plant, you're referring to ranching acres?
I'm more interested in how many total animals you have at any given time.
Sure. So with our regenerative model, we're bringing those 2,500 animals are coming from all over US and Canada. Our personal acres support 800.
800 in Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Personal question.
Yes, sir.
Are you west of Rice Lake?
We are north,
Are you north?
exit 150, Highway 53.
There's
That is our home location. We operate 9 different properties
Okay.
throughout a 200-mile radius.
I'm familiar with the ranch. It's somewhat southwest of Rice Lake. So that was my question. Senator Wirch on the phone. Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
I had to unmute, but no.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Up next is Lee Crazy from Rice Lake. On deck is Tanya Holcomb. Welcome, Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and committee for allowing us to come and testify. Mariella is my daughter. She's the second generation on our operation. And our son is also involved in the second generation take over the business. I'm representing North Star Bison as well as other producers in the state. When we started in 1994, it was very difficult to get processing done. That's how we ended up owning our own processing plant. I know it's a bottleneck for a lot of marketers, direct marketers to date yet. That's probably the biggest bottleneck in direct marketing for agricultural products is processing. We have provided that service in the past, but unfortunately for the others, our business has grown to the point where we're at capacity with our own facility and our own animals and products. But there are guys that still need to have harvest capacity. Very few plants are set up to handle bison well. Can it be done? Yes, usually end up trailer shooting. Some will try to run them through facilities that are meant for beef. Bison are much more athletic than beef. They can out accelerate a quarter horse. Anything they can stand flat-footed and lay their chin on, they could jump from a standing start. So when they're stressed, that's when you see those properties come out. We went to the field kill because we tried the trailer shooting. It did not go well. No one had a facility that we dared open the gate or on the door or on the trailer to let them into a facility. We'd have been chasing them down a highway somewhere. They would have cleared everything they had. And I know there's other ranchers today yet that deal with that very same thing. It is fairly common in the bison business to do a field kill. It's less stress on the animal and a heck of a lot less stress on the rancher as well. And also for those that are on the kill floor, that you bring the animal in dead, no, you don't have to worry about anything happening. I also represent National Bison Association, who is in support of our stance on this bill, that it would be very clearly defined. I used to be on the board of directors for the National Bison Association, and multiple times we've had to go in to different states to help clean up some of this stuff after the fact. We're trying to make sure that it's clean from the beginning, so we don't have to go back later and then fight for verbiage that will, allow us to continue to operate our farms and ranches the way we choose to. So at this point, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from committee, Senator Petrowski.
So in fairness, you have the same concerns that the young lady before you have.
Yes, I will echo the same ones.
And that's why you came here today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions from committee? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up now, we have Tanya Holcomb on deck. Tom Kleiman. Hi, Tanya.
Hi, thank you for having me today. So I'm here representing the Wisconsin Bison Association as well as our family ranch in Stratford, Wisconsin. And as Ms. Hewitt referenced, we just became aware of this bill just a few days ago. And my husband is currently the president of the Wisconsin Bison Association. And so we just quickly contacted the senator's office, and Mr. Schultz has been kindly helping us through this. And so we've had very brief time to work through this bill. And so thank you for, I guess, first having us here today. And I do just echo the words that Ms. Hewitt and Mr. Gracie have presented before you today. Many of our association members have very similar concerns related to the field harvest, as well as the potential ambiguity of the bill. We have reviewed the Legislative Council interpretation that we just received this morning. And so we just really ask you to please consider just making this bill. We would support it if it was just very clear and where bison wasn't just really lumped in to a bill that was really originated to protect these longhorn sheep and to allow for more hunting and more trade in Wisconsin. So.
Okay. Any questions from committee? Senator Petrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stratford, Wisconsin, which township do you live in?
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Thank you.
Nosy bunch, aren't we? All right, hearing no more committee or no more questions from the committee, I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Up now is Tom Kleiman on deck. Kevin, I'm gonna butcher this, Zawaki. Tom's gonna testify on all bills today.
Good afternoon, Chairman Stoschel, committee members. I think it's afternoon now. Yeah, I had put on the slip that I'm here in favor of all the bills. I'd like to talk with you about two of them specifically, if I may. The first bill, the brook trout stocking bill. I'm here as president of Wisconsin Lakeshore Business Association. And this brook trout initiative, I would coin it, is something that our group has been working with the department for over 3 years now, well, actually about 5 years. In 2019, as part of the Lake Michigan stocking arrangement, working with Todd Collish, who's Deputy Director of Fisheries, we put a reintroduction of brook trout into Lake Michigan stocking packages. The reason for this is brook trout were a native species to Lake Michigan and were targeted in easy to access bodies of water. And I go back to when I was a kid. This was something that was sought after by many anglers. And my reason for wanting to see brook trout reintroduced quite simply goes to angler recruitment and opportunities for kids and new anglers. The brook trout as a complementary species to Lake Michigan stocking allows anglers without resources or access, or maybe limited resources or access, an opportunity to catch fish in the waters of Lake Michigan, which include the tributaries that feed Lake Michigan, the harbors in our communities in Wisconsin, and the nearshore areas of Lake Michigan. It creates a species that new anglers and young anglers can seek. And when I was a kid, it was a very cherished fishery. The DNR will tell you that their creel data showed not a lot of returns. In other words, the people that collect the data, the creel clerks that show up at the marinas and walk the docks, weren't getting a lot of anglers telling them they were catching these fish. We would contend, and the members of our group would contend, that they're simply missing those anglers. Because the brook trout were caught from a lot of shoreline areas, the creel clerks simply aren't there. And so the data never captured the amount of fish that were being caught. And anybody who grew up on these Lake Michigan communities in the 80s can tell you it was quite the fishery, and it would be something that our group would love to see come back. In an era where we're struggling to recruit hunters and fishermen, brook trout fit that formula perfect, because it creates opportunity for new anglers, and like I said earlier, anglers with limited access and limited resource. The question I heard earlier asked was, is there an issue with other species in Lake Michigan if we start a bigger introduction of brook trout? The answer is no. The department does not feel that brook trout would affect the predator prey model, which is what controls the stocking of other Lake Michigan species. That was something that we worked with Todd Collish on, and he's of a very strong opinion that this is going to be a great thing. He's very excited about this opportunity, and we're excited to partner with the department to start this back in 2019. The reason we're asking you to put this into this legislative package is because we would like to shine a bigger light on it. Similar to the walleye initiative and the pheasant stocking initiative Senator Stoschel talked about earlier. These are great opportunities with little cost that would have big benefits to the outdoorsmen in the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Tom. Questions from committee? Hearing none.
Okay, can I speak to the other bill then, please?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, the second thing I would like to speak to you about today is the mentored hunting bill. I'm speaking on this as on behalf of myself. I'm a hunter safety instructor and have been for 12 years. One of the things that I did before I came down here to testify is I talked to all the other instructors in our group. And while we are all in favor of continuing hunter safety instruction in the format that we teach it in Kiwanee, which is in-person classroom session with field day incorporated into that, we have seen a lot of frustration from the public trying to get access to the field day portion of the online training program. Our instructors have been asked multiple times if they can do that, if their student could come to our class, and we don't offer that. And I think you'll find it's not offered very broadly in the state of Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin has done a very bad job filling a need for the online training field course. They offer online training to anybody with no real hope of giving them the opportunity to do the field course portion of it and finish their hunter safety training. So while we're in favor of keeping all the hunter safety programs that we have, I mean, I would say that this creates an opportunity, especially with what we've just seen through COVID and the shutting down of hunter safety training statewide. This creates an avenue for some of those hunters to fulfill their hunter safety training obligations so that they can go hunting with their family as they intended their entire lifetime watching their kids grow up.
Thank you, Tom. Questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, sir.
All right, up now is Kevin Zawicki speaking in favor of 563. Okay. Oh, are you speaking on all bills? Is 563 one of them? All right, we'll get to you then. Jim Denzine. Is Jim Denzine speaking on all bills? Okay. We'll wait for Jim for a second. Up next is Cole Timler, speaking in favor of all bills. He's out there as well. Up after him will be Chris Vaughn, speaking in favor of all bills. While we patiently wait, is there anyone else that wanted to speak on 563 but has not been called? We'll do a little housekeeping here. These folks are not speaking, but we will read them off. Peter Burris from Madison on 563, not speaking, but is against. Megan Nicholson from Madison, not speaking, against. Bob Welch, not speaking, registered in favor. Jim Denzine, you're up, sir. I was going to speak on all, Rob. Yep, nope, that's fine. We're starting with 563 and you can speak on whichever ones you want when you get up.
Okay.
Run through them all.
So 563, which I've kind of got my notes.
That's the bovine hunting in Wisconsin.
No. The rest I will, but that one.
Since you're sitting there, move to the rest.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Staff Schultz. Okay, so my notes are off of Wisconsin Sportsman's Freedom notes. So I'm just gonna go kind of rapid fire here.
Just let us know which bill you're speaking about at the time you're
Okay.
speaking about it.
Absolutely. So I thought about how do you give perspective to those listening? I'm a dad, a son, a hunter, fisherman, trapper, a business owner, state certified hunter ed instructor, bow hunter ed instructor, and trapper ed instructor. Okay. So I've seen a lot in 25 years, been to many hearings in the past. So what I'd like to do is go down the list. I'll start with the pheasant management bill. just a couple of quick thoughts as I was taking notes, listening to y'all. I thought those were all great points. I would add to that that people actually leave Wisconsin and spend money elsewhere. Meaning if we can do this, we encourage people to stay here. Just an obvious fact. I mean, yeah, the hunter participation, but what is the lost revenue when people pack up and go west? When they could do that here, right? You did correct. We don't stock turkeys, but I wanted to make that another point. And as far as the clarifications where the money comes from, it comes from the sportsman is the answer, okay? Turkey hunting simplification bill. On that one, I would come at this from the perspective of a guy who's mentored not only my now daughter 18, my son is 21, but I've participated in mentored hunts for almost 3 decades, taking children, friends, kids that didn't have anybody to go with. Our current season structure, I guess to put it bluntly, is kind of a mess. And when I look at the big picture, anything you can do to simplify this is an improvement. We have 6 seasons, so let's start with the kids. We all know that it's a Chinese fire drill to get tags at 10 a.m. when they go on sale each of the, Monday through Thursday current structure. Granted, I can buy as a parent legally purchase my kids additional permits during those days. However, we know that those tags are typically sold out in a matter of minutes, correct? So how do I get additional participation for my children if I can't get the tags? Now you can for the later seasons, typically D, E, and F, right? So what I did as a dad is I worked backwards. I would always make sure my kids had tags by buying the later seasons. Although it is nice to try to, get one of those earlier seasons, by looking at this particular proposal, I don't have to try to sit down and create a puzzle for my family on when we're going to hunt and where we're going to hunt. It's a very complicated scenario to try to plan out during the spring. So for a multitude of reasons, I would say this is a really, really good proposal, okay? Mentored, let's go right to the mentored hunt bill. I'm going to spend some time here. I mentioned that I was a state certified hunter ed, bow hunter ed, trapper ed instructor. And by any means, I don't want to step on any toes. I realize we've got a variety of people that are going to take different positions on this particular issue. I really think it's time that legislators listen here. All right. I think sometimes if we sit and listen, people have personal agendas versus looking at the big picture. When I think about my kids and soon to be grandkids, hopefully sometime soon, I think about traditions and heritages that really that's the reason why we're here, right? And I think our future of these traditions and heritages depend on many of these proposals. In regard to this one, I cannot personally think of a better way to help expedite the process of helping whoever it is, the mentor, obviously, fulfill that hunter education requirement in the field than to actually take them hunting and hunt with them. Okay, so let me currently describe, and I realize every hunter ed class is sort of different because you have the personalities of said instructors, right? But currently, when we go to the field test day, you need to understand how that field test day is structured, okay? It's a manufactured event. We set up stations such as safe gun handling, fence crossings, zones of fire, ammunition identification are just a few, okay? So we run, let's say our class has 30 students, and we hold this test day on a Saturday. We have to run 30 students through. Typically, we have maybe a half a dozen instructors that will assist with the field test. But that field test, as I said, is a manufactured event. It's a total setup. While that's going on, keep in mind, we have pressure from those that run the hunter education program from the state level to, gotta say this tactfully, we are discouraged from failing a student. How does that sound? So I have to, throughout the course of the class, observe these students who come from a variety of backgrounds, single parents, maybe less involved with, say, previously a mentored versus myself. I was hunting by the time I could pretty much run along with my dad, right? I'm going to go down a parallel rabbit trail just for a second to set this up. When I look at when I started teaching 20 to 25 years ago, and we had a class of 30 students, there might be 1 or 2 or 3 that I would say were behind the 8 ball. You could observe your class behavior and you could tell those kids were locked in, right? They got it. They were excited to be there. Today, that atmosphere is completely different. And I will go toe to toe with anyone that wants to argue that point. You can almost look at 2/3 of the class. If you give me some latitude, you're not going to fall asleep, are you? Okay, just making sure. You can look at roughly 2/3 of the class. I'm not sure they want to even be there, right? They're there because it's a requirement. That's a problem. We have a problem, and we can go down all kinds of reasons. It's technology, it's cell phones, whatever it is, right? So circle all the way back to the bill or the proposal. Why not? Because anytime you can get, because we're not trying to change what we're currently doing. We're simply adding another mechanism to help that student complete their course, correct? Now, when you look at what we're doing now on test day, and this is going to ruffle some feathers, the hunter safety class, as much as I believe in it and as much as I volunteer for it, it's really about a participation trophy. We push these kids through the course, right? We're only allowed to say certain things. We can't teach it the way we once did. We can't, because of political reasons. I catch myself having to decide or pull a parent aside, should I pass or fail this student, right? So you see the atmosphere that creates. Now, do we keep doing it? Absolutely. Is it an important part or integral part of what we do to promote our heritage? Absolutely. But I think we have to step back. And I know I have fellow instructors that can't see the forest through the trees per se, because there's an attitude within our community that basically they are the gatekeeper. You follow me? They believe that they hold the keys to the kingdom. I'm a hunter ed instructor and these kids need to come through me. I just think it's the wrong attitude. I don't think we have the big picture at mind. So not to belabor the point, but to reiterate what I opened with, I can't think of a better way. I described to you what we're dealing with at the class setting. Now let's look at when I take a kid out on a mentored hunt. Kid or adult, doesn't matter. I'm within arm's reach. We're talking throughout that hunt. I'm observing the behavior of that hunter, right? How they handle that firearm, the mistakes they may or may not make. We're discussing that process, but I'm seeing them live during the hunt. It's an actual hunt. It's not made up. It's not manufactured. That's the point I want everybody to factor in to the decision when they look at this particular bill. Okay? Enough of beating that horse. DNR regulation simplification bill. Before anybody makes a decision on this one, I want you to get your state, it's the 8x11 handout. It's the hunting regulations. I know Luke Hilgeman has one with him today. I'm just going to paraphrase. On page 2, write this down. On page 2 of the Wisconsin hunting regulations, at the bottom in a colored box, it says this, and I'll sort of paraphrase. This pamphlet gives you a summary of Wisconsin hunting laws. It is not, and I repeat, it is not a complete set of all hunting related laws. Consult Wisconsin State Statutes, Chapter 29 or 10. Be for real. Who's going to do that? So when we sit here and think, do we have laws that maybe their time has come and gone? It's maybe time to update things? Absolutely. Is there a way we can simplify this process in regard to regulations? 100%. When you have a disclaimer on page 2 of the hunting regs, which in that pamphlet, if everybody takes the time to look at one, you need a magnifying glass to read the font. That's a problem. It's just a fact. It's a problem. If you link that back to mentored hunts or hunter recruitment, hunter participation, hunter frustrations, it's a piece of the pie. It's a piece of the puzzle. It just is. Okay, enough of that one. Hunting license category simplification bill. You sort of need a law degree to try to piece together what is going on here. We could easily simplify this. It's 2021. I'm not sure who builds the website where we buy and purchase our licenses and permits, but I can tell you it's probably not the simplest thing to navigate. So, you guys can, solve this issue or this problem. It's just very confusing. And I think when you start to look at all of these proposals as a whole, you start to see a common thread or theme that it's all about simplification, right? It's, making it easier for that beginner, that novice. It's always interesting to me to hear people bicker or argue about some of this stuff. But at the end of the day, my time will come and go. I'm 53 now. God willing, I can hunt for another 20 to 30 years. Don't know, right? But what about my son or daughter that are 18 and 21 and future grandkids? What do we leave them? How much easier can we make this in a complicated world where they have lots of distractions? I would just throw that out there, whether it's streamlining dates of applications more than they already are, categorizing fees. I remember a time when I could buy a patron's license and everything was included. It's many decades ago, right? My goodness gracious, I can't tell you personally, a year ago, for example, I completely spaced out getting my bear permit in. I have 8 preference points. That's a whole nother subject in Price County, Zone A. And because I forgot to send in my permit for that next drawing, I missed out on a preference point and would have had a bear harvest tag that I'm not even going to personally hunt. I'm going to sign it over to my nephew. I see you nodding your head, Mr. Stafschul.
The bear transfer tag system is fantastic.
Absolutely. I don't personally need to shoot another black bear. Been there, done that. But I know some youngsters that would give their eye teeth for my tag, and they're going to get it. I signed one over to my son in 2010. He turned 10 on opening day of bear season. Now, the system worked for me that year. He turned 10. I had someone in Madison on standby. We called in on his birthday, and they faxed us a kill permit for him that day. But it's an example of making life easier for the ones that really don't know. I mean, if you watched us from a candid camera, how we organize and get whether it's extra turkey permits, we strategically place what I call our hunting crew of 10 to 15 parents and children. And we scatter throughout Eau Claire, Chippewa, Taylor, and Clark County to be in line 2 to 3 hours early just to get our extra turkey permits. Because we've learned if you go online, the moment they drop you in that waiting list, your goose is cooked. You ain't getting a permit. So if you have novice hunters or you have a person that has to work to feed their family, I could go on and on. How do they get one? And then you're at the mercy of the weather, right? These are all these issues are linked together. I mean, I will say this: Hunter Nation did a good job in putting these handouts together and simplifying this stuff. Let's move to the next one: sandhill crane hunting. Got to find my notes here. I'm going to make this real simple. Obviously, this one's going to be highly controversial for obvious reasons. We all know the ostrich effect, right? We're going to stick our head in the sand. Make this real simple. When I find out that they shoot them and they bury them versus being used as food or sustenance, that sickens me. That is ridiculous that we do that. That is very poor stewardship of a renewable natural resource. Pure and simple. We should be ashamed of ourselves. They fly south. This is a fact. They fly south for the winter. Do we all understand that? They get hunted, and that may offend some of you, but they get hunted. Some of them get killed and they get ate. That's a fact. But we also have other facts to point to. Do not know the exact population of sandhill cranes in Wisconsin, but I can tell you they've exploded. There's many thousands. I don't want to misquote. I'm not going to even attempt. Maybe you guys know that population estimate. I know when I drive around for one of the companies that I run, not uncommon to see this time of year, many dozens, if not 50 to 100 birds per field, and don't have to drive very far to see a few hundred more. I would say follow the science. The population has exploded. That's a fact, undeniable. But when you think about that and it scares you to hunt them, remember they're already being hunted here. We're just burying them and not making it public. And they are being hunted in the South. That's a fact. That's all I have to say on that one. Let's see. DNR Habitat Transparency Bill. Senator Jaegler, I read your quote here. I agree with you completely. It should be simple enough to expect the DNR to have a plan and list priorities for their lands under their management. The sporting community deserves. I mean, we're talking about state lands here, obviously. But I would hope that we do a much better job in managing our forestry than the Fed. I spend a lot of time in Price County where the Chequamegon Nicolay Forest is. There's many parts of it we call the Dead Sea. You know what I mean, Mr. Safsholt? We've got a spot called the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, Clam Lake area. Sad, because the reality is very little lives there. Now, I understand somebody's going to find some little creature that crawls around and say, yeah, but they live there. Really? So I think this is a really good thing, and I wrote one word here, amen. Absolutely. Next one, DNR Public Lands Access Report Bill. Absolutely, I wrote 3 words down: participation, simplification, and opportunity. Again, this sweater that we're knitting here screams hunter participation, recruitment, heritage, tradition.
The reality is many private lands are impossible to get on now. The simpler we can make it for people to know where these lands are, to find them, to see how they access them. Many people have left the sport because they actually believe there's nowhere to hunt. So this is a good thing. Dog training bill, the next one. One question, why not? Fix it. So I appreciate you giving me the time, calling me up here and at the beginning of the line, not the end.
Luck of the draw.
Yeah,
Any-
right?
Any questions from committee members?
You're all too kind.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Chris Vaughn speaking in favor on all bills. On deck, Cole Timler. Welcome, Chris.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm here to voice my support for the Wisconsin Sporting Freedom Act. Hunter Nation is the only organization speaking as the united voice for the outdoor community. These bills were not written solely for hunters and fishermen, though. The conservation efforts and the effects of these bills will be realized by all those who enjoy our incredible Wisconsin resources. The Wisconsin Sporting Freedom Act addresses obstacles, constitutionally protected rights, outdated and unjustified policies that challenge new and existing outdoor men and women for participating in our God-given right to the outdoors. We've heard many people up here talk about the challenges. I think the transparency is obvious and it's there, but it can be very confusing. And in a situation where we're continually trying to get more and more people involved, additional challenges continue to make that very difficult. The overall issues addressed are broad-based: pheasants, turkeys, brook trout, youth engagement, canine training, aquatic partnerships, increased hunting opportunities, streamlined licenses and season management processes, public lands and habitat transparencies, farming regulations, and again, constitutionally protected rights. I sit here as one of the 5,852,490 public landowners here in the state of Wisconsin. And I know that without addressing and updating these conservation and resource programs, our rights are directly in the crossfire of those who believe we don't have the right to participate in this great outdoor heritage here. Wisconsin has the opportunity to be an example and set the standard for other states as a leader in outdoor rights and conservation and habitat management. Our wildlife population, their habitat, and the residents here in Wisconsin deserve your attention and action. Please act on these bills. Vote yes for conservation, our wildlife resources, and the Wisconsin Sporting Freedom Act. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of all of these, but as a parent of 3 boys, the youth engagement is one that holds near and dear to myself and my family, and having gone through the online portion of it, being a seasoned hunter and taking my boys out in the field throughout their young life. Even I question that, and I get concerned when I go through that, even though they've gone through that successfully. So the transparency is there, and I thank you for that. But if we can streamline these and make it a little bit easier, obviously that would be helpful.
All right, any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next is Cole Timler. Then we'll be moving to 609. So on deck is Mark LaBarbera. Cole, go ahead.
All right, hello, I'm Cole Timler. I'm a high schooler at Columbus Catholic. I'm an intern at Hunter Nation, and I work for Luke Hilgeman. Last week I was at the bill reading when Keith Mark, Luke Hilgeman, Ted Nugent, and all of the senators supported this bill. I'd like to talk about especially the regulation simplification bill. The DNR regulation simplification bill is a necessary bill that would allow for more hunters to get out and hunt. Right now, Wisconsin hunters are faced with a litany of burdensome regulations that make hunting way more difficult than what it should be. This simplification bill would help to counter that strenuous process. During the 2021 Wisconsin hunting regulation booklet, it came out this fall for the 2021 to the spring of 2022 hunting. Inside of it's over 30 pages full of Wisconsin hunting regulations that takes the average person over a day to read. And like other people have said, this is only simplification of over 800 pages that are provided for us. If you go onto the DNR's website, it says it right there in front of us, that this is only a simplification, and that, like it or not, I have to, with my 17-year-old eyes, look in and scroll to read it just so I can. It took me over a day and a half yesterday and the day before just to read that bill, that regulation. Again, this is only a simplification, and just to read the 5 pages on hunting deer, it took me over 2 hours to read, and to memorize it all was likely impossible. I know that any one of the young hunters is not going to remember any of these regulations that come out. I have to talk to over tens of, just every single person I know just to get a basic knowledge of some of these bills. Hunters don't want to have to read and study pages of rules every year before they go out hunt. And it seems like every year there's some sort of new restriction or regulation that the DNR changes. No one wants to kill an animal and find out it wasn't legal to do so because of a new change in regulation that happened the last year, the year before. And there shouldn't be a fear brought into a legal hunter when a DNR warden walks up to them and asks them how they're doing or how's the day going. Because I don't know if I just did something illegal that last year, the year before, it might not have been. And the simplification is a necessary step towards eliminating this fear in new and experienced hunters. Ultimately, the DNR simplification bill would allow for the removal of unnecessary outdated rules, limiting the creation of new hindering regulations, simplifying the regulations put on hunters in Wisconsin, and getting hunters out into the outdoors. And I believe that should be the main goal of the DNR when it comes to hunting, which is to get more and more people to become experienced reoccurring hunters in Wisconsin. Its goal should not be to kill off one of Wisconsin's sources of economy, tradition, and outdoor activities. Getting out into nature is one of the greatest gifts in life that we are given, and to restrict and falsely regulate that God-given gift is something the DNR should never stand for. Thank you. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
All right, up now we have Mark. We're switching to Senate Bill 609. Mark LaBarbera is up now. On deck is Eric Lobner and Scott Carrell from DNR.
Good morning, Chairman, Staff Schultz, and members of the Senate Supporting Heritage Committee. My name is Mark LaBarbera, Executive Director of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, and I'm representing 206 hunting, fishing, trapping, and shooting sports clubs in Wisconsin. I'm also a Lafayette County delegate to the Wisconsin Conservation Congress, member of the Sporting Heritage Council, and on the board of the Friends of Poinette Game Farm. Thank you for shining a light on fish, wildlife, conservation, and shooting sports issues, and generating interest about 5 days ago with this surprise package of bills. Our Federation of Sporting Constituents in every county look forward to working with legislators on both sides of the aisle, but we need more than 5 days to fully understand, discuss, respond to these bills that were unveiled on October 14th. We like the part of SB 609 that calls for 200,000 pheasants to be released. At the same time, we know that the way to make that happen is for you to give the Department of Natural Resources the additional funds to hire state game farm employees and build additional flight pens and infrastructure, which could help stimulate the local economy there and everywhere those 200,000 pheasants are released near rural communities throughout Wisconsin. We will be convening the Federation's Wildlife Committee and other committees to review this and other bills, and we'll send copies of our positions on the bills to committee members and to the committee chair for inclusion in the hearing record. We also want the record to show that the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation was not consulted on these bills. We heard the same thing from the Conservation Congress and others who have a long-standing interest in all issues addressed in these bills. to honor and follow Wisconsin's historic and nation-leading policy of involving more than a few people in the early stages of developing conservation policy in the state, it does not bode well for the future if we do not involve them and their sporting groups early in the process. In fact, the legislature has established that early involvement in state statute by creating Wisconsin Conservation Congress, an advisory body to policymakers on hunting, fishing, and trapping. The Congress process allows all of Wisconsin sportsmen and women to weigh in on all hunting, fishing, and trapping rules at the annual spring hearings. In addition, key sports groups have told us they were not consulted before these bills were drafted. Pheasants Forever told us they were not consulted early about the pheasant bill. The National Wild Turkey Federation told us they were not consulted on the turkey bill, nor were the 86% of Wisconsin turkey hunters that have indicated that they like the current system of turkey hunting. Wisconsin Hunters Education Instructors told us they were not consulted on the hunter education bill and they oppose it. We asked some of them take off of work or if they're retired to show up today, put on Blaze Orange, join us and share their feelings on this. Trout Unlimited and the Wisconsin Federation of Great Lakes Sport Fishing Clubs told us they were not consulted on the Lake Michigan brook trout bill. The many statewide dog hunting associations told us they were not consulted on the dog training license bill. I'll share with you that preliminary review by the chairman of our Inland Fisheries Committee has concerns about some issues. For example, on Senate Bill 612, stocking brook trout. As it is written, DNR will be forced to stock 400,000 brook trout annually in Lake Michigan forever. There is nothing in the bill requiring DNR to monitor the stocking success or failure and adjust quotas accordingly or end the program altogether. The last time stocking was tried, DNR used the Nipigon strain with little success. And the only strain available now is the St. Croix strain, an inland stream strain. We doubt these fish would survive any better. There's also the cost factor, just like with the pheasants. And it costs DNR about 50 cents to raise brook trout. This bill would add an additional $200,000 to the already finite propagation budget, as there is no additional funding created through an increase in the salmon stamp. This would probably mean less stocking of inland waters and may hit the wild trout program, which is successful, especially hard. On Senate Bill 617, partnering with the aquaculture industry. There is already a cooperative agreement between DNR and the aquaculture industry to raise walleyes, as was mentioned earlier. There is nothing preventing DNR from exploring other collaborative ventures. There is no need for a law requiring it. Having said that, there is also the same funding issue as the brook trout. No increase in funding for the propagation program and no monitoring of the cost. Currently, DNR can raise walleyes at a cost of $1.10 per fish. The fish coming from the private sector cost DNR $2 per fish. It's difficult to see a need for this bill or ones to change the turkey season when the majority of hunters have told us through spring hearings that they like the existing season. But we would like more than a few days to fully review these bills, including the hunter education bill and all the others that affect all of us who hunt and fish and live in Wisconsin. And what about involvement on these bills by the average sportsmen and women who are not part of these organizations? The answer is that most of them were not given time to provide input, and many of them don't even know yet that these bills were introduced on October 14th. The notice of the hearing was issued on the 14th, and the hearing is held today, 10 o'clock on the morning of the 19th in Madison. Maybe that's the way hunting, fishing, and trapping policies are developed in other states like Kansas, but that is not how it has been done in Wisconsin. It's not how it should be done. In conclusion, the Federation requests that this testimony be included in the hearing record for all of these bills. And again, the Federation will be involving our hunting and fishing committees in reviewing these bills in the very near future, and will send copies of our positions on the bills to committee members and to the committee chair for inclusion in the hearing record. Thank you.
So just a matter of housekeeping, the slip that I have was only on Bill 609 and you registered in favor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. after your testimony, I was wondering if maybe we checked the wrong box. Any question from committee members?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Wirch.
Yeah, I think it's very sad when we have legislators that are writing bills for the hunting and fishing community without consulting with the wildlife groups that are out there. This may be good for their egos, but legislators should listen more to the groups that are out there that represent Pheasants Forever and the other groups out there. Thank you.
Senator Wirch, I don't disagree with you. My office did reach out to Pheasants Forever and we did not get a response back, just for a point of clarity.
Well, let me say 5 days is simply not enough time to absorb, read the bills, and get feedback from people that hunt and fish. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Smith? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, Eric Lobner and Scott Carrillo, am I saying that right? Carroll, my apologies. From the DNR speaking against on 609.
Good morning, Senator Staff Schultz and members of the committee. My name is Eric Lobner and I'm the director of the Wisconsin DNR's Wildlife Management Program. Joining me here today to assist with questions is Scott Carroll, our regulations and policy specialist with the Wildlife Management Program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 609 related to pheasant management. Currently, the department raises pheasants for stocking at the state game farm located in Poinette. Currently, the game farm raises about 85,000 pheasants, and so that varies one year to the next, but generally we're right around 85,000 pheasants. And then we hold about 7,700 pheasants back as our breeder flock. So like, for instance, the birds that are breeder flock this year, they'll get stocked out this fall. And so we're constantly bringing in from our birds within our captive flock for our breeder flock. This bill would result in an increase of about 2.5 times the number of pheasants that we currently stock. The current facilities at the game farm are not capable of hatching and raising 250,000 pheasants as required by this bill. A new hatchery was recently built and it would need to be significantly expanded to accommodate the increase. To raise the number of pheasants required under this bill, we would need to significantly increase all aspects of the facilities, staffing, and annual budget at the state game farm. It would also be challenging to meet the mandated number of pheasants in the time required by the bill. Currently, the game farm has a closed flock to decrease the opportunity for disease outbreak. Bringing in outside eggs of birds raised raises the likelihood of disease transmission into the captive flock. Avian diseases can negatively affect egg laying and fertility and can even be fatal to an entire flock. Likewise, it would be expensive to purchase mature ringneck pheasants from outside facilities to meet the stocking threshold established in the bill. The average cost to purchase a rooster is right around $11.50. The cost of purchasing 125,000 roosters would be approximately 1.5 million. And so just for clarity, we identified 125 as about half what we think we could probably produce at the existing state game farm. One potential unintended consequence of this bill is that in order to stock the desired number of pheasants, it may require extending the closed period in place during which is currently the opening week of the pheasant season, decreasing opportunities for pheasant hunters. Current rules close pheasant hunting on certain pheasant stock properties at noon on weekdays to protect department staff and allow the pheasants time to acclimate to the new surroundings. An increase of pheasant stock to this amount would require stocking on weekends, so those properties would also have to close at noon on weekends instead of the standard shooting hours. At current stocking levels, department's field staff spend about 3,400 hours annually stocking pheasants. To meet the proposed new quota, it would take an additional 5,100 hours of staff time. This would reduce staff time on habitat management and other priority projects. Property managers also indicate some stock properties are currently at carrying capacity. On behalf of the Department of Natural Resources, I would like to thank you for your time today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I guess I'll start with a question. When you're talking about increased infrastructure, you didn't mention what the cost associated with that would be versus the cost of buying the pheasants. I'm assuming if you have to build a whole new facility, that $1 million wouldn't take too long to get to, right?
So we were working on a preliminary fiscal analysis for this bill this morning. In terms of one-time costs to get to this level, it would be about $5 million. And then annually, our budget would double, would be an extra $1 million a year, just in every year annual cost to get to this level, to stock to this level.
So then why wouldn't we outsize that as a public-private partnership like we do on many other things? Wouldn't that be more cost-effective than building infrastructure?
Again, it's the concern about the disease aspect of this.
If they have disease, they're out of business. I mean, come on, what else you got?
Right, but the disease could also wipe out the entire flock. So if you get avian influenza into this flock, we would have no birds at that point.
Yeah, it's a risk that the farmers have. It's a risk that you have. I mean, that's not specific to their farm and you buying their birds.
Yeah, so I'll just add, Senator Stashel, we did an analysis here. I'll have to admit, it's probably 5 to 10 years back, which is ultimately the basis of what we use to build our new hatchery. And that we were able to identify through utilization of DNR staff, we were actually able to produce those birds at a lower cost. Now, we can ultimately find some sort of balance between purchasing birds and working to keep that equipment completely separate, because it's, let's for instance, those birds are going to have to be purchased from a separate facility. And then we put them into pens to deliver those out to the properties and stock those. But we wouldn't want to use the same set of equipment that we're using for those birds as we are using for birds that we have at the farm, because that would then be that biosecurity risk. And what we saw with avian influenza a number of years back, about 3 years ago, that was the number one way that avian influenza was brought into some of those flocks, which ended up unfortunately wiping out some chicken farms in primarily Jefferson County. So it's just a concern that we're thinking about, and we want to be able to be on top of those issues and really try to prevent that cross biocontamination.
Questions from committee members?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Senator Wirch.
Yeah, I just think it's sad that the authors of the bill did not work with the DNR. The DNR are experts on this, yet they were not consulted. They're the ones that have to look out for disease and whatever. And to pass a bill or vote on a bill that says you're going to increase the numbers without supplying any money or working with the DNR is, as I said before, irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks, gentlemen. Up next is Tony Blattler, Wisconsin Conservation Chair, speaking in favor on several bills, 609, 616, and 620. We'll go from there. Sorry.
We're
Go
good?
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Chairman Stachel, members of the Committee on Sporting Heritage, Small Business, and Rural Issues. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today regarding the Sporting Freedom Package of bills. I am Tony Blattler. I am here on behalf of the 360 delegates of the Wisconsin Congress who represent the citizens of this state. We are here to speak both in favor of several of these bills as well as in opposition to some. Generally, due to the lack of discussion with conservation organizations, insufficient time to explore and investigate research, bills due to short notice, the WCC generally would like to have had more opportunity to prepare. It's difficult to support a bill when you don't have time to research it. The WCC generally does not support additional reporting requirements, as we do not endorse additional bureaucracy creating it. It does not benefit the resources and/or sporting citizens of this state. The Wisconsin Conservation Congress supports SB 609 related to increasing pheasant stocking. The WCC supports the increased opportunities this bill represents for sportsmen and women of the state. We are concerned with where the infrastructure and expenses will be covered. It is our understanding that there isn't a pot of gold, a large pool of money waiting out there to create the additional staffing requirements, infrastructure for rearing and or holding these birds, as well as things as simple as 6 additional vehicles to accomplish the stocking during this stocking time, and the 6 LTEs that would be required to do the work itself. Did earlier you had said that once we started, we should just continue on. Did you only want me to speak on 609? Okay, but only the 3 that we're in favor of?
Nope, speak on anything you want. Just make sure you signify which one you're speaking on. when you start.
I will do so.
Thank you, sir.
The Conservation Congress would also like to register our support for SB 616 related to the issuing of dog training licenses through the Go Wild system. We see this as a way to streamline and simplify the process and reduce barriers to participation. We are a little bit concerned because part of that process, we're not sure how you could cover it under the Go Wild. As an example, before birds can be released on state land, they have to be banded. And so we're not sure where that banding comes from on the internet. This expedited process kind of didn't, the bill doesn't deal with that issue of where the bans come from. It also doesn't deal with how then the success or where the birds were released or any of that stuff was dealt with. So again, having not been consulted, we have questions, although generally we are in favor of issuing dog training licenses through the Go Wild system. The WCC also strongly supports SB 620 in support of Sandhill crane harvest season. We have been working on this issue since 2011 at the latest. And in fact, the Conservation Congress system of participation at the spring hearings, there have been many resolutions, many questions put out to the citizens of the state. And as you've heard testimony today, many of our birds are known to be harvested once they leave the state of Wisconsin. It's not like, they're strictly a home species. The other side of it is that there are challenges in the farming communities, and as they create a challenge for farmers, those birds are taken with permits, but are not recovered. They are not used for a good purpose. They are in fact buried or incinerated. And as you've heard testimony today, that just seemed absolutely ridiculous that we would shoot a bird because we recognize the fact that it's causing untold damage, but we wouldn't allow someone to do it in such a manner that they could recover that animal and make use of it. Going the other direction, WCC does not support bills SB 610 related to changing the turkey structure. And that comes straight back to what we just talked about. We have asked numerous times at the spring hearings, we have asked our people that attend those hearings, citizens of the state, for their input on resolutions and statewide questions about our turkey hunting season. And because it's been asked multiple times, there are years where we had approval as low as 75% and years where we had approval as high as in the low 90s. So we were a little chagrined to believe that we needed to change the turkey structure based on the feedback that we have had over numerous years from state hunters. Senate Bill 611 related to hunter safety. We have in our 360 members, many hundreds, hundreds of hunter safety instructors within our ranks. And the one thing that they all hang their hat on is that over the 40-some, 50-some years that we have hunter safety, the number of injuries, the number of deaths has gone down on a steady, constant basis. So we are a little bit concerned that the mentoring definition doesn't really define what it takes to be a good mentor. And we are not comfortable at this point supporting this bill as it's written without more feedback as to what the criteria would be to be a mentor. On related to Bill SB 612, stocking brook trout in Lake Michigan, it is our understanding that, well, first of all, we're not in support. The bill does not provide for where the funding will come from to support additional infrastructure. And we are afraid that right now, if we would pass this bill, we would force the department to cut species of stocking of cohos or salmon or rainbow trout or any other species, because we don't physically have the infrastructure to raise additional fish, and we don't physically have the staff to raise additional fish. Upfront way, it seems like we're not in favor of providing fish to sportsmen. That's not it. It's just not clearly spelled out. So it's very difficult. We reached out to many of the sporting organizations, and Trout Unlimited was one of them. And we're just not comfortable because we have no idea how this would be accomplished. SB 613, report on reducing number of hunting, fishing, and trapping approvals required by the Department of Natural Resources. We're not supportive of that. We have been involved in this for years, trying to look at it. The problem is that this particular bill doesn't address the work that's already been done. It doesn't address the input needed from other sporting and conservation organizations. We find it difficult to support something when we don't have enough information. Generally, the Conservation Congress does not support the additional requirements that are mentioned in several bills, including SB 614, the Habitat Work Plan. Because we're 360 members and we represent every county in the state, we work with the Department of Natural Resources on sometimes a daily basis, most of the time on a weekly basis, but never less than a monthly basis across the entire state. We know that there are already plans in existence that address habitat work on DNR properties. We know that there are things out there. So again, we're not in favor of creating additional bureaucracy. We don't have any additional information that tells us opposite of that. SB 615, report to access public lands owned or managed by the DNR. Again, we didn't support that. In the last years, the number of apps that are out there, you can literally pull up on your phone. You can pull up on I have bird dogs and I run GPS collars on them. And so it has a mapping feature. I can look at my bird dog collars and tell you exactly to the foot whether I'm on state land or I'm not on state land, whether I'm land open to hunting or not on open to hunting. Those things out there exist. So we're not in favor of creating, again, more bureaucracy when we believe that it's already there. SB 617, DNR report on partnering with private aquaculture industry. Simply stated, we don't have enough information, so we could not find a way to support that. SB 618, requiring the repeal of hunting, trapping, fishing administrative rules in conjunction with promulgation of new rules. Again, we need more information. Up front, it sounds great, and we know that we have rules we don't need. The problem is there's no sunset. There's no criteria that says, okay, who decides when these bills we've gotten to that saturation point. It just says that we will repeal 3 bills every time we try and create a new one. So we were not comfortable with that. And I may have filled out the paper. As far as SB 619, which was the concealed carry thing, we actually voted not to take a position. So if I can answer any questions, I'm happy to.
Couple here, and you went over a lot of them, so I apologize if I throw a bunch of them at you. You said that you have 360 members?
360, there's 5 delegates per county.
Okay.
72 counties.
Okay. So just help me through your process as WCC. How do you poll those delegates? So
Typically.
they know how, so you know where you are in each one of these, just like, did you talk to all 360? Do you have
Because
executive
of,
board of
because
five?
of the short notice, obviously, we couldn't do that. I mean, we only had 5 days. What we'd ask is that our executive committee, which consists of myself, the chairman, the vice chairman, the secretary, and 2 additional executive committee members representing, that were elected by the Congress in our processes. It's been a challenge to do those elections because of COVID. We weren't in a position to be able to meet in person, but we've done a lot with Zoom calls. We're all getting very good at Zoom. But anyway, that's the process.
Okay, thank you for that.
The 360 get elected. They elect 2 district councilors from each of 11 districts. And those 22 people then elect the executive committee. And then in situations like this, where it's very short notice and we have to take a position, we convene that executive committee. Because we're statutorily created by the state, and that we have to follow open meetings laws, we have to post, et cetera. So that was also part of the challenge with the 5 days.
Yep, nope, okay, that's what I wanted to know. On the mentored hunt, did you say that through the years that we've had, I just want to make sure I heard you right, through the years that we've had in-person test out, we've had a reduction in the number of accidents?
No,
Is that what you said?
what I said was basically since the beginning of the hunter safety program 50 years ago,
Okay.
we have seen considerable reduction
On all methods of it?
on all methods.
Okay.
And so we had a hard time with the information that we had. We had a hard time endorsing this bill because there wasn't enough criteria that would tell us what it took to become a mentor, or enough information that made us comfortable that a mentor was qualified.
Okay, and the last thing I have is just a respectful comment. When you said that you deal with the DNR on a almost daily basis, weekly, but never more than monthly, so you know what their habitat plans are and things like that. I think that bill addresses the fact that the average public probably does not have that access.
Again, we were more concerned with creating additional bureaucracy and not enough definition as to exactly what was expected, how it was being paid for, how it was being handled, et cetera.
Okay. Any questions from committee members? Senator Smith.
Thank you for coming here today, and I appreciate the honest testimony about support and not support, and lack of time that you had to, and the lack of consultation. That's where my question goes. Do you think the Conservation Congress would be able to play a greater role in formulating this policy if we were to just follow the spring meetings and the Natural Resources Board then adopted those policies that were
We have many ways that we could have participated and helped if asked in these legislative areas.
Yeah.
We've participated in many of them over the years, numerous times. We just didn't have time to look at these individual bills with sufficient time and energy.
So, yeah, what I'm getting at is that it seems like most pieces of legislation is, or should be, should come from constituents, should come from the fact that it's something that is from the experts or from the organizations that are most involved. And I'm hoping that we can do a better job of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
That is it for 6:09. We do have 2 people not speaking but registering. Christine Brewer, not speaking but registering against. Peter Burris, Wisconsin Conservation Voters, not speaking, registered against. Now number 6, right? Yeah, they want it, right? Okay, I'm a little behind in my on deck. I apologize. Eric Lobner and Scott Carroll. I'll get it yet. SB 610.
Good morning once again, Chairman Staff Schultz and members of the committee. Again, my name is Eric Lobner. I'm the Director of the Wildlife Management Program for the Wisconsin DNR. And again, joining me is Scott Carroll, our Regulation and Policy Specialist. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 610, which is related to the administrative rules related to hunting wild turkeys. The current turkey season framework was very popular with our state spring turkey hunters. Each year, the department sends out a survey to 10,000 random spring turkey permit holders in proportion by zone. So this survey is consistently the most representative snapshot of turkey hunters in the state. Responses from our 2016 Spring Turkey Hunters Survey indicated that 71% of the respondents felt that maintaining the system of 6-week time periods is important in maintaining the quality spring turkey hunting experience, with only 14% disagreeing. That same survey also showed that 75.5% of spring turkey hunters were satisfied with the current spring turkey season framework, with only 13.4% disagreeing. Current turkey hunting zones were established based on habitat availability, land ownership patterns, turkey density, hunter success rates, and input from local biologists. These zones allow us to fine-tune the number of harvest authorizations given out to minimize hunter interference and maintain hunter success and satisfaction. This new format will not allow for precise control of harvest authorization issuance and hunter densities. Since there will be fewer time periods, larger zones, and likely the same number of turkey hunters, there will be more crowding of all turkey hunters, but especially those that hunt on public land. Under the structure in the proposed bill, the department will likely have to offer fewer harvest authorizations to prevent overcrowding and hunter safety issues and concerns. Turkeys are the only game bird in Wisconsin that are harvested during their breeding season. Therefore, it is necessary to be more conservative with our harvest timing and structure during the spring season. Wisconsin's current turkey season framework equally distributes hunter harvest and pressures across time and space to prevent overharvest that can lead to less breeding and a drop in turkey productivity and population. Recent brood survey data has shown a consistent increase in the number of turkey broods observed, indicating our current season framework allows for good natural reproduction. Recent studies in southeastern states have shown that decreasing turkey populations and productivity may be due to liberal, open, and continuous seasons where hunters can go afield at any point during a month-long season. A recent study in South Carolina showed that under an open continuous season framework, almost 75% of all hunting activity occurred in the first 2 weeks of the season. This leads to overcrowding of public lands, decreased hunter satisfaction, and increased safety incidents. In the 2021 Spring Turkey Hunter Questionnaire, respondents ranked not seeing other hunters as having higher importance than when measuring their hunting experience over harvesting a turkey or harvesting a mature tom. The hunting pressure and harvest also impacts turkey breeding behavior. Turkeys have a complex social structure with more dominant males holding the best strutting and breeding locations. Studies have shown that gobbler behavior is decreased in the presence of high hunter numbers, which could potentially depress normal breeding activities and negatively impact population productivity. On a local scale, in a heavily hunted area, especially at the beginning of the season, hunting activity will be heavily skewed towards the beginning of the 2 proposed periods when impacts to breeding behavior could be the most detrimental. Hearing turkeys gobble is also one of the factors that influence hunter satisfaction, so reduced gobbling activity resulting from turkeys overpressured during a short time frame may also decrease hunter satisfaction. On behalf of the Department of Natural Resources, we'd like to thank you for your time here today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from committee members? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes 610. Right? That concludes 610. Registering but not speaking against is Christine Brewer from Madison. Up next is Luke Hilgeman from Marshfield, representing Hunter Nation. Okay, sorry, we're transitioning into 611. On deck is Rick Heisler. Second on deck, Paul. Yeah, I had the ski down. The ski I had.
Thank you, Chairman Staff Schultz and members of the committee for hosting what I think is a critical hearing here today. I am the CEO and president of Hunter Nation, and yes, we are an out-of-state group, but I make my living, raise my family right here in north central Wisconsin. I've been a Wisconsin boy my whole life, will continue to be that way until the good Lord gives me the opportunity to come home to heaven. But here's the reality that we face in the state of Wisconsin. On behalf of Hunter Nation, we represent the united voice of the American hunter. We do that because hunters across the board are losing members faster than we can replace them. Nationally, we've lost more than 3 million hunters over the last 10 years, and we are failing to replace them. Our voice, our traditions, our heritage stems on the idea that we can bring more people back to the outdoors and preserve the traditions and heritage that I've been raised on. That is the entire intent of our support for the Sporting Freedom Package. Is finally the Wisconsin legislature, and yes, I worked here for almost a decade, is listening to the concerns of people who feel forgotten, okay? I talked to thousands of hunters across the state of Wisconsin and tens of thousands of them across the nation. And they feel like their concerns fall on deaf ears when it comes to most elected officials. So I commend you, all of the authors of these bills, for responding to their concerns with a legitimate common sense package of reforms that's going to increase access to the outdoors, provide a common sense set of regulations that isn't 141 pages long, okay? I stopped at my local fleet farm in Marshfield, Wisconsin, not Kansas, as some people want to say, and picked up these books, 141 pages. Do you think that the average hunter, trapper, or angler takes the time to even read 10 pages of it? You heard from my intern earlier, Cole Timler. He's an 18-year-old college or senior in high school. It took him 2 hours to just read the deer hunting stats in our regulation. How do we expect people that, again, we are losing faster than we can replace them, to come back and say, I want to join this sport, when we hand them this, kick them out and say, good luck? We have got to come up with a simpler set of regulations. Hunter Nation believes that it should be as simple as a couple of pages of paper, that you don't need to have an attorney that goes to the outdoors with you to tell you what you can shoot and when and with what. It's that simple. As far as access is concerned, hunters in Wisconsin put in $1.4 billion a year into our state economy, okay? More than 25,000 family supporting jobs are supported by the industry of hunting. But yet we don't have a comprehensive map that tells us where the lands are that our dollars are going to buy every year and where we can go when we want to go hunting. This is common sense stuff. It should have been done a long time ago. And only with the advent of applications like onX do we even know where our public lands are, right? But what happens for the person that isn't technologically savvy, right? Who can't open up their app and figure out the access points for every public piece of land for hunting? They are blocked from the outdoors. It is that simple. The other bill that I think is critically important, other than doing away with ridiculous regulations, is this right here, bringing more people into the outdoors. Okay. The last time I was down here in Madison, I had my 2 sons sitting next to me. Cole was 12 at the time. Caleb was 9. We were here testifying in support of legislation to eliminate the hunting age in Wisconsin. Okay. We lived in Virginia. My son hunted with me. My youngest son hunted with me. Came home to Wisconsin, told him, sorry, buddy, you can't go hunting with us this fall because you're not 10. And he looked at me and said, Dad, that's insane. That's stupid. We need to change that. And so we came down here and we did, okay? And you're gonna hear a lot today from people who don't want to have an option. An option. We're not saying replace in-person hunter education. I am a student of in-person hunter education. It is a great course, and kids who have access to it should participate in it at the highest of levels. But the biggest problem is that too many kids don't have time or aren't in an area where they can access a course, okay? And when it comes to the field day, I pulled up the map yesterday. 26 classes for field days in Wisconsin, okay? You know how close the closest one is to the city of Green Bay? 2 hours. It's in Wapaka. Do you know how close the closest one is to the city of Milwaukee? 2 hours. It's in Milwaukee. Do you know how close the closest one is for the city of Madison? 2 hours. It's in Wapaka. 26 courses. Again, great opportunities to bring kids to the outdoors, but so is a mentored hunt, okay? We have the numbers, right? You guys are going to hear all about this, but you have the statistics. And I know them because I made an open records request to Senator Staffschultz's office. Since 2009, when the Wisconsin legislature put forward our mentored hunting bill, more than 150,000 kids have participated in that program. To date, there have been 0 accidents or injuries as a result of the mentored hunting program in Wisconsin. Kudos to everyone in this room, not only our hunter ed instructors, but everybody who has participated in a mentored hunt. 2 weeks ago Saturday, I took my daughter, she's 10 years old, her name's Kenley. I took her on her first hunt here in Wisconsin. A lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement leading up to it. She was donned in blaze pink camo. So thank you, Joel Clayfish. I never thought that would be a thing, but it is. And we sat in the stand and we talked about responsible firearm use, right? Know your target, what's beyond. Always keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire, right? Constantly and consistently aim small, miss small. Do everything you can to make a humane kill of that animal so you can bring it home and put it into the family pot so that we can enjoy it in our sausage and our amazing honey ham sticks, which is my kid's favorite, okay? She was on a mentored hunt. She didn't complete the online course in time, but I took her out on a mentored hunt and she shot her first buck, a beautiful 8-pointer. That girl couldn't be more excited about hunting than I've ever seen any other person on the planet. That is what this is about. It works for some kids to go through the full online, in-person or online course. It works for others to be mentored. We're saying make it an option because again, we are losing hunters in Wisconsin faster than we can replace them. And if we want this industry, the $1.4 billion industry of hunting to continue, and these traditions and heritage to be passed on to the next generation, we better do something different. It can't be the same old set of rules, the same old groups trying the same things. I respect them all and appreciate how far they've gotten us. But clearly, we need to do something different if we are truly to see this heritage and these traditions passed on to the next generation. So again, I thank you all for offering these common sense reforms because I think that's just what it is. And to the hunters, anglers, and trappers of Wisconsin, pick up the phone, email these folks, thank them for stepping forward and saying that what we do for a pastime, that the traditions and heritage of Wisconsin's hunting, fishing, and trapping are worth preserving. And you all should be commended for taking this step forward with the Sporting Freedom Act. Thank you.
Luke, could you just repeat the stat you said on the number of kids that entered a mentored hunt versus the 0 incident? I didn't catch how many you said were in there.
150,000 kids since 2009 have participated in a mentored hunt in Wisconsin. 0 accidents or injury as a result of those hunts. These are responsible parents, responsible mentors that everyone in this room has taught, right? A lot of them went through, like I did, an in-person hunter education course. And that's great if it's available and your kids have the time to complete it. But if they don't, because of their busy schedules and all of the draws on their time, we need to come up with more options to make sure that the hunting traditions we love and live are passed on to them.
Super. Questions from committee? Senator Wirch on the phone.
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Rick Heisler. Representing Hunter Safety Instructors, I assume, speaking against. Paul on deck, followed by Heather Feist. Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have been a Wisconsin DNR volunteer hunter safety instructor for the past 43 years, organized and coached the Campbellsport High School trap shooting team, served as a member of several nonprofit conservation organizations dedicated to natural resource preservation and education through youth and community involvement, and have mentored several youth and adults in various species, hunting and of shooting of firearms. I am in total opposition to support Bill 611 moving forward. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, with assistance from state hunter safety instructors, have organized a format of hands-on training in hunter safety program, which has proven to be very effective, practical, and a proven means of instructing students. It is truly my opinion this format of student training has no substitute. I believe it is misguided to purport that a mentored hunt can prove the same quality of hands-on training as a hunter education program. I am very prideful and privileged of being involved in the same perspective of instructors throughout the state in bringing the number of hunting-related accidents down dramatically over the years to around 20 in the year 2020. There is no substitute for public safety, and eliminating a proven means of hunter safety training has no exception. My concern with the proposed mentored hunt, Senate Bill 611, which will allow an individual to satisfy the in-person field testing requirement of the hunter safety program, is primarily in trying to determine how competent the proposed mentor is, and secondly, if he or she is capable of conducting a comparable procedure to what is currently in place. I am sure there are some competent individuals capable to mentor, but are they capable of fulfilling what is currently offered in hunter safety education? I have also witnessed some individuals who would definitely not provide proper training based on their bad habits and ignoring a positive perspective of providing an important resource in training a young person based on their individual actions, ignoring safe procedures. The means in which the Department of Natural Resources certifies hunter safety instructors to train and teach is based on a structured and well-planned procedure, which includes all the necessary training equipment. Hands-on training is a vital part of the procedure. Having worked with a wide variety of students ranging in several different means of capabilities, it is important to understand the student's ability and train accordingly. Many parents and guardians misjudge their child's abilities and allow them to proceed in a direction they are not ready for. Some major concerns I have with the proposed bill is, first of all, how will it be determined if the proposed mentor is capable of properly training the child? Second, how will it be known if the training was done, let alone in a proper format, to ensure proper safety to the student and addressing public safety in general? Please consider the concerns I have expressed based on many years of striving for the best interest of the student, their families, and anyone coming in contact with them. This is a commitment none of the hunter safety instructors take lightly and will fight to maintain. Thank you.
Paul's up next. Yeah, sorry. On deck is Gary Not sure if that's a D or an O. Oik or Dyke? Deke. He's on deck.
And good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Thank you for allowing me to share with you here this morning. My name is Paul Pinchakowski, lead hunter safety instructor in Wapaka. I'm going to approach things a little differently than what has been expressed here this morning, rather than simply from our hunting heritage or as a hunter safety instructor. Allow me to approach it from an educator's perspective, which is what I do in addition to being involved in hunter safety. These past year and a half throughout the pandemic, we have been forced as educators to deal with issues of virtual versus hand-on. We haven't had that option. Our entire nation has had to deal with that. And simplest way to put it is this, that even though many school districts tried their best to see what they could do to make virtual aspects or integration of hybrid work and work effectively, the reality is it was a tremendous failure. I can describe it simply this way. Percentage-wise across the board, it's roughly at about 5% of the student population can effectively learn at virtual learning on their own, self-motivated, and be able to fulfill the requirements to be able to accomplish it and do it well. The other 95%, the reality check for us as educators, as teachers, was that it was not sufficient by itself, period. There was no other way to look at it. Let's correspond that here to hunter safety for a second. What's being proposed here is that a mentor hunt is sufficient, that a student can go through the virtual online training. Of course, it'll take anywhere from 4 to 14 hours, depending on the student. They can do it at their own time. There's plenty of time to do it because they don't have to do it in one setting. They can do it over a course of 6 months. So time constraint is not an issue for a student to be able to accomplish that. However, now that they have accomplished that, what is being asked is literally to replace hunter education as we know it. That is what is being asked. Mentor hunting is established. It's something that exists, and as spoken already here, 150,000 students have gone through it and has been extremely successful. Great, we love it. It's an element of what we have, but what qualifies that to be a replacement for hands-on training and instruction? Quite honestly, the reason why we have hunter safety is to help make sure that they have that concept down. Now, am I saying or criticizing that there are parents or that mentors that are not qualified to do it? Let me again put it from the aspect of an educator. I am not making a statement for or against homeschooling versus public education. And I will be the first one to say that homeschooling, when it is done right, is phenomenal. However, when it is not done right, when it is done poorly, oftentimes we receive the ramifications of that in the education system. We now have a student who is not only simply behind academically, a period of year or years, but also socially working within the framework and the function of what is needed to be able to be established in a school district. And it is an uphill battle trying to help them fill in the blanks, trying to help them bring them up to speed so that they can be with their classmates of the same age. We're looking at the same dynamic here when it comes to hunter education. Okay, the student can take something online, but now we are expecting that their mentor, their adult, has all of the qualifications that are necessary to be able to effectively make sure that they are doing things safely. Well, let me simply draw to education here again. In the virtual world, I cannot tell you how many times I heard parents say this statement: I am not qualified to teach this. Their student had it at home. They had the resources of the teacher working with them online at every opportunity, but parents were not able to teach the material. They may have learned it themselves. They may have been able to effectively figure out what the answer is, but to communicate it in such a way that it could be taught and grasped was something that was absolutely tremendously a struggle for the majority of parents. And now we are placing that responsibility back on the parents. Again, I'm not restricting anybody from mentor hunting. We already have it established. That is great. And I appreciate everyone that does take a student out and has them as a mentee during a mentor hunt. But to replace it, that's where I have the issue. Let me describe it this way with a parent-teacher conference. You ever been involved in one of those, Chairman Staffel?
Some good, some bad, but yes.
But here's the key. Oftentimes when we have voluntary parent-teacher conferences, who are the parents that show up? Not the ones that we need to. And we appreciate them, and it's a great time to encourage them and compliment them and share the great accolades of what their student has done. But the ones that we really need to be there Most of the time, they don't come under a voluntary opportunity. They're being called by administration, the teacher, and with the student, and it's not as friendly of a conversation. And too often, the first response we hear out of the parent as we begin dealing with the situation, well, my student would never do that. And again, as a parent, I appreciate them believing in their student and wanting the best for them. That's great. But let me again relate that to hunter safety here. In Wapaka, we've done over 4,000 students according to Go Wild. I just checked that here this morning. Across the board, that entire time period, we have had a failure rate that has been very consistent at 10% right across the board. Regardless of whether we've done the internet field day or we've done a traditional course, 10%. My responsibility as lead instructor is I deal with all failures. When a student fails, the instructor brings them to me, explains the situation briefly of what's happening. It is my job to deal with the student and with the parent. I cannot recount the number of times that I've had this conversation explaining exactly what happened and what does the parent say. But I took them on a mentor hunt and I never observed any unsafe behavior. I'm not saying that you weren't observant, but I'm saying if they cannot demonstrate safe gun handling practices and necessities of what is involved in hunter education for a period of roughly 20 minutes on a field test, what assurance can you give me that they are going to practice it for the next 20, 30, 50 years of their life on the field when there is no one observing them? Again, my concern is how do we qualify that? Based on the proposal of this bill at this time, anybody who would be a mentor, what is qualified for a mentor? Someone who's gone through hunter safety, someone who can literally go online for $35, take the online course, pay the $10 registration fee, receive their hunter safety certificate with no training, hands-on aspect whatsoever, but they are now qualified to take someone in the same capacity out in the field for a hunting experience. Again, I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I truly believe that that child will experience a great time, especially if they're successful. But the question is, at what cost? I cannot, in my mind, try to balance out the gravity of the situation of substituting safety for convenience, because that's all that this bill is doing. It's not creating any new proposed law dealing with hunter safety. What is the aspect? We're saying that they don't have to go through a hands-on hunter safety course, and the only legal difference that they will have now in the hunting situation, if they are under the age of 14 and over the age of 12, is now they literally don't have to be within arm's length any longer. They can now be within eye and ear sound. That's the only status that changes. But we're saying that what they've already done here with a mentor hunt is more than sufficient to do that. Mr. Chairman, can I put together just a very simple 30-second illustration that's hands-on for you to help illustrate this point? Am I allowed to do that? Mr. Chairman, what do I have?
Mousetrap.
Mousetrap. How many of you guys have played with a mousetrap in the event before? How many? All right. What I have here is a simple one. Can a mousetrap be handled safely? Yes. Can it be handled in such a way that I don't get hurt? Yes. But also, what happens if I lose focus of where my hands are on this mousetrap? I can get hit and let them mark. Senator, would you be willing to take this mousetrap and pass it down the line to the committee? Is that something you would be willing to do? I will do that. Yes, I am a teacher. Thank you very much. Yep. Senator, can you describe to me how you handled that mousetrap? Committee clerk, can you describe to me how you handled it? Carefully, Mr. Chairperson?
She mentored me within arm's length.
Can I simply sum it up this way? You handled it carefully, cautiously, with the respect that was due, always being aware of where the biting end of that trap was, where your fingers were at all times, and understanding the ramifications if you made something inappropriate. And do you appreciate that? Now, let me simply make that aspect here. The way you handled that mousetrap is the way you need to handle a firearm anytime you pick it up, with respect, with caution, with awareness always of where your finger is and where the biting end is. We can video record this, you can tape this, you can share that with people, but can I tell you, nothing gives understanding to that simple concept of any type of lecture, any amount of video, any amount of roundtable discussions, as much as me placing this mousetrap physically in your hand and you handling it. And you begin to understand the gravity of that situation. You want to know what happens when you take the safety off? That mousetrap turns into a rat trap. Can it still be handled safely? Absolutely. I could take that out for you if you'd like me to pass it around. Yep. The aspect is simply this. When we allow it to simply be online education, they get the head knowledge, but how are they able to put that head knowledge into hand knowledge, into practical hands-on knowledge? And we're entrusting that parents who, again, throughout COVID, expressed over and over again, I cannot teach this material. They are willing to teach and animately able to teach things that are important to them, the essentials, but I have to wonder how many of those parents are going to effectively be able to train and equip them in the understanding, in the gravity of the responsibility that it takes anytime they pick up a firearm. I cannot say that with confidence and assurance. I am not saying that every student needs to come through me. That is the last thing I am saying here whatsoever. And every group that is out there, every Hunter education group that exists, they have their own methodology when it comes to teaching and bringing some of those aspects to life, but they've been doing it for a while and they have the opportunity to share it and help students understand it in the way that doesn't always come from the average parent or the average mentor that is wanting to do it. Now, again, hear me. I believe the parents have the best interest at heart for most parents have the best interest at heart for their students and they want the best. But the moment that we present this as a substitution, Hunter education is probably going to be gone as we know it. And I'm going to go ahead and say it this way. Is the DNR perfect? No. But are they there to help all of us and help all of us stay safe in many dynamics and aspects? Yes. Is there room for improvement? Yes. Is Hunter education as is absolutely perfect? I'll be the first one to say no, there's always room for improvement. However, I am not willing to sacrifice effectiveness and quality simply for the aspect of convenience. As far as classes being available, yes, I'm that one in Wapaka that was listed, and there's 7 courses that are currently listed online for the Internet Field Day that's available. However, since the time period of COVID, and that's all I'm going at here, I'm not saying it's because of COVID, I'm not saying it's because of the online option being able to 100% certify even if you're a minor at this time. Since the time period of COVID began, our numbers of individuals that have been signing up for our classes and involved in them have plummeted. In fact, this last year, just the classes we have had this previous year, we could have had an additional 376 students already this year, but there was not enough interest in people to sign up for them. Of my 7 classes that are currently listed online, I still have openings for 218 more students yet this year that haven't signed up. Now, do I understand that parents are looking for convenience? Where is an Internet Field Day in my county? Yes, I understand that. But again, these are being run by volunteer instructors. These are not being done by paid people or by paid DNR staff. And it comes down to individuals stepping up to the plate and be willing to do it. And that's part of not only why I have, but why many in my group have decided to do that as well. But if my numbers this year have literally plummeted to the point where I have had 30 Internet Field Day students the entire year thus far. I have 34 traditional students the entire year thus far. And in a typical year, we do a minimum of 500 students. If that is just based on what has happened thus far, And if that trend continues and this bill is put into place, there will not be any students to actually take an online class, an in-person class, my apologies, an in-person class. Tremendously, because Secretary Preston Cole did make into policy last year, 2020, on October 10th or 14th. I don't remember the exact date. The DNR may be able to help me with that. But that any student could do 100% online certification with no in-person hands-on training or testing whatsoever. So the online course right now is currently free, and to attend the field day is $10. But if you want to do it completely online, 100%, it's $25 to do the online course, an additional $10 fee for the DNR. You don't have to show up in person whatsoever. Just simply print off your hunter safety certificate. My opinion, that's all it is. That is the single biggest factor, I believe, that has resulted in the severe decline of students. And that brings a concern for me, because percentage-wise, we have a lot of students that are now going to be in the field that I have concerns about for safety for themselves, safety for the people they hunt with, but quite honestly, our public and myself, of what safety looks like. Our personal experience, I have been shot at 5 different times by people that didn't even know I was there. Not going to get into the details of it, it's kind of irrelevant. But that's under our time where people are supposed to know better and be trained and have had that hands-on opportunity. What will it look like in the future?
Senator Petrowski.
So you're not a fan of the virtual learning?
One more time.
You're not a fan of the virtual learning?
Let me make sure you hear this. I am not a fan of 100% virtual certification online. However, when it comes to effectiveness of what we've seen of having the online course followed by the hands-on internet field day, we have seen an extreme performance increase in the students than simply them coming through a traditional class by themselves. I believe there is a place for it, and I believe our hybrid model of integrating those two things together have been essential. So the internet field day, just for clarification, they take an online course ahead of time, first of all, again, somewhere between 4 to 14 hours for them to complete. Then they need to come and attend an in-person hands-on field day, which is roughly a 4-hour time period. It's kind of like getting a drink from the fire hose. Okay, you learned how to cross a fence online on a computer with a mouse. Now we put a firearm in your hand with dummy ammunition, and you cross a barbed wire electric fence, and we make sure you don't hurt yourself or anyone else. So it's the hands-on application of what they have been seeing visually. We're making that connection from up here, that knowledge, to the hand knowledge of putting it into practice.
You know, I think virtual is an important factor because of COVID. And I don't doubt that your numbers are down because people are concerned that their kids might catch something. The dangers there, especially if you turn on the news over the last year and a half, are substantial. I understand what you're saying, that you're willing to go along with virtual, but you believe there should be some follow-up with person-to-person or whatever.
Essential.
You know, I can't tell you if your numbers are going to change. I think as we get through the virus, the whole COVID era, let us all hope anyway, that we'll get back to somewhat of normal. The track record for the mentored hunt is very good.
Phenomenal.
And I think the people that sign up to be mentors really have an interest in training these young people to be safe. Again, I didn't go through the mentor program. I went to the hunter safety program, but I had a grandfather and a father who spent a lot of time in the woods with me. And so, you know, it's different in that respect, but it always was safety. And I believe that the mentor program takes a special initiative to promote that safety, which I think is the real essence of hunting and safe hunting. I don't really have a question on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And if I can just simply respond to that very quickly here, you know, a large part of why we have laws in our land is for the common good. Why do we have a speed limit? It's not to put a restriction on those that want to go over 100 miles an hour. It's to keep all of us safe. Why do we have hunter safety in place the way it is? It's to keep all of us safer. And the statistics have shown that since the inception of what hunter education looks like. And I am one of the greatest advocates there is for continual change. We're continually evaluating how we do things in each course, reflecting on things that worked well, what we need to improve on, where are some areas of concern, what can we do? I'm an advocate of change. But again, that change has to produce effectiveness and quality. If we can't do that, we're sacrificing the whole essence of what the safety element is about. Thank you, Senator.
So a couple of comments and just general conversation, but according to what you said, Preston Cole, Secretary of DNR, and the Evers administration allowed for online only.
100%, yes.
Was there any data that supported that led to increased unsafe practices?
The DNR would, I cannot report on that. All I can simply say is that because of the lateness last year of what it was done on or around October 14th, not everyone was aware of that opportunity or taking advantage of it, putting it into practice. It was simply done before the firearm deer season here in Wisconsin. This year will really be the opportunity where we'll see some of those, unfortunately, see if some of those statistics pan out in a negative manner. We do not have the time frame to have that type of analysis yet.
Okay. Under that thought process, if you'll entertain that idea, if there was not, and I will ask them when they come up there up shortly, but if there was not increased safety risk concern, would you not agree that allowing a mentored hunt to be in replacement of a field day would then be a higher requirement than nothing at all? I mean,
Okay,
that's
so
actually correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, forgive me. It is my hearing. I do have hearing aids. I do have hearing loss. That's why I speak in a teacher voice. All right. If you could repeat that for me one more time, I would greatly appreciate it.
So if we find out that there was no additional safety risk from those students that went through with no field test at all, a mentored hunt then would be a higher level of requirement. And so therefore it should factually, that should be a higher requirement, right? Than nothing at all.
I'm going to answer that with a possibility, because what that does, and simply here's what the aspect is, it opens the door of opportunity for anyone who met the qualifications of a hunter safety certificate in whatever capacity that was to be a mentor. All of this focuses on the strength of the mentor. That is the whole purpose of it. And let me put it in perspective this way. Right now, Wisconsin Department of Justice allows hunter safety to be one of the pre-qualifiers that you can get your concealed carry permit. What we're saying here is that, well, we want to deal with do away with the hands-on aspect of hunter safety and allow a person that has basically gone completely through online and just gone on a mentor hunt to now have their concealed carry permit without having the necessary background of the legal information of what is the ramifications if you draw a point or fire that firearm. We have just made it much more convenient for them. And we have just simply increased the safety risk of our public all around because of it. So from my aspect, no, I don't see anything at this time that supports that would be a higher standard than what is currently established here. However, if there is something that can be done that will make things effective, that will maintain that quality or even increase it, I want to be a part of it. But I see that what you described there being the exception. And I love those exceptional parents, those exceptional mentors that want to invest in their students, that want to be a part of it and do everything that they can. My concern is what I do not see as the exception, but what I see as more of the prevalent, that they're not going to get the positive, effective experience, even remotely close to what they could have had they gone through hands-on hunter education.
That was a great way to avoid my question. Let me just say that you are a very passionate instructor and I'm assuming teacher. And I would say that you, as well as all the instructors in the room today, if everybody did it the way you do it across the state, this bill would not be here. I think that the fact that you guys have test out days more than one in a year blows my mind. Where I come from, you can't find anywhere. I wish that everybody did it your way and then we wouldn't have to have this discussion. Two, I do think that legislators as a whole talk to our constituents. We look at numbers, we look at statistics, we look at things for direction and legislation. You had 150,000 mentored hunts with 0 incidents. I think that's better than no requirement at all through COVID. I mean, there's not even a requirement for a mentored hunt. I suggest that says that it's more valuable than not having any field day. And of course, the statistics will come out. I think you're right. I think October is too late. So those kids would have maybe, I mean, there's not a lot of them, but those kids would have hit the deer season and then maybe this spring with turkeys, and now maybe they're doing waterfowl or whatever. But I think it's 24 months before we refine the data out of that and where those people are.
So again, Mr. Chairman, I will agree with you on the aspect of those parents that want to be involved and want to help their children be successful in whatever area of life it is in hunting. However, if this bill passes as is, it's going to open the door and the opportunity for parents that don't have that same desire, for mentors that don't have that same desire, for people that are just going through the motions, oftentimes like many of the students that we unfortunately see in our class time that are, whether they are forced to be there by parents, whether they have been bribed to be there, but just genuinely don't want to be there. The same aspect, you're going to have mentors that just don't want to be there, but they are doing it because it is the law that is required, not in the best interest of their student. That's my concern.
So I'd agree with that. So let me ask Ledge Council, in this bill, is there anything that changes the current requirements of what it takes to be a mentor currently versus what it would be after this bill? Or is it the same requirements?
No, the bill doesn't change any requirements to be a mentor.
So the same people or have the same requirements that have 100% success rate?
Same, but now there's opportunity where there wasn't before.
What's the difference?
That's the whole key.
The same people now could be the same people that are mentors before.
It's not the same, it's not the same people because the requirement again is simply you have to have a hunter safety certificate. And those were the ones, I'm going to say those 150,000, those mentors, those mentees, those are the ones that wanted to be there. And I am proud and appreciative of them. Those aren't the only ones that will take advantage of this bill again. If this were to go into law, if this were to be passed, you are opening a door that is a sketchy slope. And again, I'm coming at it from the education system of how many times I have parents. My most recent parent-teacher conference talked about a student with the parent at length about the issues of what was going on, spent a half hour with them developing a plan and a process of what could be done so that we can actually accomplish this. Parent was excited. I was excited. This is fantastic. Asked before we departed, so you're going to talk with your student here tonight? Oh, no, I'm not going to see them for a while. Well, why aren't you going to see them for a while? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you lived in different households. Oh, no, we live in the same household. So wait a minute. Yeah, so your child lives with you in the same household and you're not looking to talk to him tonight after we made this plan. So just asking curiosity, when are you thinking? Well, maybe in the next month or so. I said, but the quarter will be over by that time and we'll be looking towards semester time and the ability to catch up becomes even more difficult. Yeah, but I don't like having a difficult conversation with my student. That's the mentors that I'm concerned about. And those are the ones that this bill opens the door for.
All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Gary? Is it Gary D? On deck is John Plentke from Germantown. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Gary Deek. I'm on the board of directors of the Wisconsin Hunter Education Instructor Association, often just called WIA for short. I'm the Sauk County delegate to the Conservation Congress. I'm on the Outdoor Education and the Shooting Range Committee of the Congress. You're going to have many speakers here today to give the reasons why to vote against SB 611. To save time, I have a short statement to present. I've been a hunter education instructor for over 26 years. Being from a rural community, there always is a greater share of my students that come from a single parent family. And most of the single parent family are non-hunters. For that reason, I am a stickler that each of my students receive as much hands-on training as possible. The results of this are hard to measure, but I can say one thing for sure. There has never been one of my students listed on the yearly DNR hunting incident report because of the accident or injury. Thank you for your time.
Hold on one second. Sorry, go ahead.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. John Plenke. On deck is Ray Anderson. Hey, John.
Good afternoon. Committee members, thank you for the opportunity. Paul Pinsakowski kind of stole a little bit of my thunder, kind of said in a little bit longer version of what I wanted to say. So I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 611. Again, I'm John Plenke from Germantown, Wisconsin. Hunter safety continues to remain a fixture in our state. I think everybody knows that. The hunting and non-hunting public have high expectations that hunters of any age practice safe gun handling while out hunting or at the shooting range. Now, a little bit about my background. I am a retired DNR conservation warden with over 31 years of service in the state of Wisconsin. Over 18 of those years serving as a trainer and a mentor to more than 700 volunteer instructors in 8 southeast Wisconsin counties. I've also been teaching hunter education to Wisconsin residents for over 42 years. As a public servant to the state, I strive to put my best foot forward every day and provide the best information and training to the public and to the volunteers as I possibly could. These uncompensated men and women continually dedicate their personal time, knowledge of what they do impacts so many Wisconsin citizens, allowing us to continue the rich hunting heritage that we have grown so accustomed to. Now, Paul explained a little bit, and I'm going to reiterate some of the comments that he made, maybe a little bit redundant, but I still want everybody to hear it. Let me take a minute to fill you in on some important information. When a student enters the Wisconsin Hunter Safety course, here's a snapshot of what they get for their $10. Number one, they get well-trained, well-equipped, and certified DNR hunter safety instructors who focus their attention on delivering a curriculum that is based on the 4 basic rules of firearm safety, Tab K. Now, Paul did a pretty neat demonstration on Tab K, which is treat every firearm as if it's loaded, always point the muzzle in a safe direction, be certain of your target and what lies beyond it, and keep your finger outside the trigger guard until you're ready to shoot. Those are the 4 rules that we base all of our classwork on. Number 2, the students get a concise and a consistent program from north to south that actively engages students in hands-on lessons how to safely carry a gun, how to load and unload a gun. We utilize dummy ammunition. How to know when it is safe to shoot with a hunting group. We do a simulated type hunt utilizing frisbees and softballs and have them make decisions in a group if it's a safe shot to take it all or not, watching the swing of their muzzle. How to safely climb into a tree stand, in and out of a tree stand, asking permission to hunt on private property, which is ethics, of course, and then more. Number 3, muzzle control is stressed from start to finish in the classes. Number 4, utilizing these hands-on type of methods, the retention of the material is accomplished. The kids get it. Like Paul, I teach an internet field day down in Hubertus in Washington County, and I do 2 of them a year based on my time frame that I've got with granddaughter duty and other things going on. I do 2 a year. We have about 9 or 10 certified uncompensated volunteer instructors that help out in the class. Number 5, instructors that certify these students know that they have successfully demonstrated competency in safe firearm handling principles. They know that they've got it. Now, I run a class typically between 22 and 28 students at a YMCA camp. And each year it averages probably, you say half a student, but that doesn't quite cut it. But each year I average about 1 student, possibly 1 every 2 or 3 years that do not make it. And I deal with that as the lead instructor. I talk to the person and basically tell that parent that their son or daughter just wasn't ready, either mentally or physically, to take the class. And we do allow any age to take the class. Question I have for the group, and Paul said it very eloquently, and I'm not going to belabor the point, is what do we get from the mentor in Wisconsin? What do we get? What are we assured that we get? And here's a general observation from many years of practical experience and from being a parent myself. Many parents and other family members are not knowledgeable enough in certain educational venues, hunter education included, to pass on the necessary skills and tasks to start a hunter off on the right foot. The vast majority want an outside family member to train their sons or daughters, as listening improves greatly with someone they do not know. A consistent safety message that we have worked on perfecting for over 50 years. Hunter education has been around for 52 years in this state. Stands to be lost if this bill is passed. We cannot and should not ever put convenience of the overall safety of the hunting public, we cannot and should not ever put convenience ahead of the overall safety of the hunting and non-hunting citizens of our state. And I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you for all your service. I don't have any questions. Any committee members?
More of a comment. The convenience part is interesting because, yes, in a brush statement, I agree with that.
Right.
But convenience, when you're talking 2-hour drives for some of these, how is that? It's not an inconvenience, it's an impossibility for some, right? I mean, would you agree? So,
well, we've had people, yes. General answer to your question is yes. I've had people that have driven distances to come to the courses that we've taught. I've had people come from Green Bay. I think the furthest one that came down to the Germantown area was from La Crosse, which is a good hike. It's about a 3-hour drive one way. And they tell you this. Yeah, we don't have enough internet field day classes. We probably should get more. We should recruit more instructors to do it. In my capacity for 18 years, I worked with instructors in 8 Southeast counties down from where you were from, trying to encourage them to adopt that method of teaching, because it's not desserts or the side dishes, it's the meat and potatoes of what safety is about. Now, when I went through hunter safety back in 1970, Senator Petrowski, I'm not sure what year you took hunter safety, we did not touch a gun. They brought guns in every single day and we looked at them. And then we watched a 16mm film at the Sheriff's Department in Walworth County. The highlight of that class was going out to the range, inside range, indoor range, 22 range, and shooting the guns. So yes, comment on you, Senator Jagler, we do need more of these courses available. I think the public would take them, because every single person, when we get done with our course, and there's going to be another instructor that's going to follow me that's going to probably say the same thing, we do what's called a course evaluation. We want to get feedback. We want to find out what they liked, what they didn't like. What they liked the best about the course that we teach, and several of my instructor friends are teaching the same way, is the hands-on training. A couple of them do say, I wish it was closer, but I've had several that say, thank you for doing this. It was worth our time to do that, come that distance. Some have actually come and stayed overnight at a motel, but they've had friends and they can visit too at the same time. But the internet field day, not to knock the traditional classes, because there's a need for people to have more traditional type classes 3 or 4 nights in a field day. But if you teach it the right way with the right level and right amount of hands-on training, you get your message across immediately.
thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Senator Petrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief question. A little bit curious about the people that don't make the grade, that half a student or that
Sure.
one every so often. Is it because they were too young? Is it because there were some other problems? Is it disciplinary? What is it?
Normally, it's not disciplinary, because I set the stage, and I let my instructors do a lot of the teaching, but I set the stage initially at the program at the beginning of the class, saying, everything you're going to learn today, you're going to see again at the testing time. Okay. So basically, it's not that they're acting out, because the first thing we do when we get them into the class, and we go from different stations, I think Paul mentioned go from station to station, we split them up into groups. So they come in a family group and they're sitting together at the initial registration. We have them count off by 3s. So typically the disciplinary problems that happen in classes that I've seen under my tenure as a DNR supervisor of classes is when they allow the buddies to hang together. And then the talking goes on and the chattering, and that kind of garbage happens. What's happening in class is twofold when we fail somebody. Number one is the muzzle control. It's muzzle control. Now, you talk about ages. We adapt our courses that we do a lesson plan called action. So we deal with all the 5 different types of actions. And if you have an 8 or 9-year-old, I think the youngest person I've had was 8.5 years old that's taken my class, okay? You have 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. I can look at that and see the size of these kids coming in before they come in. A lot of them are 4'2" and 62 pounds. When you give them a semi-automatic action to handle, that gun weighs about half of what their weight is. So when we get into different exercises, like going through the different actions and working that and learning about how to handle these actions and how they work, we tell them one thing. Number one, get a gun that you're comfortable with, that you can handle safely out there, okay? Number two, we help them with that action, because open a semi-automatic action, there's a lot of smaller adults that can't even do that either. And number three, when we do exercises like safe zones of fire, we go outside and throw the frisbees or we roll the softballs down, we give those little kids basically a laser red rifle, which shoots a beam of light, and you can put a target on the wall and you can see where and that gun weighs about 1.5 pounds, so they can handle it. So it's really muzzle control, and it's really maturity that they don't have, that and we talk to the parents, we say they're not ready. Now they know what the course is all about, but it is fast paced, but we do it in a way that we have enough instructors that if somebody is struggling, we can pull that student to the side and we can work on that person to help them through. But it's not a guarantee. I tell them we want everybody to pass. Our job is to try to pass everybody. But if somebody doesn't make the grade, because this is a lifelong certification, they don't get that certification.
Being serious about the whole issue, I'm sure that that's part of the problem. I just wanted you to know that when I took hunter safety, it was a long time ago.
Right.
We didn't have the frisbees or anything, but
Yep.
we did, we were able to shoot an actual .22 rifle.
Mhm.
And it was an important part because they wanted to make sure that you knew how to aim and that you could hit something. And so they focused a certain amount of time on that. And it was done on a Saturday morning.
Right.
And of course, I went with my grandfather and,
Mhm.
it was a worthwhile course.
Yeah, we do that at the YMCA camp has a range of 22 range, and we do that there too. Take them out and let them shoot. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment, a couple comments, actually. I commend you on the fact that you do the after the course evaluation.
Right.
My concern is the number of kids or parents or whatever that couldn't find one to go to, they never get the evaluation. I don't know how we think. I mean, that's just a problem I thought of when you were saying that, because it's
Right.
great. Those kids that get there, we evaluate how to change, what works better. But we're missing a whole chunk of people that didn't make it there because they couldn't find a class. Now, maybe that's something we can work on going down the road.
Down the road, that's something maybe we can work on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just a statistic for you. I represent almost all of St. Croix County.
Yep.
Second fastest growing county in the state of Wisconsin, small part of Pierce, a good chunk of Dunn, a good chunk of Burnett, and almost all of Polk. Just St. Croix County, 90,687 population. 90,000 people. Right now, 0 test out days. You guys are doing great. If you guys lived where we live, we probably wouldn't be here. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Up next is Ray Anderson. On deck is Kevin Zawicki.
Senators of Strauss and Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify here. My name is Ray Anderson. I'm from Fitchburg. My contact information is in the literature that I provided. I'm opposed to Senate Bill 611. I was born in northern Wisconsin, Washburn County. My dad taught me to hunt, fish, trap, and raise bees. I was taught to follow the rules and to treat firearms, the game we hunt, other hunters, and non-hunters. I still hunt today. I've been an active hunter safety instructor. I'm one of the younger ones. I've only taught the hunter safety for 17 years, but I'm presently the lead instructor for Dane County area. And I'm going to be repeating a lot of it you've already heard before too. As an instructor, I have to maintain my proficiency as an instructor and be recertified at a minimum every 3 years. Our mission is to ensure that all students receive the same instruction and hands-on training via uniform structured lesson plans, which include hands-on instruction followed by a hands-on field test, which all students must pass in order to be certified. Our goal for every class is that students have a safe and fun learning experience and to gain the necessary knowledge to have confidence to pass the field test. During the field test, students have to demonstrate and explain how to handle firearms safely and how to use tree stands safely. Students in advance of class, I send them emails out, repeated emails, and I say, you need to memorize the safety rules, because if you can't pass, if you don't know your safety rules, you're not going to pass the class. And those are the 4 safety rules that John talked about in, tab K. And so they know in advance the importance of knowing those safety rules. And I stress they don't need to know them verbatim, but they have to know them in order to pass the class. During my years of instructing, parents and grandparents and legal guardians have repeatedly told me how important it is that we, as trained and certified hunters, are willing to teach their kids how to be safe and how to properly use firearms and tree stands. To have hands-on instruction with field testing and not just online classes. That their kids understand it's not just a video game. It's the real world. And they understand the importance of using a firearm, and that if I'm used improperly, other people, including themselves, can get killed. And the one thing parents and grandparents talk about is how proud their kids are when they pass, and they've understood the importance of what they have achieved. And you don't get that from taking an online class. Another statement I hear again over and over from parents is that we as instructors, we carry more weight when it comes to stressing the importance of firearm and tree stand safety, because they, as parents, they know their kids don't always think the parents know what they're talking about. And as parents, I bet you've never experienced that. I'm going to divert from my written testimony a little bit here. Last year, this past year, we just finished up in October. We taught a total of 6 classes. April, June, July, August, September, and then in October. We teach, have normally no less than 36 students in a class. For the earlier classes, we were lucky if we landed at 22 students. On my September 17th class, I had 14 students. And on my October 2nd class, we had 21. What's the reason for that? I think it's multifold. I think it is a matter of the
instructor.
Pardon?
The instructor, I'm sure.
You got that right. No, the COVID plays into that. I have parents call me and say, I really want my kid to come into class, but I'm not going to do it this year. I've had parents call and say, the reason we're not having my kid come to class is there's no mask mandate. And the other part of it is we've had some parents, and mostly we get a number of adults coming to our class. And this year we've hardly had any of those because they can take it online. And I had a number of parents who, in that small numbers of classes that we've taught, they have had their kids take the online class. For some reason, they took the wrong class. They took the $24.51. They took the extra, paid the extra $10, but they still decided it was so important that their kid attend a field day and pass a field test. And for these parents as well as the kids, passing that field test, it's a rite of passage. Paul brought to my attention, and I have this fact too. People will drive a long ways to get their kids into a field, into a internet field day. From all over the state, we've had people come from Ashland, Pleasant Prairie, Cuba City, Sturgeon Bay, Iowa, Illinois, Minnesota, Upper Michigan, Lower Michigan, Indiana, Florence County, Rice Lake, Eau Claire. People will drive a long ways to get a class. And yeah, do we have enough classes in the state? No, but like I said, we taught 6 classes each year and we couldn't fill the class. Back on the mentor program. One of the key things is I think that the mentoring bill as it is put forth today doesn't consider, and some of this you've heard before, all of the efforts that have been made over the year, starting in 1964, that have brought our hunting fatalities way up to now down. And we have some years where there is not a hunting fatality. There are no standards in place as it pertains to a mentor's knowledge and expertise to ensure that they're qualified to be a mentor. You've heard that before. And in some words, much more eloquently than I'm telling you. There's no uniform standard approach nor guidelines for mentors across the state to follow in order to assess and certify that a new hunter fully understands and has the knowledge to use a firearm, and that they fully understand the deadly ramifications of improperly using the firearm. Yes, we have some great mentors, but as Paul pointed out, a person can take the class, spend their $24, spend the $10. They're 18 years old, 19 years old. They're now certified. They can take their buddy out, 16-year-old kid out, and mentor them. What training have they had to mentor? There are no standards. That's one of the concerns we have about this bill. And there is no process in place for mentors to inform the DNR that a mentee has passed or failed. And I'm not sure how such a process would actually work if there was one. Lastly, I've been told by hunters and non-hunters alike that knowing hunters had to take a course and pass a test to be certified gives them confidence that they can be safe in the woods during the hunting season. Thank you for your time and letting me testify.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from committee? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Up next is Kevin Zawicki, followed by John King from DNR.
Kevin Zawacki, thank you.
Zawacki, my apologies.
No problem. Thank you, committee, for having me and allow me to testify. I just want to go on record really quick here for all my colleagues that are behind me and that have testified this afternoon. I appreciate your service to our youth and the program, and we are all great indebted to you guys. I do want to go on record and say that I have signed up, and I want to be on record that I support all of the bills in the Hunter Freedom Package here. I want to specifically address some topics regarding this bill, regarding to the mentoring program. So I want to kind of approach this maybe from more of a common sense, factual perspective, because I don't believe that, I think we're somehow missing the bigger picture here. The bigger picture is a recruitment and a retention of hunters, allowing access to our youth, to first-time hunters who would otherwise not have the opportunity to pass a hunter safety class and actually go out and enjoy the field. There is no status quo, right? Our society is changing rapidly. Technology is changing rapidly. Most of the technology in place today didn't exist when I took the class, didn't exist before I took the class. So there is no status quo, because either we embrace that and we acknowledge that there are other ways to do something, or we let that continue to be a retention of negative 1.9 hunters added to the field. That's what we're losing for every one that we add. So I want to reflect back. Just want to go back just a little bit and talk about where the hunter safety, hunter education program started from. If you were born prior to January 1st, 1973, you're not required to take the class. You have to have no instruction at all. I've been an instructor for 32 years. I did not need to take the class. I did anyways. Many of the people that I teach with, and I've taught with several different groups of instructors around the state. Many of the individuals that I see here in present here probably didn't need to take the class. I find it a little ironic, a little bit arrogant, and actually very sad that the very people who did not have to have the class required to go hunting now think they are the authority to say who can and who can't and what the requirements should or shouldn't be. I find it very, very sad, to be honest with you. It's almost like my dad, myself, others who were prior to 1973 didn't learn anything from people that took the time to mentor us. It's not that they're not able to get access to mentorship nowadays. It's that I think most people have an objection to somehow the quality of the mentors that are out there or who is going to mentor those. I've taken no less than 35 people on mentored turkey hunts since Wisconsin had a season and actually introduced a season. I've been in a situation where I've been able to give up time from work and go and sit with young people. And I tell you what, I have never been more impressed with the young people that I've been teaching and mentoring recently that I ever have at any point in the past. I live in Western Wisconsin, and we were one of the first groups that actually got certified for online instruction. I believe at the time that I was certified, there was probably only 18 or 19 other instructors in the state of Wisconsin that could actually hold an online class. I'll admit, I was a little skeptical on it. After teaching that many years in the classroom, I was quite skeptical on it. But after the first 2 classes under our belt, I noticed something that I was very, very surprised about. The quality of the students that were coming to the field day was actually better than some of the classes that I'd had where there was live instruction. I didn't know necessarily how to process that, but after I talked with some of the parents there and we engaged with them, what we learned is that the whole reason that they were there taking that particular class is because there's barriers to entry in the number of instructors and classes that are being offered. We can talk all we want to about the reduction in the retention of the hunters in the field. What is the retention rate or the introduction rate of new instructors? Nobody wants to talk about that. We're losing instructors every single year. They're flat out getting fed up with all of the requirements, the bureaucracy, the legislative constraints. I mean, when you think about hunter safety, because when I took the class, when I started teaching the class, it was exactly that. It was hunter safety. It wasn't hunter education. That didn't change till several years after that. The course was specifically designed around handling firearms, safe handling of firearms. We spent a lot of time in the class that I was at, and that kind of molded me for how I taught my classes. But over the years, the curriculum of the class actually, and I hate to say it this way, but it actually became dumbed down. We expanded the class, we took away from the firearms handling and added a whole bunch of stuff that is peripheral, nice to know stuff that did nothing to make anybody safer in the field. Do I have a negative feeling about that? I'm not really sure how I feel about that. What I can tell you is that initially when Hunter Ed and Hunter Safety was launched, the amount of incidents / accidents that were happening in the state reduced significantly. And then it flattened out and plateaued. We have not had, even despite the curriculum being dumbed down, the incident rate in the state of Wisconsin has been very low and very stable for years. As we've already talked about today, the 150,000 youth that have taken part in the mentor program, we've had 0 incidents there. This is more about how we can expose young people to new opportunities, to better opportunities, and make them, I mean, when I was growing up, we didn't have Xbox, right? If we wanted to do something, we had to actually go out and play outside. Took the wrist rocket, took the BB gun, we went out and did things. So what we have now is we have all kinds of school sports. We have all sorts of online type of activity that is taking people's attention away and spreading their time limit so thin that they don't have access to online or to in-person classes. At the same time, the number of classes being offered are very concentrated around urban areas, not necessarily rural areas, making it prohibitive for a lot of people to have access to a class, because many instructors that I know only hold 1 class a year. And the last 2 years, none. I'm not surprised that the classroom participation has been down for the last 18 months. We were told to stop holding classes for the majority of 2020. The internet classes have offered an opportunity for kids to take and learn at their own speed. And despite what many of my colleagues have already said here about not being fans of virtual learning, this is a complete different generation, one that's very more attuned to virtual stimuli. They understand it. They're way more technologically advanced than we are. They process information different than we do, and they pick up on things that, quite honestly, I can't figure out how to run my iPhone sometimes. I mean, it's a chore sometimes. What I really want to emphasize there is that that's what I think the trend was when we noticed that the internet students that were showing up on our field day were actually very well informed and very good. So I want to talk a little bit about the internet field day, because as some of my colleagues already said, that's usually a 4 to 6 hour event that happens on that one particular day. I want to ask you to think about this particular situation, right? What happens after that 4 to 6 hour day? What guarantee is that student going to be safe out in the field after that 4 or 6 hour day, and they've completed the ritual, I'm going to say, at the field day, and demonstrated everything right according to some sort of a manufactured event that we very much are, quite honestly, told lock, step, and barrel how to perform by the requirements for the DNR. What guarantees them that? It's the same thing that's in place right now. They cannot hunt without being in sight and sound until they're age 14. Nothing's changing with that requirement. They still have to be with somebody else. So we can take that student who after 4 hours is qualified, he's got to hunt with grandpa or dad or his older brother, but we're saying that we can't displace that 4 hours and have same grandpa, dad, or his older brother mentor him as part of the graduation process. That doesn't make any sense to me. That forces people to drive 2 hours, that forces people to have to go through another level of certification that, quite honestly, has not necessarily proven to be any more effective than true mentorship. Most people learn real well in a mentorship situation, probably much more so. So I wanna say this also on the average age of hunting accidents in the state of Wisconsin. The DNR used to send out this pamphlet at the end of the hunting seasons, and they would tell us all the incidents that happened throughout the year. We used to go through and use those as part of our classes after the fact. We would actually demonstrate what to do and what not to do, because there were some pretty foolish things that were going on out there. One of the things that they started tracking not too long ago was that the highest incident rate exists in males. 93% are males from the age of 30 to 45. That's where most of the hunting incidents occur, not the new hunters. So it's kind of like, I'm not 100% sure that there's a real plausible, there's a lot of drama and there's a lot of made up innuendo type fears that are around giving a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, and having them do what's already required by law. And that is, even after they've graduated the class, they have to be within sight and sound of a mentor, and think that they're not going to get the instruction, they're not going to get the training, they're not going to get the hands-on that is actually quite a bit more important than a manufactured event in a controlled environment at a range somewhere. What better way to learn how to handle a firearm than when you're in the field and you actually have to cross the creek instead of a rope that's on the ground that makes up what looks to be like a creek? I'm not 100% sure, but I know which one I would choose. Okay, so again, I realize that there's probably others that want to speak. I just want to make sure that I draw the point home for you guys and for everyone else that would have an opinion on this, that this really is about a big picture scenario. We need to do everything we can to eliminate the barriers of access for our youth and introduce them to the hunt out in the field. If we continue to restrict, if we continue to put barriers up there, if we continue to say, yo, you have to do this, and at the same time, dumb down the content. The other thing I forgot to mention was now we have to hold the class to a specific number of hours. That keeps shrinking. We can't actually hold a class for what the same amount of hours that we used to. They're telling us that we have to compress that. So I'm not understanding how we think that that's going to attract more people to the sport. And I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from committee? Seeing none, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is John King from the DNR. And that will wrap up oral on Senate Bill 611. On deck is Senate Bill 612 with Scott Pitta. Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning, Chair Stapple and members of the committee. My name is John King. I am the Hunter Education Administrator for the state of Wisconsin, Department of Natural Resource. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for information purposes on Senate Bill 611 related to hunter education requirements. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resource, the Public Safety and Recreation Protection Division, has offered hunter education for 55 years. Hunter education started as a grassroots movement to provide a lifetime of experience to a beginning hunter, and that is the fundamental desire of education. In the past 55 years, over 1,250,000 hunters have completed a Wisconsin hunter education course. On behalf of the department, I would like to take the time to thank the thousands of experienced instructors who have shared their time, energy, and passion for hunting to ensure that future hunters could learn the appropriate safety, conservation, and ethical considerations involved in hunting. Under current law, anyone born on or after January 1st, 1973 must complete a hunter education course in order to purchase a hunting license in Wisconsin. There are limited exceptions to this requirement for military personnel and hunter participating in the mentored hunt with a hunter who has already completed the required course. Currently, there's 3 options for hunter education. There's a traditional course. That course is completed in your home community and can last over a few nights. And it's taught by your local instructor or instructor group. The second option is the internet field day. That one, you complete your online study at home or at your own leisure, and then attend a one-day in-person field training day with a certified instructor group. And then the last option is all online, complete online study at home with no in-person field day requirement. Under current COVID-19 precautions, a person of any age may complete this course. SB 611 would expand these options by allowing a prospective hunter to complete a mentored hunt that complies with the requirements of the Statute 29592 in place of the in-person field day. A mentored hunt involves an adult mentor assisting a person of any age who has not completed a required hunter education course. The mentor must be 18 years of age or older and have completed a hunter education course or otherwise be exempt from that requirement. If the mentee is under 18, the mentor must be the parent or guardian or have permission of the parent of the guardian to assist the mentee. Mentor hunting is the most basic sense of terms. It is nothing new. It has been around as long as hunting has. While statutory mentored hunting under 29592 provides one key safety measure, which ensures that mentor hunt is properly supervised by an adult. It does not require a structured educational component. So with that being said, it's just that hands-on experience within that arm's reach, and then no other requirement for an educational component. The current hunter education field day requires a certified hunter education instructor to follow a course curriculum that requires the students to physically demonstrate specific actions and verbally explain their understanding of safe firearm handling techniques. Certified hunter education instructors must complete regular certification requirements to ensure they are using the most current techniques and sharing the most relevant information with the students. Trends in hunting incidents and deaths have been tracked over time. From 1956 to 1966, the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection investigated 174 hunting incidents, including 17 deaths per year. Hunter education began in 1967, and due to the work of over 17,000 hunter education volunteer instructors, hunter education has proceeded to reduce to 21 incidents per year and approximately 1.8 deaths per year. Volunteer instructors throughout the state, covering every county, offering over 650 hunter education courses annually. These instructors offer insight from decades of hands-on experience with the individuals who complete these courses. Since the onset of the pandemic, the department has nearly doubled the number of internet field days offered to the public. So in 2019, we were offering 127 internet field days. This year so far, we're up to 247 internet field days. The department suggests considering the inclusion of requirements for the mentor to be certified as a hunter education instructor or for a structured educational component to be included in a mentored hunt. It is unknown how the proposed legislation would impact student participation in the existing hunter education field days or the hunting incident rate into the future. On behalf of the Department of Natural Resources, we would like to thank you for your time today. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And I guess one piece of housekeeping, I just wanted to mention that you were speaking for information only.
Yep.
I didn't say that up front. I tried to do that. I have a couple questions, I guess. And I think you maybe covered this, but just specifically, how many hunter education instructors do we have in the state of Wisconsin currently?
Currently, we have about 3,000 hunter education instructors, give or take.
And how does that compare to maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago? Is there a trend one way or the other?
It does slightly trend downward.
Okay.
And the biggest thing that has happened, obviously, with COVID is that transition of instructors actually wanting to teach. So what we don't know is some of those instructors have become inactive, and we don't know what their intent is to continue on afterwards.
So that being said, would you say that the trend downward has not been constant over the last 10 years? It's been significantly more in the last 24 months?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
We've stayed pretty stable. We recruit anywhere from 300 to 750 new instructors per year. So.
Okay. And you said that you're offering 270 some test out days currently?
Approximately 260, give or take.
Do you have, and for a later time, maybe you can get the information for the committee, do you have where those all are, where they located?
Yeah, in the Go Wild system, we can track where every class was actually offered down to the address.
Okay, could you, or Sean, maybe send that over to the committee? Just, I'm trying to figure out if it's 7 here and 10 here and 8 here, but none here. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure out.
it definitely has always been pocketed. So your urban areas actually offered a few more of these, have jumped on board with
Yeah.
that particular style of class,
Good.
where your more rural areas did not.
The test out required, the field requirement for online, you said was suspended during COVID. Is it currently still suspended?
It is.
Any plans on unsuspending it?
The department has started in June, investigating the opportunity or the changes that may come for the Hunter Education Program. The community that we've talked to already has recommended that we go back to the way it was.
Go back to what?
The way it was.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Jaguar.
That was actually my question, but when will a decision be made on the all internet going away?
Well, ultimately with COVID, that'll dictate for safety reasons how long this process will go. We are looking to evaluate potentially for a January 1st timeframe
Okay.
on when we will make a decision.
And if you have it handy, I don't know if you would, percentage breakdown of where the students fall into these 3 categories. Traditional internet, online with internet, field day, or all online.
So the all online, obviously things are a little different today with all online. There's more people that are taking the all online. So approximately 65% of the population right now, which is around 21,000 give or take, are taking it all online.
Okay.
And so that leaves about that a smaller percentage that are doing it as a
The other
hands-on.
way. Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I was gonna add one thing to my request on the locations of where those test out days are. You could maybe also just tell me what month they were off.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
That's
We'll give you the dates and times.
Good. Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That wraps up, excuse me, that wraps up the oral part for SB 611. I'm going to read off registering but not speaking. Peter Burris, not speaking, registering against for Wisconsin Conservation Voters. Ann Caston from Madison, not speaking, register against. Chris Peters, Hunter Safety Instructor, against. Jeffrey Fick, representing himself from Arlington, Wisconsin, registering against. David Del Point, Hunter Safety Instructor, registering against. Alan Kabam, registering against. Representing WHEIA. And Bob Welch, not speaking, registering in favor for the Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association. Are we ready to go to the next one? Should start to go faster. First of all, for those of you that have been here all day and are still here, thank you very much for your patience. Senate Bill 612, Scott Pitta is up, Pitta. And on deck is Todd Kalish and Meredith Pentorn from DNR. Actually, should we have DNR go last? You know? Sorry, we'll do that. So on deck is Mike Kerr.
Are we ready?
Thank you, Scott.
Good
Good to see you
morning.
again.
It's good to see you too.
Active again.
It's part of what we do. Democracy is an all play opportunity.
There you go.
And so instead of duck hunting, like I should be this morning, here we are. Such is life. I look forward to the day, honored chairman, when I will be sitting here championing legislation that was pinned by your hand. And I'm sure that day will come. It's just.
I am too.
I'm a nonpartisan guy. A good idea is a good idea.
Okay.
Be that as it may, today is not that day. I'm a trout fisherman. I have a brook trout stream in my backyard. I've been catching and eating brook trout for, I don't know, 30 years.
We're gonna need the location of that.
White Creek, Adams County. Send me an email and I'll take you fishing.
Okay.
Anyway, for the brook trout, legislation about brook trout is rare. I don't see it often. It sure catches my eye for obvious reasons. But this legislation was peculiar. It was sophomoric and it raised a lot of questions.
that I'm going to briefly share here. I'm on the trout committee for the Conservation Congress. We see resolutions about trout. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm not representing the Congress. My boss is sitting back there. He does just fine. But we see resolutions of all kinds. I haven't seen any chatter about wanting to increase brook trout in Lake Michigan. This one was quite odd in that regard. And we were curious to see where it came from, because it's a unique request. The request without funding is also noteworthy. Trout don't come for free, and someone's got to pay the bill sometime, and that issues will probably be pursued by others. And I don't want to be repetitive of what others have already said. But when I discussed this with a few of our partners, we contemplated that putting clean trout into polluted waters was counterproductive. Kewaunee water streams going into Lake Michigan are heavily polluted. I think that if you put brook trout in them, they would not survive. The ones that did survive would become so saturated with PFAS that we wouldn't be able to safely eat them. So why on earth do we want to? We're not fixing a problem by dumping clean fish into dirty water. Trout management is more complex than writing a check and buying a bucket of fish. And those complexities are not seen in this legislation. If we want the cheap way, the inexpensive way to increase brook trout in Lake Michigan tributaries is to clean up the streams and let the wild fish spawn for free. This takes time, and no female brook trouts can send the email saying how many of her eggs hatched. So we can't count them. But in the long term and looking at the big picture, habitat restoration will be a better bang for our buck than simply writing a check to a fish hatchery somewhere. Which raises the last issue, is that there's another bill, what is it, 617, for private fish hatcheries. And I remember there was a time when they wanted to build an iron mine, and the iron mine laws were changed. And then it was found out that money traded hands, and the whole thing stank. And when I read this without further background information, the first thing that comes to my mind is, who in the private fish hatchery business is going to write a check to in the legislature for generating this business? You know, well, the law says we need 100,000 more brook trout, and we'll make it okay for your fish hatchery. Fish hatchery makes money. Who gets the kickback? It's a very awkward question to ask honorable members of the legislature. The point being is that we have to be so clear in our legislation that it protects the integrity of all the legislators involved. And when we're not clear, ambiguity nurtures distrust, and it reminds us of mistakes made by others in years gone by. So that's my 612 commentary. Briefly, sir, I don't have a political party. I don't have time for that. I'm a nuts and bolts policy guy. And yeah, I feel the political winds that blow. I'm not ignorant. I ignore them and I focus on my work. So when the great senator here, Petrowski, he has a great idea, I'm going to sell it. I don't care what party you're from. A great idea is a great idea, and everyone gets one. But when we tell key partners, we don't want to know what you think, this undermines our democracy. Because for this bigger package, no, the key partners were not consulted. And this nurtures distrust. There's no place in natural resource management for hyper partisan political activity. The fish don't care if I'm a Democrat or a Republican. They just care that I know how to catch them. And the PFAS doesn't care where it goes. We have to exercise our offices, whether it's senators or it's delegates, in as a nonpartisan way as we possibly can. And when we fail to do so, it compromises public trust. And the public trust is something we can't afford to tax any more than it is. We need to engage the public and not push them away. You don't listen to one or two guys. These problems are complex. They're more complex than I understand. And so I need other guys, other partners to share with me that complexity so we could write, in my case, better resolutions. In your case, write better legislation. And when we shun the community and we only listen to one person, it skews our perspective and it shields us from the complexities of the legislation we're trying to address. And those are the challenges we all face together. And that's it.
Questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Up next is Mike Kerr. Is Heidi Oberstead still here? You're still here? Okay. You're on deck. And DNR.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mike Kerr. I'm a small business owner and a volunteer leader for Wisconsin Trout Unlimited. Trout Unlimited is our nation's leading cold water conservation organization. Here in Wisconsin, we're home to over 6,800 members and 21 local chapters working to ensure that future generations have access to cold, clean, fishable water. I'm here to express our organization's opposition to SB 612, which will require the DNR to stock 100,000 brook trout into Lake Michigan annually. Our members value the recreational opportunities provided by Wisconsin's woods and waters. We would like to thank Senator Wimberger, Representative Benke, and the co-sponsors of SB 612 for bringing attention to Wisconsin's native brook trout, which can be found in cold, clean streams, spring ponds, and our Great Lakes. Wisconsin TU is supportive of efforts to increase brook trout populations in the Great Lakes, including the DNR's current initiative to reintroduce brook trout populations in Lake Michigan. However, we do not support an unfunded, legislatively mandated stocking quota for any Wisconsin water body. In order to best serve anglers in Wisconsin, we believe fisheries management should be based on science, allowed to change over time, and not dictated by meeting an arbitrary annual stocking quota. Wisconsin Trout Unlimited views SB 612 as a missed opportunity. Wisconsin's native brook trout populations, which require cold water to survive, are already stressed. Recent studies conclude that our brook trout could lose 2/3 of their suitable habitat in the next 50 years, due mainly to rising temperatures. The DNR has recently identified areas known as brook trout reserves, where these fish have the best chance to thrive. We have the tools in place to protect brook trout, land and easement purchases through the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program, and habitat restoration work partially funded by the Inland Trout Stamp Fund, a user fee that hasn't been increased since 2006. If the legislature wants to improve the outlook for native brook trout in Wisconsin, we suggest raising the inland trout stamp fee, which is funding the restoration work needed to protect these fish. Wisconsin Trout Unlimited looks forward to working with the legislature to create policies that will be beneficial to our native brook trout, Wisconsin anglers, and to our communities. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to public service. And if I could just comment on something that Senator Wimberger said. He had a catchphrase this morning, right? He wanted to see the fillet of Green Bay. And that is something that if that came to fruition, our organization would be more than happy to support and advertise as something special from Wisconsin, because that would mean we would have sustainable populations of brook trout out in Lake Michigan. And I'm not sure our rivers are clean enough at this point for that to happen. We just want to make sure that we're not just feeding the muskie and the bass out there a very healthy lunch. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you have.
So thanks, Mike. So correct me if I'm wrong. I heard that your organization is not necessarily opposed to the idea of having that. You're opposed to the current bill as it sits and perhaps the process.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Senator Petrowski.
Is it just the money that's missing that you're complaining about?
I think there's another piece to that, and that's time and evaluation, right? I mean, it's one thing to spend
Anytime
money
you
on
spend money, you
something.
have to evaluate. I understand that.
Yeah.
But it sounded from your testimony that the biggest factor was that there's not money in to cover the cost of doing it. Is that a fear that it might take money away from something else?
I think that's a fear. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
presumably if it's going into the Great Lakes, it would come from the Great Lakes Trout Stamp Funds. And that's, that's going to take money away from salmon and, or other species of trout that get stocked, there's a limited pot of money there. So that we're drawing from. So that would certainly be a concern.
So one more question, if I may.
Sure.
What do you think of the job that has been done over the last 10 years for stocking in Lake Michigan?
Are you asking me personally, or are you asking from our organization's point of view?
Yes. I can tell you, I've talked to people that fish it all the time. And they don't believe that enough investment has been done and whatever. So I'm asking you, and you can give it a passing mark or a not passing mark. I'm just looking for some idea.
We would certainly support, more investments in that fishery. I think it's warranted. You look at the economic analysis out there, the economic benefits that come from having that sport fishery, and it's there. The need is there. I think the demand is there. Personally, when we look at Lake Michigan, it's like one big science experiment right now, right? We had all these alewives that were there, and then we decided to stock all these salmon to go eat the alewives and take care of that problem. And now we've stocked all these other non-native fish that are there, and they're like out competing with some of the other native fish. And so now we are like 50, 60 years later, and we don't have alewives swimming up on the, floating up on the beaches anymore. But we've got a whole other host of issues that we need to find that balance. It's easy for me to sit here and say, yeah, let's just add another 100,000 brook trout and let's cut back on the salmon. But I design houses for a living. I don't have to take people out there in a boat and put them on fish to put food on the table. So
I understand. I'm not trying to get you to say the DNR has not done a good job or the legislature has not done a good job. I guess I'm just looking for an insight from the average person that cares deeply about the issue on the things that have occurred. And the future is very hard to determine because weather plays a role, temperatures play a role, everything plays a role, and it's ever changing. So, would you say that the grade probably should be an average, a C, or would you say it's worse than that?
boy, I don't know if I would feel comfortable.
It's okay.
I don't know if I will pass on that one. But I will say I was really excited last year when I found out that the DNR were stocking brook trout in the Milwaukee River and in the Manitowoc River. And they're two places where people think that the water is clean enough where they might have a chance of reproducing and developing a sustainable population of fish there. And I think the more that we invest in resources in cleaning up our rivers, particularly along the Great Lakes and those tributaries, the more opportunities that we're going to have to see fish like brook trout that need the clean, cold water come back and repopulate those stretches. So I'm encouraged to see that. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that.
I'm not going to continue with that line of questioning, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Heidi. On deck is Todd and Meredith from the DNR.
Hi, thanks for your time. I'm Heidi. I'm a small business owner up in Stevens Point. I'm also an avid lover of Wisconsin's brook trout. I have a trout license plate. I'm an active volunteer with Trout Unlimited. I even have a brook trout tattoo. I'll never forget the moment when I caught my first brook trout and I scooped her in the net and I saw she had those hot pink polka dots with little blue halos. I nearly lost my mind. I can't wait to take my kiddo and, well, soon to be kiddos out catching those fish with me. And that being said, I really appreciate the attention that this bill gives to brook trout in Wisconsin. And I do support our DNR's current initiative to reintroduce brook trout into Lake Michigan. But I'd like to briefly share my concern with the mandated stocking number. So I do believe that we should follow the science when it comes to wildlife management. And in my research in the bill, I was unable to determine where that $100,000 fish number came from. And I'd hate to see us agree to a static number now if data in future years might not support that. And if a stronger, more robust, resilient brook trout population is the goal, and it should be, please consider revising this bill to include additional funding for habitat restoration as an alternative. I'm not going to repeat what the previous gentleman said, but the DNR has already identified brook trout reserves, and we have the tools needed to protect them through the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program and the Inland Trout Stamp. And it is noteworthy that the trout stamp fee, it's a user fee that hasn't increased in 15 years. So if that revision on this bill isn't possible, please head back to the drawing board and kind of reevaluate this from a different perspective. Please don't agree to a static annual stocking number that might not serve our brook trout population or our citizen population. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, Todd and Meredith with the DNR, speaking on informational only.
Thank you. Morning, Chair Staffold and members of the committee. My name is Todd Kalish, and I am the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Fisheries Management for the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. Joining me today to assist with questions is Meredith Penthorn, Policy Specialist. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for informational purposes on Senate Bill 612. The DNR incorporates biological, social, and economic factors into all stocking decisions by following a structured, science-based, and inclusive process for developing, implementing, and evaluating stocking initiatives. The department has a long history of collaborating with stakeholders in the development, implementation, and evaluation of management initiatives for Lake Michigan. A requirement to stock at least 100,000 brook trout in Lake Michigan has not been discussed or recommended during any recent stakeholder engagement process, including the 2020 through 2022 Lake Michigan stocking planning process. The department is currently implementing the 2020 through 2022 Lake Michigan stocking plan, which includes the annual stocking of 50,000 brook trout into Lake Michigan. This plan was extensively vetted with stakeholders and includes a structured process to evaluate its effectiveness. The current brook trout stocking plan is being evaluated through biological and creel surveys to assess whether the initiative is successful. Results of the evaluation will be assessed in 2022 and 2023, and a determination will be made in consultation with stakeholders to increase, decrease, or change the stocking levels of brook trout in the fall of 2023. The department has a structured assessment protocol to evaluate fish stocked in the state. Fish stocking numbers, locations, genetic strains, and life stages are constantly adjusted to maximize survivability and angler catch rates. Senate Bill 612 does not allow any flexibility to adjust stocking to maximize its effectiveness. In addition, if angler catch rates of stocked brook trout are very low, we would not be able to discontinue stocking these fish in favor of other species. Stocking is one of the many tools the department uses to enhance fisheries throughout the state. A directive to stock a certain number of fish only highlights one tool we have. Other management activities such as habitat protection and enhancement are just as important as stocking. The goal of many stocking initiatives is to stop stocking once natural reproduction is restored to levels that support a sustainable population. Senate Bill 612 does not address stopping stocking, even if it is no longer warranted. The department respectfully requests consideration of the existing efforts of the department and numerous stakeholders to develop, implement, and evaluate the current Lake Michigan stocking plan and suggest vetting potential changes through a collaborative stakeholder engagement process that incorporates the relevant biological, social, and economic data. On behalf of the Department of Natural Resources, we thank you for your time today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Senator Petrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about flexibility, so I'm going to ask you about flexibility. What are you seeing as problems that would come up with putting more trout in Lake Michigan?
So
Is it a concern that they'll be eaten as food? Is it a concern they'll die? Is it a concern that the water quality isn't good enough?
Yeah, good question. And let me preface my response to that question by the department is 100% supportive and engaged in assessing and developing a brook trout stocking plan in Lake Michigan. We're halfway through it right now. You know, we stocked 50,000 last year. We're going to stock 50,000 this year and 50,000 again next year. So, and as previous folks that were up here testified, brook trout are an amazing species. You know, brook trout provide
they taste good too.
They taste good and they provide a really diverse fishery too, because folks can catch them in the rivers, they can catch them from the piers, they can catch them out in the big lake. So they're, you know, they provide a numerous diversity of opportunities for anglers. So just to preface it, we're 100% supportive of doing everything that we can that's appropriate to restore that fishery. In terms of obstacles, to get to your question, some obstacles are Lake Michigan. The ecology and the community of Lake Michigan has changed significantly since the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. Numerous exotic invasive species, the zebra mussels, the quagga mussels, the spiny water fleas, you know, all these species. The environment has changed. And when we stocked previously, we stocked, as you've heard before, we started stocking in the late 60s. And the real stocking initiative where we were really bulked up started in the mid 70s. So from, and we stocked anywhere from about 200 to 300,000 brook trout into Lake Michigan from the 70s through the early 2000s. The heyday of the brook trout fishery was the mid 70s through the mid 80s. Catch rates were or harvest rates were at about, 10% of what we stocked and even higher than that. I mean, people were really catching a lot of brook trout back then. And what we typically shoot for a goal is anywhere from 2 to 10% of harvest rate of the amount of fish that we stock. 70s to 80s, like I said, was a heyday. Mid 80s through the mid 90s, it dropped. We continue to stock the same amount of fish, around 200 to 300,000 per year. It went up and down, but it was about that from the mid 80s through the mid 90s. Catch rates dropped to about 2% as compared to about 10%. And we think that that's a result of changing ecosystems, changing Lake Michigan ecosystem out there. In the early 90s is when the catch rates really dropped. They dropped to significantly lower than 1%. And that's when we stopped stocking. We haven't stocked since about 2011. And that's the primary reason that we haven't stocked brook trout into Lake Michigan, because it's not a good return on our investment. However, we have engaged significantly with stakeholders. 2017, 18, and 19, we worked to develop a comprehensive Lake Michigan management plan that not only involves stocking, it involved a whole other litany of activities where we want to enhance our relationships with our partners in Lake Michigan. But in relation to stocking, we developed with our stakeholders a plan to learn from the successes of the big brook trout stocking times from the 70s through the early 2000s, focus our limited resources on areas where we think they're really going to be successful. So previous testimony, they talked about, we're stocking them currently in the Milwaukee River and in Manitowoc, where we feel that we can have some success. If we have success, we've developed specific benchmarks for that stocking initiative in conjunction with our stakeholders. If we have success, our plan is to expand on that and expand it to other areas throughout Lake Michigan. But we need to show that it's a good return on the investment, because we didn't see that in the early 2000s. Sorry for the long answer to your question.
No, it's okay, but it brought up another question. So through the 70s, the 80s, into the 90s, the growth rate of the fish that you planted Was that substantial? Did it go down in the 90s along with the numbers being caught?
Yeah,
Has that
so
growth rate changed?
growth rate didn't change significantly. What we found was that the survival of the stocked fish decreased.
Okay.
The fish weren't there.
And was that all along the coast of Lake Michigan, including Green Bay and Manitowoc and?
Great point. Great point. It's just, so another change that we had, getting back to your first question, another change we've seen in particular in Green Bay is a change in the fish community. The walleye population in Green Bay is doing extremely well. It's doing much better than it was in the 70s, 80s, and the 90s. We specifically during this initial period to try to begin another restoration project for brook trout in Lake Michigan, we did not focus in Green Bay because we feel that Green Bay is too full of predators. As you heard in previous testimony, there's a lot of walleye, there's a lot of smallmouth bass, there's a lot of muskie, and we don't feel that that is a great place for an investment on our return right now because of the changing fish community.
Okay, thank you.
Let
Thank
me
you, Mr.
offshoot
Chairman.
on that. So do you think during the years when you stocked a relatively constant number of fish, but the catch rate reduced itself to 1%, are you saying that those fish were preyed upon about other fish, or they were still out, probably not still out there now, but they were still out there? Can you speak to like, where did the fish go, and put it simply?
Yeah, and I wish there was a silver bullet,
Okay.
but they're just
Inconclusive.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of different factors. So I think that the increased predators is one of them. The changing ecosystem of Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan isn't as productive now as it used to be. And so the conditions for the brook trout to survive are not as good as they used to be.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That's it for 6:12. For oral registering but not speaking, Peter Burris, Wisconsin Conservation Voters, registering against. Up next, we're moving to Senate Bill 613. You guys hang on to your seats. We're gonna go right through about 4 bills here. Scott Lumens on 613. On deck is Ann Reese, DNR on 614. And then also we had somebody register that wanted to speak, but they did not put their name on. So if you wanted to speak on 616 and you're not with the DNR, let us know.
Okay,
Hey, Scott.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today to talk about streamlining our suite of licensing options. So if we were to get into a study or in our studies of the selection of licensed products, our goals would be to seek to simplify the license process for the customer, to increase customer satisfaction, and for department staff to improve our administrative efficiency. So I'd like to just take a minute to brag about simplification. Project we worked on 3 years ago. We had 4 hunting regulations pamphlets, small game, migratory bird, deer, and bear. And so we worked through a spring hearing process to repeal some regulations, consolidated those 4 pamphlets into one, and really economized on what's in here. So previously our deer regulations had 45 pages. Now we're down to 32 pages and just 1 publication for Wisconsin hunting regulations. So we're kind of proud of that.
Did you change the font?
We did change the font, but the number of words is down by thousands. So,
Okay.
but no, that's a good point. We still have a full page of license options. And so we think there's opportunity to simplify there, streamline, consolidate. For deer alone, there are 52 license types. So we've got bow, crossbow, firearm, and then we've got just a host of options under those. People of different ages, veteran status, disabled veterans, the level of disability. I know you've worked on that a little bit. We appreciate that. State residency, completion of safety courses, and on and on and on, actually. So we did work with Legislative Council, prepared some department information on potential for simplifying licenses. Some ideas that we had are getting into the licensing structure itself. So simplify by combining licenses and adjusting prices for revenue neutrality. So that's kind of a big idea. Applying a standard discount is kind of a lower hanging fruit that we could get into. We currently have 170 73 discounted products. And we think it would be possible to just say, you know, there's a 20% discount for all of these different classes of licensed buyers, and that would make the process much easier at the counter. We can make, yeah, I mentioned making consistent the qualifying criteria for disabled veterans licenses, standardizing and simplifying the preference point system. Any number of things we could do there. Like right now, if a person fails to apply for 3 years, they lose their accumulated points. And I don't, it doesn't seem like that's necessary anymore. It's not that hard to store that data. So we could eliminate something like that. We can review the first time buyer and recruiter licenses. We don't think those are having a desired effect. And so on behalf of the department, I'd like to thank you for talking about it today, and I'd offer to answer questions.
Senator Petrowski.
Well, you really didn't answer the chairman's question about the size of the font.
Oh, no, we did, but we reduced by like thousands of words. I have that statistic back at the table. So,
Questions? Thanks, Scott.
so, yep. So it's a combination effort.
Okay, 6:14, Ann from the DNR speaking on information only. Did we get anybody that wanted to speak that didn't have their name on the slip, maybe that we haven't mentioned? Okay, on deck is Jim and Slade from the DNR on 6:15 after Ann.
Greetings, Chair Staffold and members of the committee. My name is Ann Rice, and I am the Bureau of Wildlife Management Public Land Specialist for the DNR. And so thank you for the opportunity to testify for informational purposes on Senate Bill 614 related to department habitat work. 614 requires the department to develop a department-wide habitat management work plan with specific priorities and objectives following the state's biennial budget cycle. The bill also requires the department to annually report on habitat management accomplishments to the Natural Resources Board. Current habitat work completed by the department is work planned annually by the specific habitat management programs within the divisions of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, as well as the Forestry Division. Existing habitat management planning is in place to accurately allocate funding, and accomplishment reporting is largely administered to meet requirements associated with stamp funding and federal grants. For habitat planning work, the department follows the Annual Property Implementation Plan, or APIP process. The APIP process follows the department to monitor property planning or master planning implementation and track habitat work affected by forest certification. All forest and non-forest and some aquatic habitat work is entered into what is called the Wisconsin Field Inventory and Reporting System, or WISFIRS. Data and information contained in the system are provided for review on the department's website. Additional work planning, budgeting, and reporting systems also exist, and others are currently in development to accommodate program business needs. By its nature, habitat management work can be affected by several variables, especially site access and precipitation. For this reason, planning for 2 years could be problematic at the property scale, as these variables may not allow the work to take place during the biennium. Developing work plans at the regional or statewide scale instead of property scale addresses this issue. Existing planning systems have the capacity for including aquatic habitat management planning and reporting. However, there would be an additional workload to incorporate aquatic habitat management into this year's biennial work plan and report. Funding would be needed to continue development of data systems for annual maintenance and programming costs and training for staff. So the bill authors could consider clearly defining the habitat management practices desired for planning and reporting. Defining habitat management into forest and non-forest would best fit our current approach to scheduling and reporting, minimizing the need for new system development, maintenance, and training. And adding aquatic habitat management would require considerable new development to our systems. So on behalf of the Department of Natural Resources, we would like to thank you for your time today. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ann. It sounds to me that you have some ideas on trying to satisfy some of the authors of this bill on ways to make more transparent, to let the public know what the department is doing and how they're doing it and whatever. So do you have some ideas like that? I'm
Well-
not asking for you to do it today. but
Right.
If you do have some ideas, please put them in the letter and I'll make sure the authors get it.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Ann? Hearing none, thank you. Jim Lemke and Sarah Murphy. Pardon?
It's Skaya.
Saya, welcome. Next one on deck. Next person on deck is Linda Olver from the DNR. Please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jim Lemke. I'm the Real Estate Section Chief for the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. I'm joined here today to assist me for questions with Skya Murphy, who is a forestry tax law policy specialist. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for informational purposes on Senate Bill 615 related to a report identifying public access opportunities on all lands owned or managed by the department. The department currently produces the Public Lands Atlas, a comprehensive publication covering much of the information required for reporting under SB 615. The atlas is available for the public for free online and can also be purchased in a printed format or on CD. The publication contains over 460 pages of maps identifying publicly accessible lands owned, managed, or leased by the department. The atlas also includes public access lands owned by towns or counties, the Board of Commissioner of Public Lands, and all federal lands within the state of Wisconsin. Within this publication, road access points, parking lots, and boat landings are all identified for easy identification and use by the public. A comprehensive review would be necessary to meet the requirements of SB 615, including an analysis of over 890 DNR-owned properties. Currently, 3,475,000 acres of land are enrolled in managed forest law MFL lands, of which 1,029,000 acres are enrolled and designated as open to public access. Open designation allows public access to the property for hunting, fishing, hiking, sightseeing, and cross-country skiing. As per statute, the department publishes and maintains online maps indicating the location of these MFL lands open for the public foot access and further identifies a specific access point to these lands. Each MFL parcel must be accessible by either foot, by public road, or from other lands which are also open to public access. Since the department does not require landowners to report the presence or status of roads on open MFL consistent with foot-only access being provided for in statute, producing the report called for under the bill would necessitate collection of new information and creation of records the department does not currently maintain. Requiring landowners to provide additional information about how to access open MFL at more than one point and about roads on MFL would require changes to the application process to gather this information from approximately 5,542 landowners. And the department would need additional authority to require landowners to provide this information. Further, the effect of requesting additional information about open MFL could dissuade landowners from choosing to enroll their land as open to public access. On behalf of the Department of Natural Resources, I'd like to thank you for your time today. Skya and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Just a couple of brief questions. So within your atlas is all the land that's presently owned by the DNR, along with reference to land that's in managed forest law or county land or township. How often, first of all, is that statement correct?
No.
Where there's no
Senator.
access, it's not listed.
All those lands you mentioned except managed forest lands are located in the atlas. The managed forest lands have a separate app for them identifying those lands and those maps.
Okay. How often is that atlas updated?
So that's statutorily defined. There's a state statute out there that requires the department to produce this written public access atlas every 2 years. The online application for that, Mr. Senator, is updated monthly, so it's more current. That's the line that you can go on the website, DNR website, and actually look at all those different townships and counties to determine those public access lands.
So the internet is probably ahead of the book that's printed.
The internet is mostly current within 30 days. The atlas is lagging behind a little bit, yes.
And I understand that sometimes the legislature is not helpful in this because of the bills that get passed and whatever. You have an objection to this bill, other than it would take some time and some laws would have to be changed to allow access?
The only objection, Mr. Senator, would be to clarify what is being asked of the department, number one, and two, to determine if that is already being taken care of through our integrated accessible lands on the web. There's a lot of information on the web with roads, with stream bank easements, and so we may be providing that.
So are you saying that very possibly you already have the information, just that it's not being distributed?
I am, sir.
In some cases. Thank you. Any questions for? Well, then I guess you're done. So thank you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
No. We're moving on to Senate Bill 616. Linda Olver from the DNR. Speaking for information only. On deck. On deck, there's Todd Kalish and Meredith. Oh, I don't know. I'm good with Polish names, but this one I'm not sure about. Please.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
committee members. My name is Linda Alver, and I'm the policy advisor for the Bureau of Customer and Outreach Services for the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for informational purposes on Senate Bill 616 related to electronic issuance of dog training licenses. The department issues relatively few dog training licenses compared to Chapter 29 hunting, trapping, and fishing approvals. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the department consolidated the dog training license application process and required all dog training applications be mailed to the department's central office for processing. The following were issued in 2020 by central office wildlife staff: 412 bird dog training licenses, 18 dog club licenses, and 2 hound dog training licenses, 432 total dog training licenses. SB 616 does not include authority for license agents to collect an issuing fee for the sale of these dog training licenses. License agents would receive some compensation as they would be authorized to collect the 50-cent transaction fee authorized per statute. However, the license agent compensation would be significantly less than the compensation currently authorized by statute for the issuance of Chapter 29 approvals. Special product fulfillment is required for 2 of the 3 dog training licenses, bird dog and dog club training, authorized in statute 169.20. State statute requires those training on captive pheasant, gray partridge, bobwhite quail, and other quail species of the subfamily Odontophorinae use leg bands provided by the department if the birds will be released and killed during the training activity. Bird dog and dog club license applicants may currently request leg bands at the time of application. Department staff mail the requested number of leg bands to approved dog training license applicants. Even with the dog training licenses available for purchase and Go Wild, it is anticipated the department staff would continue to maintain an inventory of and mail requested leg bands to bird and dog club training license holders. The authors may wish to consider adding a 75-cent issuance fee for dog training license issued under statute 169.20 to allow license agents to earn a commission similar to what they are authorized to earn per Chapter 29 statute for issuing Chapter 29 licenses. On behalf of the Department of Natural Resources, we would like to thank you for your time today. And I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So I'm not a bird dog guy. I always appreciate a good dog, no matter what kind it is. I don't train with bird dogs, so therefore I don't understand what the function of the leg bands is. What's the purpose of them?
I don't train with dogs either, but I do
See, here we are
appreciate
making
them.
decisions and neither one of us train. with
No,
dogs.
but I asked around, I did.
Good.
So, and I looked into statute and here's Scott
Look, yeah,
Lumens,
come on,
who is the expert. He's got a really couple good bird
Do
dogs.
you train with dogs?
I do. I
Wow.
use pigeons though, so I
Here we
don't
go.
have to worry about these rules, but it's to differentiate them from a wild bird. We used to
Oh,
have.
for
quite a-
harvest.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay, thank you. I thought of that earlier. Yeah,
What's
that was a simple answer.
Oh, yeah.
Concise.
I was kidding.
Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you guys very much. Okay. So last call on 6/16 for somebody that wanted to talk on dog training but did not put their name on it, speaking in favor. Anonymous. Moving on to Senate Bill 617, Todd and Meredith for the DNR, informational only. On deck is Margaret Honing from Fitchburg on Senate Bill 618 and 20.
Good afternoon. I think I said good morning, yes, last time. Good afternoon, Chair Staffold and members of the committee. Once again, my name is Todd Kalish and I'm the Deputy Bureau Director for Fisheries Management, Wisconsin DNR. Joining me is Meredith Penthorn, Policy Specialist with the DNR Fisheries Bureau. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for informational purposes on Senate Bill 617 relating to a DNR report on partnering with the private aquaculture industry. The department prioritizes developing and sustaining partnerships with diverse stakeholders to meet mutual needs, maximize efficiencies, and leverage limited resources to enhance public fisheries throughout the state. The department has a long history of collaborating with private aquaculture entities and recently pursued a variety of initiatives to enhance relationships through the 2017 Wisconsin Act 21. The department is well prepared to develop and present a report identifying potential and existing private aquaculture partnership opportunities. On behalf of the DNR, we would like to thank you for your time today and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Margaret, you're up on Senate Bill 618, and if you want to speak to 620 while you're up there, we're fine with that. Representing yourself. On deck, we have Carol and Ryan are going together on SB 563.
Right. Hi, I'm Maggie Honig, resident of Fitchburg, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 618. My grounds for speaking against this are just on the basis of, I feel like not a lot of thought was put into this. I absolutely am not unsympathetic to the frustrations of having lots of rules to follow. Anytime organizations have been around for a long time, rules will accumulate and they need to be pared down. But the method of paring down needs to be more thoughtful and not just a numbers game. And I don't feel that the writers of this bill intended to appear petty or thoughtless, but it comes across that way when you just pare it down to, you know, just a tit for tat kind of bill. And so I would ask that the writers of this bill reconsider and maybe put some more thought into it and come out with a better version. This method of just doing it on the basis of numbers, it's like, you know, student teacher ratio needs fixing. So every student that we
allow in, we have to expel 3. I mean, it's ridiculous to use that kind of a simplistic thinking when you're doing these. And again, 32 pages of a rule. I send an email to people with 2 points and they don't get the second one. It's people just don't memorize 32 pages of a book and then go out and hunt successfully, knowing for sure whether they're going to be on the right side of the law. And I get that. But there needs to be more of a thoughtful way of deciding which rules are going to come and which rules are going to go. I do believe that, after having read them and having my head just spin and not being able to keep track of what I was even reading, it is in need of revamping. But the problem with this is that some of these rules are intertwined. And it's not just simple, take these 3 out and put this one in. And it's too complicated for that. And so maybe doing this in a different way would be more productive and get the result that everybody wants. I do think, though, that this kind of thinking without revisiting it, without showing that there's going to be more thought putting into that's not something I want to see from my legislators. And if that's as far as they're going to think about these things, I can't in good conscience vote for them. And so I just want to put that out there that I would very much appreciate seeing more thoughtful approach to these bills. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any questions? So I guess just in clarification, I didn't hear you say that you were adamantly opposed to simplification, just you think this bill needs a little more work.
That's my bottom line. I'm opposed to it as written.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and also with Bill 620 regarding the International Crane Foundation, I'll give you a little bit of background on myself. I grew up, I was born in Milwaukee. I can't really say that I'm tried and true Wisconsinite because I moved when I was 3. But I lived in agricultural land in Indiana and for a long time in Texas. And many of my friends are involved in farming and ranching, and they're hunters as well. And I have benefited from their hunting. So I can't say that I'm opposed to hunting per se. But with sandhill cranes, there are some things that need to be considered that I don't think that this bill fully, again, addresses. Sandhill cranes have an extremely slow reproductive process, extremely slow. And I know that you've heard this already before. A pair of sandhill cranes, they reach maturity at about 4 to 5 years. And they'll lay about 2 eggs. This is not like your typical game bird. It's not like ducks and quail and turkeys that lay just piles of eggs, and then the next year they're ready to breed if they survive. With these things, it takes a long time for them to mature. And they're not terribly successful on the first go round. So if they're only starting to breed when they get to be about 4 or 5 years old, then they lay their 2 eggs. Typically, only one of those chicks is going to make it very long. And in maybe once every 3 years, that's when you're going to find a pair of them actually raising a chick to fledging stage where they can actually fly. During all this time, they have to learn from their parents, what they're going to eat. And here they are in Wisconsin. And they've still now got to fly down to Florida because this is the eastern population and that's where they go. Down in Texas, we hunt sandhill cranes, but we don't get our birds from here. We get them from parts west. So this is the eastern population. They're flying down to Florida. They're learning that route from their parents. If their parents get shot on the breeding grounds, then there's going to be juvenile loss on the way down. When they get to Florida, their parents are teaching them what to eat there because it's different. It's a different season. It's a different location. There are different food sources, and these young are still learning. So they have to go through that whole process. And they're really not fully independent of their parents until they come back in the following spring. And then they still have to, survive for a few more years before they reach maturity. So because of this long process that it takes for them to reach this maturity, shooting the parents, shooting the offspring, that represents a whole lot of work on the parents' part, and we've lost it because that was their one shot, and they may not successfully raise a fledgling until maybe 3 years from then. Some of them have taken up to 8 years to successfully fledge young. But if we shoot the parent before the migration happens, we could lose the juvenile from that successful pair because they haven't learned the route yet. If we shoot them before they get down to Florida, they could still be having troubles because they don't know the stopover, or because they haven't learned the food on that side. It takes a long time for that juvenile to actually really learn the whole everything that it needs to know from this area and from where it goes. So that's one thing. They are not typical game birds, and that biology puts them at increased risk. We have seen, and I'm saying we, I'm not the researcher here, but apparently there was a hunt in Minnesota in 2011, and the result of that hunt was that the population declined for 2 years following that. That information comes from the International Crane Foundation. You can ask them for more details on that, because again, I'm not the researcher there. But it concerns me as a citizen that if we look at these birds as a typical game bird, that we're not going to be taking into account some of these things that we are slowly learning over the years about their biology that is different from the typical game bird. I hate to bring this up even, but carefully managing a hunt is really difficult. We've seen that in Wisconsin. It's not a sure thing that we're going to be able to control all aspects of this hunt. And that, again, as a private citizen, that concerns me. I think that when you get people whose goal for hunting is hunting, like they're out there in the dawn and they're looking for the wood ducks flying across or whatever, they're out there for that whole experience. They're out there for hunting, they're out there to get the bird, all of that. But if you're hunting for a different reason, if you're hunting specifically because you don't like how that bird is interacting with you and your farm, for example, or whatever it is, we've seen with the wolves that people can get kind of carried away a little bit with what their goal is. And it becomes more of an emotional, I want to take this opportunity to kill as many as I can. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but again, private citizen, I'm concerned that that could become an issue and that is not dealt with. Okay, so nutshell version, summing up, careful management of a hunt is something I'm doubtful that is actually going to happen. And the reasons for that are, what are people's underlying reasons for having the hunt? And that seems more of a reduce the population on the face of it rather than the joy of hunting. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Do you hunt yourself?
I don't, but I have a lot of friends who do.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said we in Texas, when you said we hunt them in Texas.
Yeah. In Texas, I was volunteering for an organization called the Katy Prairie Conservancy, and they have a lot of hunting. They have youth hunts and things on the property. So.
Super. Any questions? Thank you. On 618. Okay, so that's the end of the oral on 618. Registering but not speaking. Karen Gunderson, against, representing herself. Joanne Cantor, representing herself, against. Megan Nicholson, Humane Society of the United States, registering against. Kristen Brewer, representing herself, against. Eric Bott, Wisconsin Americans for Prosperity, in favor. Peter Burris, Wisconsin Conservation Voters, against. And Mike Kerr, Wisconsin Trout Unlimited, against. Okay, up next on 563, we have Carol Kubley and Ryan Rodenkirch speaking together. On deck, we have SB 620 with Ken Hendrick.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Rodenkirk, and I'm the president of Whitetails of Wisconsin, which represents deer farm keepers and hunting ranches of Wisconsin. Sitting beside me is Carol Kubley, our association treasurer. We are here today in support of Bill 563. Currently, most if not all species labeled under this bill are raised in Wisconsin, but shipped out of state to Michigan, Minnesota, Oklahoma, and Texas. These states are being rewarded with increased economics from hunters. We believe Bill 563 has the ability to have a multi-million-dollar impact here in the great state of Wisconsin. This bill allows opportunities for small businesses in the agricultural, entertainment, and travel industries to survive and hopefully thrive. Whitetails of Wisconsin would like to thank all senators and representatives that have worked so hard to bring this bill together.
Carol, you want to speak to? Kubley, is that correct?
Yes.
And
You know Carl
Rodenkirk.
Kubley?
Excuse me?
Do you know a Carl Kubley by Glidden? Any questions? Senator Petrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you probably were sitting in the audience before, there were questions about the bison.
Yep.
Any thoughts on that issue?
Regarding that issue, it's really their misunderstanding of how this bill is written. It will not change any of their day-to-day activities in any way, shape, or form. This is changing language regarding to hunting ranch.
Unless they change.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Moving on to SB 620. These are going to speak together. Gary Weens, Lyle Ott, and Ken Hendrick. On deck, we have for SB 620, Nicole Wagner. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and Senate Committee. My name is Gary Wines. I'm from Hilbert, and I live on a 122-year-old farm. And I'm for a crane hunt, and because of the excessive crop damage. Wisconsin is the home to the largest breeding population of the East Sandhill crane population. They breed also in Michigan, Ontario, and Minnesota, with no regulated crane hunt in the Mississippi Flyway. Management plan is required by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to authorize any Mississippi Flyway states. Wisconsin has had a strong population of sandhill cranes, making the season justifiable by the federal government for over a decade. And this is U.S. Fish and Wildlife that has said this. 18 states have crane seasons. The eastern population, anything east of the Mississippi seasons some of the states there are Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. In 2011, a bill to allow sandhill crane hunting was introduced to this Senate, but was never made it out of the committee. There are approximately 750,000 sandhill cranes in the United States. The eastern population, which I am talking about, is 90,000 and growing at 6 to 10% per year. Eastern population sandhill cranes in Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. They are considered the Atlantic Flyway versus the Mississippi Flyway. Wisconsin goose management plan and season was established, yet we have no shortage of geese in Wisconsin. And these were the people that would be regulated regulating this season. Given these facts, the management of the hunted sandhill cranes shouldn't be unusual to Wisconsin because we do go with this formula for geese. Currently, 18 other states and several Canadian provinces allow a regulated sandhill crane. An experimental sandhill crane harvest can happen when the population exceeds 30,000, and we're about 90,000 right now in this flyway. Abappel on the corn can be used as a deterrent, but that is an extra cost, $25 a bag at the farmer's expense. If this doesn't work, the farmer can get a permit to shoot the cranes. I don't know if the committee is aware of this, but this is the process. You get a permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife or the Department of Agriculture. I don't know of which one, but the bird can be harvested, but it must be left out in the field to rot. So my feelings are this isn't ethical either. If we would have a regulated hunt in Wisconsin, it could be revenue for the state of Wisconsin. And I have something for you guys to ponder. When did American Dairyland turn into American Bird State? I got my information from the Wisconsin Outdoor News, the Brilliant News, and the Appleton Post-Crescent. Thank you.
Gentleman speaking as well.
I'd like to thank the committee for hearing our testimony. I am Lyle Ott from Hilbert Address, Meat Farm in the town of Brillion. My wife and 3 sons farm about 600 acres and milk 250 cows and have been on some of that land for over 115 years. You've had a sheet of paper handed out that's some of our crop, illustrating some of the crop damage from the cranes. It's like Gary said, it takes $25 a bag to treat the seed, and you plant 2.5 acres per bag, and we plant 300 acres of corn. We currently treat about 1/3 of that corn, and that costs us $1,000. If we treated it all, it would be $3,000. And in summer, the birds come right up to the feed pile and eat off of it. We chase them away and they keep coming back. It would be kind of like you having a garden and I'm across the backyard from you and I have chickens and they come over by you every day and garnish your garden and you can't do anything about it. That's kind of the way I feel. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Sir.
Ken Hedrick. I'd like to talk on behalf of my brother and nephew. We farm a little over 2,000 and I have a 300 cows. And we can chase the bird. If you can see them eating in our fields, we can chase them up and they laugh at us and then they come back down and there they are again eating our crops, not only the corn, but the wheat. And we'd like to see a little more control. Thank you.
2,000 acres?
A little, yeah, 2,500.
Shouldn't you be combining today?
My brother is.
Me too. Gentlemen, can you tell me, have any of the 3 of you applied for the USDA permit to shoot them or abate, whatever they call it?
Yeah, we did.
How many kill permits are you allowed per farm?
My brother was in charge of that. I think there was like half a dozen or so.
Yeah, so 6 over 2,000 acres. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Senator Petrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I really believe that a lot of people don't understand about crop damage. Because I don't know how many at one given time you can find on your farm, but they usually come in groups. And so if you get 8, 10, 12, 15 of them, they can destroy a lot of corn.
We get close to 30, 40, 50.
Yeah. At one crack.
Right.
Unbelievable. We run into this with crop damage for bears. And sure, it isn't all over, but in certain areas, they can go into 80 acres and destroy half of it in no time, just rolling around and just trashing everything. And so, you know, I think there's some merit to this. How it directly applies to you, but I think you really understand we have to do something. So Thank
Yeah,
you.
it costs us thousands of dollars, just to do our part and try to protect it.
And we've exceeded the number from 30,000, which was set by the US Fish and Wildlife. That was a huntable season, that there was enough there that beyond that would be huntable, and now we're up to 90,000. That's what they.
Thank you.
The small birds, they're flying like that, and they're growing, and you can just see them fly with the rest when you chase them up.
Sounds good. If we had a season, would you gentlemen hunt them or would you allow other people to hunt your land?
I'm a hunter, so, I would try, it isn't the elimination of a bird. That
Population.
I do a lot of hunting, and I'm not, but to have permits and then let them lay and rot. I can shoot a 21-pound turkey and I can get 11 pounds of trimmings off this turkey. And then you have this bird that's being shot and just left to rot. That I didn't grow up that way either, so.
I find it interesting that you have to let a sandhill crane lay and rot, but if you shot that turkey and knowingly killed it and left it rot, you could get a wanton waste.
And
of
if
the
a
game
game
animal.
warden seen you, yes, you would be fine.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank
Thanks
you very
for
much
your
for your time.
Nicole Wagner, for Wisconsin Corn Growers Association. On deck is Rebecca Gilman.
Hello, everyone. I am Nicole Wagner, the Executive Director for the Wisconsin Corn Growers Association, and I am testifying on behalf of our members from across the state. In 2020, Wisconsin's 15,000 corn growers harvested over 516 million bushels of corn on 2.97 million acres. That's an average of 174 bushels per acre. Growers received an average of $3.70 per bushel, which is below the cost of what it costs many farmers to plant and raise that crop. Unfortunately, Mother Nature has not been on our side this fall, and rain has kept our corn growers out of the fields until the last few days. While our grower leaders would like to be here to tell you about their experiences with the Sandhill cranes, they need to be in their combines, grain carts, and semis to harvest and deliver the 2020 crop in a timely fashion. Our members from across the state incur damage from sandhill cranes every year. In areas where cranes are detrimental to crops, farmers have used a multitude of different avian repellents on their seed in an effort to deter cranes from eating the planted seeds. These repellents give the cranes a mild stomachache for a short period of time and are not effective in preventing field damage and economic loss. Currently, this is the only approved method of crane control today. And in the opinion of most, these avian repellents are a waste of farmers' money because they are mildly effective at best. We have growers in Columbia and Waushara County that have seen pairs of cranes completely decimate an 80-acre field over the course of 5 days. That one issue resulted in a farmer needing to replant the field 3 weeks after the optimum planting window, which results in lost revenue. Crane damage can occur over a long period of time, ranging from eating the seed right after planting until corn is roughly 14 inches tall. That can take up to 6 weeks in some parts of the state. In 1 acre, a farmer plants 35,000 seeds. Crane damage can be as severe as 90% loss in a field with high crane populations. But for today's purposes, I'm going to assume there was a loss of 30% or 10,500 seeds lost. Each corn seed that's planted is worth 0.4 cents per seed, or $42 an acre in lost seed costs. The potential yield loss of this lower plant population is 52 bushels an acre. When you multiply that by today's price of $4.80, that's $250 of yield loss per acre. When added to your seed costs, you're looking at a loss of $292 per acre. When farmers are investing $800 to $1,000 an acre to grow a crop, they cannot afford that risk. In Jefferson County, growers are seeing crop circles form in the fields where crane family units were feeding all spring. Growers in this area can spend up to $20,000 a year on avian repellents. the repellents that are less effective year over year. In Wapaka County, we've seen seed companies that have been unable to bring hybrids to market because they are unable to complete data collection due to crane damage. Corn growers are simply asking for another tool to prevent damage to their fields. Thank you.
Nicole, I find that farmers are often some of the best conservationists around, and generally are not at the point where they want to eliminate something completely. From the testimony that I hear you say, would you agree that most of the farmers you represented, the corn growers you represent, are looking for population management more so than eliminating all sandhill cranes?
Yes, over the last 2 days, I've been talking to all of our board members, which are from across the state. None of them want to eliminate the cranes. They want to manage the population and reduce their lost revenue.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Up now is Rebecca Gilman. On deck is Richard Bilfus. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Saffolds and the committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rebecca Gilman, and I'm here representing the Wisconsin Society for Ornithology. The Wisconsin Society for Ornithology, or the WSO, is a statewide organization with over 1,100 members whose mission is to promote the study, enjoyment, and conservation of Wisconsin's birds. The WSO opposes Senate Bill 620. Sandhill cranes are magnificent birds beloved by residents of Wisconsin and tourists alike. Their recovery from near extinction was a long and arduous process, requiring collaboration between researchers, conservation organizations, and wildlife managers. These stakeholders, along with the citizens of Wisconsin, deserve an opportunity to gather the facts and the science in response to Senate Bill 620. Instead, we're afraid what we have here is a piece of legislation that is being fast-tracked through the Assembly with scant opportunity for comment by the conservation community. A decision to hunt sandhill cranes, especially in this bird's breeding and staging area, requires careful consideration, not quick action. Our organization was formed in 1939 by ornithologists and amateur bird watchers alike. The WS logo and flagship publication featured the image and name of the passenger pigeon, a game bird hunted to extinction during the last century. Our logo is a call to protect other bird species from extinction. The growth of the WSO parallels the recovery of sandhill cranes in Wisconsin. At the time this organization started, only 25 breeding pairs of sandhill cranes could be found in our state. It has taken nearly a century to rebuild their population to sustainable levels. The WSO is concerned that the sandhill crane hunt will mean a reversal of the incredible gains that have been achieved over decades of concerted effort. The WSO understands that with the increase in the sandhill cranes numbers has come an increase in crop damage for Wisconsin's corn growers. But hunting cranes in the fall is not the solution to this problem. In the late summer and early fall, sandhill cranes from the Eastern Migratory Flyway, which includes Michigan, Minnesota, Southern Ontario, and Quebec, leave their breeding territories and gather at staging areas in Wisconsin before flying south. A fall hunt of these migrating birds may have little to no effect on the cranes that feed on farmers' fields in the spring, but it may pose a significant risk of overharvesting the eastern population. This risk is exacerbated by the slow reproduction rate of sandhill cranes. Unlike other game species, sandhill cranes must reach 4 to 5 years of age before they nest. They lay only 2 eggs a year, and typically only one of those hatchlings successfully fledges and survives for more than 3 years. Senate Bill 620 would be the first authorization of hunting sandhill cranes on their core breeding ground. Such a hunt could lead to a sharp decline in the population of this slow to rebound bird. Finally, the WSO is deeply concerned by the potential confusion of sandhill cranes with the endangered whooping crane. At last count, there were only 80 whooping cranes in the Eastern Migratory Flyway population. Since the establishment of this population, at least 1 in 10 deaths was caused by shooting. Assurances and training aside, accidents do happen. The accidents such as these will severely hamper conservation efforts of the whooping crane. We cannot let this happen to the federally endangered species. For all these reasons, the Wisconsin for Ornithology opposes Senate Bill 620. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I guess in your, about halfway through your comments, you said that a hunting season on Sandhill Crane, you understood that there is increased, with increased populations, increased damage to farmers, but that hunting was not the solution. Do you offer any other solutions?
We believe and I'll defer to the upcoming speakers from the International Crane Foundation, but we support an increase in funding for the farmers to use Avapel, and it feels like a false dilemma to say that it's Avapel or hunting. So, and I'm going to speak personally here and take off my WSO hat for a second. I guess personally, I feel like whenever a species becomes quote unquote out of control, the solution seems to turn immediately to hunting. And I've always wondered if there's not a balance to be struck between the people who are encroaching upon habitat of animals and the animals that were here before we were, honestly. So I can put my WSO hat back on in a second, but that's my personal opinion.
Sounds good. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi, good
Richard.
afternoon.
On
Chairman.
deck, just before we start, on deck, we have Susanna Bradley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Sheffield, Senators. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rich Belfus. I'm President and CEO of the International Crane Foundation. I'll just say some words here. I know a lot of comments have been made already about different aspects of the Sandhill Crane situation, so I'll try to skip parts of my testimony that are repeat and focus on some key elements, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the International Crane Foundation, our board of directors and staff, and we have about 9,500 members with strong opinions about Senate Bill 620. As background, International Crane Foundation works worldwide for the conservation of cranes, and here in Wisconsin, we've been a trusted source of information on sandhill cranes and their conservation. We started the annual Midwest Crane Count, one of the important sources of information on the population, more than 30 years ago, and have conducted research on their recovery since the 1980s. So we have a deep investment in the long-term recovery of the species. And we are avidly interested in sharing our knowledge through our website and personal conversations. And during the process of discussing this bill, we've enjoyed good conversations with Representatives Title and Dahlman, with Senator Bob Welch, with our state and assembly representatives and others, and trying to engage in this process of discussion. After all of this, we've come to the position where we oppose Senate Bill 620 on various grounds. And we just feel that the overall ecological, economic, cultural reasons outweigh the value of what I think by all accounts would be a very limited recreational hunt. And we really seek to find alternative solutions to this problem. So we hope you'll consider the following. My first point is that hunting is not a solution for crop damage caused by sandhill cranes, but there are solutions. And crop damage is a real problem. We absolutely don't contest that. We've heard from lots of farmers. There's no doubt about it. Not only is crop damage by cranes a problem in Wisconsin, but we're working on this problem worldwide in Kenya, Uganda, Cambodia, Vietnam, China, where there's crop depredation issues, and trying to find non-lethal solutions for crop depredation in those areas. And we've had some successes, but we are deeply committed to this issue. We were involved in developing Avapel in the first place, worked very close with Archean to develop it. But there's been a failure in not getting Avapel applied at the point of manufacture. That's been a big failure with Avapel. It's extremely effective when it's applied correctly. There's published studies showing over 95% effectiveness. They're in journals. We have those on our website. I believe it's extremely effective, but there's always a tendency to under apply it, and it's expensive for farmers. And we've heard it's also very inconvenient for farmers to apply on the farm and mix on the farm. So it's a pain and it's expensive, and I fully understand and sympathize with the farmers here. That's not in question. I just think that we need to double down on our effort to get Avapel applied at the point of manufacture of seed, get it out, get the cost down, reduce the inconvenience, and see if there aren't other much better ways to deter cranes. As we know, a hunt of sandhill cranes, like other waterfowl, would have to be in the fall, so there would be no direct impact in the spring when depredation occurs. So much of this really boils down to, are we either going to reduce crane numbers to a point where they're no longer a threat to the land? That's not going to happen. That would take killing tens and tens of thousands of birds. Or can we find other pathways that would really solve this problem, working closely with farmers? And I just want to reiterate, we are committed to working with farmers, seed producers, legislators, and all others who want to solve this problem for farmers. I've had great conversations with Senator Ballwig about this a couple of years ago. She has a lot of crop depredation in Greene County. And she said, what I care about most is the farmers. I don't really care about whether we hunt or not. This was a conversation at the time, but I care about the farmers in my area and solving this problem. That's what we're committed to doing, and take that problem very seriously. As I said, it's an international problem for us we need to solve. I'm well aware that we need a hunting season to qualify for claims under the Wildlife Damage Abatement and Claims Program. But again, it's hard to believe that the only pathway for farmers to get relief on crop damage is through a hunt. I find that that's something we need to work with, again, alternative models to deal with damage abatement on fields. Why is that the only pathway for farmers to get compensation is through permits? And we are concerned about the cost of a hunt. We know that abatement would come out of the general wildlife fund. We're aware of that. But a sandhill hunt would generate a low level of permit revenue. Its administrative costs, I think we all know, would be high. You need to conduct crop appraisals, process damage claims. We see it as a big added expense for the state. So again, if we can work together to find solutions, meaningful solutions on farms, I think that's what we're all trying to do. That's what we're committed to. I don't believe sandhill cranes really have the biological character of a game species. That's been presented here by others. I won't repeat that, but I think even, we've been all quoting Aldo Leopold today, but I think even Aldo Leopold would agree they don't have the characteristics of what one thinks of as a game species. So it does create real challenges. And around the world, we've lost a number of crane populations to overhunting, not just the original losses here in the United States for sandhills and whooping cranes, but also overseas. So I think that it's a serious threat. And we are concerned about, this would be the first authorized hunt on their core breeding grounds. And again, as others have said, I think that takes special care. Just in a couple of points, accidental shooting of whooping cranes. We know those big white birds are not going to be confused for sandhills in normal conditions. They're taller, they're bright. We're talking about low light levels, low visibility, fog conditions. That's when the mismatch occurs, when whoopers are shot by accident. But I will say, we've made this massive investment in trying to bring whoopers back to Wisconsin. It's been very exciting, fantastic for tourism. But about 1 in 10 deaths of whoopers is now due to shooting. You are absolutely correct. There has not been a direct shooting of a whooping crane yet, deliberately as a mistaken sandhill crane in the flyway here. But I think the threat is significant, and we've had a lot of shootings. 1 in 10 deaths of whooping cranes is due to shooting, and there's been a lot out west. So it is a significant problem. And finally, I guess my final point is just that cranes do evoke a strong cultural, spiritual, social connection for many people. I don't think that should be undervalued in the state of Wisconsin. We also value hunting traditions in Wisconsin, but I think it begs a question for a very limited hunt where we may be able to find other solutions. Is it really worth the antagonism created over this hunt? As I said, we have over 9,000 members. Vast majority of them don't support the hunt. Some are hunters, some are farmers. A lot of our staff hunt. But there is a different view about these birds. And I hope they can instead be a real engine for tourism in the state as we move forward. So with that, as again, we're always available to engage. I'm happy to take questions and very happy to engage in this further as we go forward. So thank you for your time.
Can you tell me roughly, out of the 9,000 members you have, how many are Wisconsin? It's nice.
I was going to pull that number before coming, probably about half, but I'd have to pull that exact number. I could send it to you. I meant to get that for today. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
And you also said that there was mistaken harvest of whooping cranes out west during the Sandhill crane. Do you have any idea of the numbers of those?
Well, we've had whooping cranes shot in Louisiana, Texas, quite a few, but also Indiana, Alabama, Tennessee. They've been shot in this flyway as well.
Are you talking like 5 or 50 or 500 or how many? Do you?
Well, we don't have very many whooping cranes at all. So one in 10 deaths of whooping cranes is due to accidental shooting. Most of the other deaths are when they're lost as chicks to predators. So, yeah.
Senator Jay there.
We're all getting a bit of an education on this. If you can just briefly tell me what happens to the bird when they eat an avapel seed.
Yeah, we originally developed it to be very distasteful, it's a bitter taste for the birds and so they spit it out. So they will eat a few seeds and then they'll react to it and eat other foods on the farm.
So your dream scenario of having every seed before it ever goes to the ground planted or marked with avapel or treated with avapel, that's, you consider that good for the bird if every seed in the state of Wisconsin that's planted in the field is?
They are, what avapel protects against is the germinating corn for that 2 to 3 week window when it's a problem for the birds. But they're omnivorous birds. They eat absolutely everything. They eat grubs, they eat waste grain, they eat insects, they'll eat anything on the field. They for thousands of years subsisted on prairie seed in the wild, and that was their main food was prairie, but we lost all our prairies, planted farms, and they switched to agriculture. So they would switch to other foods and waste grain.
Yeah. And then lastly, on the federal program, which the shoot and rot program, what are your efforts on that? Have you tried to stop this activity or stop these permitting, or what?
We've frankly been just trying to learn about it in the last few years. It's hard to get information on those permits. We know it's happening. I don't know how many farmers are. It's hard to know. We know the number of permits given each year. It was about 1,000, I think, last year, but we don't know exactly how many birds were taken with those permits.
It would just seem to me that if my whole foundation was about the love of these birds, that would be something I'd be more concerned about. But
well, we are concerned about that too, as I said, but we're looking for solutions on the farm and to focus on working with farmers to find them. I think, yeah.
Seeing no more questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Up next is Susanna Bradley. On deck is Kelly Wilford. No Susanna Bradley. We'll hold that for just a minute. Kelly Wilford.
Thank you. And thank you for the flexibility. I had to pop out for a meeting, so. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee on Sporting Heritage, Small Business and Rural Issues. My name is Kelly Wilford, and I really appreciate the opportunity today to provide testimony in favor of Senate Bill 620 on behalf of my family and our farm. So I'll give you a little context first. Together with my parents, Dave and Terry Wilford, my brother Ryan, his wife Kelsey, and their 9-month-old son Vincent, I help run Wilford Farms LLC in Two Rivers, Wisconsin. My brother and I are the 5th generation to farm our land, some of which has been in the family since the 1800s. At Wilford Farms, we currently have 3 main divisions: fresh market fruits and vegetables, processing vegetables, and grains and oil seeds. My parents and my brother work full-time on the farm with 3 bachelors of science in economics, marketing, and dairy science, and 2 certificates from Farm and Industry Short Course, 1 in Farm and Agribusiness Management, and a certificate in Management of Crops and Soil Science, amongst the 3 of them. My sister-in-law works part-time as a registered nurse and part-time on the farm. And I use my Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Applied Economics and Life Sciences Communication and my Juris Doctorate to work as an attorney. Aside from that, I also help on the weekends and on the evenings at the farm. You're probably wondering why I'm here instead of one of them, but my brother and my dad are out harvesting carrots and corn right now. My mom is babysitting my nephew, and my sister-in-law is at the hospital working. So let's talk about sandhill cranes. $20,000. That's approximately how much quantifiable damage we have each year from wildlife, including sandhill cranes and deer. In the last few years, the sandhill crane population has grown out of control, and they prey on our livelihood. Eating the seeds of corn and soybeans, as other farmers have likely told you, I missed most of them, unfortunately, due to my meeting. But also on green beans and vegetable crops, which Wisconsin is a national leader in producing. So a key point here, according to the National Agricultural Statistics Service of the USDA, Wisconsin currently ranks first in the production of snap beans or green beans. Now, in 2020 alone, in one 25-acre field, we suffered a loss of approximately $8,000 to $9,000 of product to sandhill cranes. How do we know? In 3 consecutive days, we counted between 50 and 60 cranes in that field at any one time pecking out seed. Thanks to precision agricultural technology, which we use for planting, we can identify exactly how many seeds are in a certain area. In a normal 3-foot section of a green bean row, we'd have about 19 seeds. When our agronomist of over 40 years came to review the field, over half of those seeds were gone. However, when we attempted to obtain damage permits or the depredation permits, we were unable to do so because the local official noted that there were no peck holes from the sandhill cranes and therefore no proof. Despite photos, videos, and an explanation of the fact that we farm on sand just a few miles inland from the shores of Lake Michigan. You tell me how long a peck hole is going to last when it had rained and been windy. We were left with just losing our crop. Now, luckily, this field was part of our processing vegetable division, where green beans are worth only about 10 cents per pound. In our fresh vegetable division, green beans are not 10-cent beans sold to the canning company, but $2 beans that would have been sold retail at our on-farm store, which is open 7 days a week, 9 to 6 from May through October. On an average day during peak season, which would be strawberries and peas, we'll have anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 cars in and out of our yard every day. So we do a fair amount of business. Now, size and timing of the plantings is dictated by market demand for our fresh market division and by the canning company in our processing division, and that impacts the level of damage. In Wisconsin, green beans for canning are planted anywhere from mid-May to late July, depending on the processor's schedule and when you've been instructed to plant for harvesting. Now, if a green bean field is planted at the same time as corn or soybeans for grain, the green beans are not the only buffet open for dining for the cranes, and damage can be spread out amongst our fields and our neighbors' fields. However, in our fresh market division, we plant more than once per year. We plant peas in the pod 20 to 24 times per year, sweet corn 12 to 14 times, and green beans 12 to 14 times. These smaller plantings for the fresh market division range anywhere from 1/4 of an acre to 2 acres in size. And with these crops, sandhill cranes are our major issue. Many of our seeds go into the ground long after the major corn and soybean crops are green and standing, leaving our seeds as the small primary meal source for sandhill cranes. If the flock of 50 to 60 birds destroyed half of 25 acres in early 2020, just imagine the damage when they converge on plantings, which were 96% smaller. Now, we've talked a lot today about Avapel. I always say it wrong, so I have to check. And the fact that Avapel is an option for seed treatment. I don't know if anyone else mentioned that Avapel is actually only approved as a corn seed treatment in the state of Wisconsin. The label on Avapel only allows it to be used on corn, sweet corn and field corn, luckily, so we do appreciate that. But if we were to put it on or ask for it to be put on green beans or soybeans or peas in the pod, that would be illegal. We are literally not allowed to use it, which means that we have to look to other options. Because we're planting throughout the season, we're a prime target for this type of bird damage. Because the fresh market plantings aren't as big as the canning crop, if we finish planting and a flock of sandhill cranes comes in, they can clear out that field in no time flat. And remember, we are the #1 producer of snap beans in the nation, but we have no production for those green beans. We've also been very kindly told that green beans are not the typical diet for sandhill cranes, but they seem to really like them. Now, I finally want to mention that we're not a hunting family. We don't hunt deer, we don't hunt turkeys, we don't hunt rabbits, birds, we don't fish. And that's probably a unique statement for this committee. Hunting isn't recreational for us. We have no interest. But when we have significant wildlife damage and are granted permits, we bring in a minimal number of skilled hunters who we trust to be on our land to assist us. To be honest, and I'm gonna take a line from my dad, we aren't interested in playing camp director of letting everyone know what field they should be in and when. So that's why we restrict it to a very specific set of people that we know we can trust and will do the job. But we don't really have a choice anymore. If we don't do something about the significant damage that the sandhill cranes are causing, we're gonna be out of business before long. Our farm also suffers significant damage to our carrots and other crops from white-tailed deer. And we appreciate the efforts of the legislature and the Department of Natural Resources in working with farmers to abate wildlife damage. We've been lucky to work closely with Jeff Kritzel, who was appointed this year as the DNR Deer Program Specialist from his time in Northeast Wisconsin, and we've appreciated his efforts with that. I also want to take a minute to thank the authors and co-sponsors of this important bill, especially our state Senator Andre Jacques and Representative Paul Tittle. Now you'll probably notice I said Two Rivers is where the farm is. That's Chase Hartwell's. We appreciate his too. I live in Manitowoc, so I get to thank Paul. We urge you to please support the development of a hunting season to control the growth of the sandhill crane population and the damage they cause to Wisconsin agriculture, including our strong processing vegetable industry and farmers like my family. I really do appreciate the opportunity to address you today. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. My dad has also offered he's happy to answer questions, just phone call, email, or even welcome to stop out at the farm. And our email is included in the copies that I believe you've been provided.
Great job, Kelly. I think you covered it all very well. I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you.
Up next, Catherine Wolf, speaking on behalf of herself. On deck is Susanna Johnson. Catherine Wolf not here. Hold on to that for a minute. Susanna Johnson? Susan. Oh, is it Susan A?
Yep, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Representing the Green Rock Audubon Great Lakes chapter.
Absolutely. Oh, just a minute. All right. I've been here since 9 a.m. so I'm just, okay, now.
I hear you.
So I do want to thank you. I might need water to continue though, because I've been here so long. Could I have some water, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you very much for offering the opportunity to come here and speak. My name is Susan Johnson, and I live at 2113 Mount Zion Avenue in Janesville, Wisconsin. I'm just about a lifelong resident in Wisconsin. I was born in Kenosha. So I am here today to speak out against SB 620 on behalf of the Green Rock Audubon Society and the Great Lakes Audubon Chapter. I don't work for those organizations. I'm a volunteer. And for the Green Rock Audubon Society, I am their advocate. So that's why I'm here. And people know that the National Audubon Society is one of the most revered organizations in the United States. To us, sandhill cranes are beautiful birds that fill us with joy. And did you know they mate for life? I think few humans could learn a few things from birds. In the 1800s, of course, we heard how the population of sandhill cranes declined to near extinction. They were being hunted just precipitously, and also their habitats were being destroyed by development. And in 1918, the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act was signed, and it protected the remaining cranes in Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, and Ontario. And you've also heard that a central area on the Wisconsin River was set aside to give the birds a place to breed. Today, the crane population has rebounded in Wisconsin, but these specific birds face a serious challenge. Sandhill cranes reproduce very slowly. Most pairs do not successfully nest until 4 to 5 years of age, so it takes them a very long time to mature. They lay only 2 eggs once every 3 years, and typically only 1 hatchling survives. And many of these chicks do not survive their first year of life to be able to migrate. Sandhill cranes have the lowest percentage of juveniles within the total population of any game bird in North America. A 22-year study of sandhill cranes in central Wisconsin revealed that on average, only 0.44 chicks survive to fall migration per territory per year. These reproductive challenges would put them at risk if they were allowed to be hunted in the state once again, completely. Another individual already mentioned the study in Minnesota. The initiation of a sandhill crane hunt happened in Northwest Minnesota in 2011, and it did lead to a measurable population decline in the next 2 years, so very rapidly after that started. So the trepidation of the International Crane Foundation and other bird organizations, the trepidation they feel about this bill 620 is warranted. And actually, I just found out that sandhill cranes are listed as threatened in Florida, where they do migrate. Our birds migrate for the winter, and they are protected in Florida. So they are not hunted in Florida. So the hunt itself is clearly in question due to these facts, okay? And I am well aware that sandhill cranes can be a nuisance to farmers, and we've certainly heard that this today. But there is the better way to deal with it. We've heard about the Avapel, but to be honest with you, I think the best way of handling them hasn't been found yet. There's usually a natural way to deal with animals and other wildlife. For example, I'm not so sure why so many people have so much trouble with deer. All you have to do is go around the periphery and mark the territory, and that will keep the deer away. And you know what I mean by marking, don't you? Yes. Yeah, there's usually a natural way to handle nature. I mean, that's the nature of nature. So sandhill cranes, as was mentioned earlier, but I'm going to repeat it because this really is concerning to me. Sandhill cranes do look a great deal like whooping cranes, and the birds are often confused. A hunt for sandhill cranes would also put whooping cranes at risk. This specific bill provides hunter education for a sandhill crane permit, but only during the next 2 years. So an individual who wants to hunt cranes in 3 years from now, in 2024, would not be mandated to learn how to distinguish one crane from another. And as we've already heard, our hunter safety education program in Wisconsin is crucial, and I believe it should be retained as is in the future. In fact, I was very impressed with our hunter safety instructors, and I'm not a very easily impressed person. In the name of preserving diversity of species, we cannot afford to lose any more bird species. According to just a tremendous amount of research that the National Audubon Society has done on birds, the US has already lost 389 species in recent years and 3 billion birds, and we cannot afford to be so irresponsible in the future. I believe the bill will lead to abuses. For sure, it is irresponsible. And as we learned with the wolf hunt back in February, the DNR does not have the capacity to enforce its limits. And why not?
Maybe they should start the season a little earlier next time.
The DNR does not have the capacity to enforce its limits. I believe that you did not grant the DNR the support it needs in your budget. If you truly respected the DNR.
The budget had nothing to do with that harvest season, ma'am.
If you truly, but enforcement is the issue, enforcement of the rules, enforcement of the regulations is
The
an
overharvest
issue.
was 7 animals. The quota was 211 animals. We harvested 218.
The quota was not 217 animals. No,
211.
that's no. The quota was 100.
Sounds like we should argue about a wolf hunting bill. Carry on with.
No, please listen. I mean, I
I'm
gave
trying, Mr.
everyone in this whole building 7 hours of my time today, which actually is pretty precious to me because I'm an extremely active person. I am a city council member for the city of Janesville. I am on their Sustainable Janesville Committee, and I'm a member of the Parks and Recreation Committee there. I am a member of multitude of conservation and environmental groups around the state and the country. So I deserve every bit of listening you can offer. The problem is a lack of enforcement because there is no capacity for the DNR to do all it has been mandated to do. And now you're pushing on bills that would make them to do even way more, and there's no budget for that either. So I believe this is extremely irresponsible. And in fact, you know, when I came here, I was only coming to speak about 620, and that was the bill I read, and that was the bill I prepared for. But listening to everybody today, I can tell you, I'm just appalled at hearing about all these bills. They're very irresponsible because you did not consult with the important organizations needed to offer helpful information, crucial information for you to write these bills in an intelligent way. And freedom, you know what? Freedom without responsibility is not freedom at all. It is adolescence, actually. And I do believe there are people in this building who would fit that description. People who look like adults on the outside, but who are more like juveniles on the inside because they don't care enough about responsible behavior. What else did I want to say? I mean, not only do I come from Wisconsin, I mean, I've had great grandparents, great grandparents who were from Wisconsin, my great grandfather first bought a farm in Kewaunee County, and that's where they came from, Denmark. And my gosh, I come from a long line of Danish farmers. And I'm sure that land now is part of a factory farm. So although I do really appreciate all the testimony from farmers here, I have the utmost respect for farmers. My dad grew up on a farm, and he was a hunter every day of his life till the day he died. But but you don't have the spirit of really honoring family farmers in this building. I've not seen it in all these years. Family farmers first started having serious issues during the 1990s. I mean, actually, it was a topic for high school forensics teams to debate on family farms I think it was about the mid-90s, because I was doing judging of forensics at that time. And yeah, I mean, people were talking about that then. So why are family farms all of a sudden such a huge issue when you haven't shown care about it all 30 years? I just don't get that, because I do care about family farmers too. So that's something. There was one more thing I wanted to say, but maybe I'll think about it later. Do you have any questions? Does anyone have any questions?
Questions from the committee?
Certainly going to. be
Senator
happy-
Smith.
First of all, thank you for being here all day. And I will apologize for the way you were just treated while you were having testimony and interrupted. Because you were correct. 119 was the quota for that first wolf hunt. And it was blown past up to 218 in 63 hours. I just looked it up, sir. You can not shake your head all you want, but I just looked it up.
I wasn't looking it up.
So that's the fact. And again, I appreciate you being here today
Thank
and
you.
having your voice heard. That's what we have hearings for.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you all.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Up next is Bruce Ross. On deck is Catherine O'Connell. How are you, sir?
Good, sir. Members of the committee, thank you for cross out good morning and good afternoon. I'm Bruce Ross, the Executive Director for the Wisconsin Waterfowl Association. I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak to you today on our views on the Sandhill Crane Hunt proposal. I'll start by being very clear that the Wisconsin Waterfowl Association is full support of a sustainable and ethical sandhill crane hunt. In such a survey last year, 94% of our 7,000 members asked us to explore such a hunt. And so we began doing that. We wanted to find out what such a hunt would look like here in Wisconsin. We reached out to the state and the federal authorities, the nonprofit organizations that might have a stake in it. We spoke to the DNR, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We spoke to Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, corn growers. We spoke to organizations that might come down on the other side of the issue. So I've talked to Rich Bilfus about Sandhill Crane Hunt. We wanted to get that perspective. We talked to Aldo Leopold Foundation, and what we tried to do was cobble together all of the issues that we thought would be important to address in the course of developing a ethical and sustainable Sandhill Crane Hunt. So we discovered in the course of that exploration that the Sandhill Crane Hunt is strong, large, and growing fast. You've heard testimony on that. This growing population obviously is having an impact on farmers that you've heard a lot about. We haven't talked about the carrying capacity of Wisconsin or Wisconsin farms for the Sandhill crane population. I think that's an important issue. Clearly, we have exceeded that that carrying capacity from a social standpoint and from an economic impact standpoint. We discovered in the course of this exploration that sandhill crane population is not fragile. We've heard some testimony here today about how they take a while to mature and how they're less than really prolific in their breeding approach. But a Wisconsin hunt is not going to significantly or appreciably change those numbers. A hunt that has been authorized by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for over a decade, we learned that Wisconsin has not taken advantage of that. This is a hunt opportunity that has been authorized under the Migratory Game or Migratory Bird Treaty Act. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife has to comply with that. They've developed very clear, scientifically based regulations subject to annual review and modification. I should say that original management plan had the best scientists available to help develop that management plan. It included representatives, by the way, from the ICF. Meanwhile, while Wisconsin hasn't taken advantage of this hunt opportunity, 17 states and 3 provinces have. And we also learned that Wisconsin might be a little bit different than those other states and provinces because we are a core breeding ground for the sandhill crane hunt. That should influence the way we look at this legislation. If you have a Mr. Kim Shady up there for testimony, he had to roll out. He couldn't spend the time, but he's one of our researchers, our volunteer researchers who's, or I should say, data acquisitioners. We've written articles about this and published them in our own newsletter as well as through Wisconsin Outdoor News. Those experts that we talk to do have some suggestions about how to do a well-managed hunt. I think those should be considered. And in this bill, we understand that the authors are open to some amendments or some suggestions about how do you make it better. And we appreciate that. We've already met once with Representative Tittle, co-author of the bill. He seems very open to the idea that the bill should be the best that we can make it before it is voted on. We hope that it will be done in a bipartisan manner so that the governor will actually sign the bill. And we also understand that there's a lot of emotion around this topic. Sandhill crane are beautiful creatures, and they have a remarkable history. But of course, so do ducks, and so do deer and turkey. And maybe if you're looking at them in the right light, so do cows and pigs and chickens. So who gets to draw the line between what's an acceptable harvest and what's not? I think that's the challenge for this committee and for the legislature. In this particular issue, it's the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as interpreted by the legislature here in Wisconsin. One of Wisconsin Waterfowl Association's goals for a sustainable and ethical hunt is to stimulate some conservation good. While some in this room may snicker at the idea that a hunt or a hunting of a species can create some conservation good, I'd call your attention to the study that the lady before me, I think Susan, pointed out, a meta study that looked at what's happening to birds in North America. 3 billion, that's billion with a B, birds have been lost to North America, except, wait for it, wetland birds. And of those wetland birds, waterfowl are leading the way with growth of 56% during that same time frame. We might ask ourselves the question, why are these game birds thriving? A part of that answer has to be that hunters care in very deep and emotional ways about the game that they harvest, frequently in more substantive ways than others who may value a bird for other reasons. Hunters volunteer millions of hours and offer hundreds of millions of dollars in treasure. They've developed and funded intercontinental management approaches for these migratory birds, and they fund and then they follow the science to make sure that they are healthy across their range. Apparently healthier than some of the birds you and I might be feeding in our backyard. I hope that non-hunting conservationists can take this truth to heart. We encourage bipartisan support, as I said. Having a wedge between hunting conservationists, farmer conservationists, and non-hunting conservationists doesn't really serve the tremendous conservation issues that we as a state, that we as a nation, that we as a globe are now confronting. At the end of the day, much like the sandhill crane hunt, or much like the mourning dove hunt, a sandhill crane hunt is not going to have any appreciable difference on the health of that species across its range. The experts we talked to in that outreach are in agreement on that. They may not say it here, but that's where the science has led us. I'd like to note 3 issues as I close, 3 issues that should be addressed in this legislation to make it better and to make it an ethical and sustainable hunt. One, if this legislation is truly to help the farmers who are suffering economic impact at the beaks of the sandhill crane, then we have to address the crop depredation funding that will go insolvent a very few years down the road if crane becomes a species that can be it can provide access to that fund. Secondly, it will be important to respect the unique breeding state biology of the sandhill crane. And particularly that has to do with the staging that's important to the successful migration of the sandhill crane. They become very vulnerable at that period of time. That needs to be addressed in the legislation. And I suggest that that might just be telling the DNR that they need to account for that so that the biologists can consider that in the course of setting the season dates and limits. And finally, given the number of permits that are likely to be handed out in such a hunt for a long time to come, there will be a lot of brand new, taking the field for the first time, sandhill crane hunters. The 2-year sunset clause on the training probably needs to be extended because frankly, that's not even a state allowance. The feds will expect that as part of a proposal to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for such a hunt. So with those tweaks and maybe being open to some others, there's no reason that we can't have a sustainable and an ethical sandhill crane hunt that will begin to manage the population of sandhill cranes. We've had 2 persons dedicated to this for the last last year. We're ready to roll up our sleeves and work with good actors across the aisle or wherever to make this the best sandhill crane hunt bill that we can. Thank you very much for your time. I'm subject to your questions.
So as the Wisconsin Waterfowl Association, and to the gentleman from the Crane Foundation's point, we don't want to confuse whooping cranes and we don't want to have that confusion. Can you speak to duck hunting in Wisconsin? How many ducks are you allowed to harvest in a day?
You're allowed to harvest 6 ducks during this part of the season.
And that could be a combination of a certain.
Yeah, you have to be able to identify. I think your point that you're getting to, Chairman Stefschult, is that duck hunters in the field must make determinations of what species of bird is in the sky. So you can take 4 mallards, only 2 of which can be hens. You can only take 3 wood ducks. You can only take 1 bluebill, and so on down the list of various ducks. So this is a skill set that certainly waterfowlers must acquire.
It's an achievable skill set, I guess.
It is an achievable skill set.
Thank you. Question? Senator Smith?
I just want to say I appreciate you being here today too, because I appreciate the fact that your approach is about tweaks that can be made to make this a palatable bill and to be able to get it passed. And I wish we were actually approaching this in a much different way so that we can get things done like that. So thank you for that approach.
Yeah, just to that point, Senator Smith, I think we were not approached on this bill But when we became aware of it, we reached out to Representative Tittle, understanding that, and he was very welcoming to try and make that bill better. He hosted the first meeting of this group. We encouraged him to reach out to, of course, corn growers and ICF and others who would bring different perspectives to the table. So meeting number 1, we came away with some actions. Meeting number 2 is coming up. So I think there's some sincere interest in making this the best bill possible.
Super. Seeing no more questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Up next, Catherine O'Connell. And on deck is Matt Redditz or Raditz. I can't read it. Reeds? Sorry, sir. Never proclaimed to get everybody's name right. Hi, Carol. Catherine.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Catherine O'Connell. I'm here today as a concerned citizen of Wisconsin. I've been a licensed mental health provider for nearly 15 years. I regularly speak with people about the importance of practicing gratitude and being mindful of positive moments in our lives as humans. This has been particularly true in the last 18 months as we have all endured the pandemic. Sandhill cranes are beautiful, peaceful creatures who bring our community together. I have been grateful for the many interactions that I have had with my neighbors of varying gender, race, and age who share my love for our precious sandhill cranes. Sandhill cranes maintain deep attachments with their mates and offspring. I live across the street from a field where a pair of sandhill cranes regularly spend time together. And this is actually a baseball field. It's not a cornfield. So I acknowledge that. Let's see, where was I? I apologize. A few weeks ago, one of the cranes landed in the field alone. It proceeded to call out for his mate for more than an hour. He stood still as he waited for her. His calls became increasingly more urgent. I found myself wondering if his mate were somewhere injured or lost. My heart melted as I eventually heard her calling in return. She circled him as she made her way down into the field for a landing. Finally reunited, our sandhill crane friends gracefully walked the field together in tranquil silence. This experience filled me with gratitude. Caring for our sandhill cranes brings joy to my life every day. And I will never take my positive moments with them for granted. I know for a fact that I am not alone in this. According to the International Crane Foundation, Wisconsin is considered a part of the core breeding grounds for sandhill cranes. Sandhill cranes mate for life and lay 2 eggs that incubate for about a month. Both parents take turns sitting on the eggs. Baby colts need both of their parents to survive and would be left vulnerable without them. I vehemently oppose Senate Bill 620, which would allow for the hunting of sandhill cranes in Wisconsin. Simply put, the proposal is a violent disgrace. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Catherine.
it.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Matt, up next is Megan Lapointe. On deck, I mean to say. Followed by Mary Ellen O'Brien.
Good afternoon, Chairman and the committee members. I wrote on here, good morning, when I first wrote this down, so I realized I needed to make an edit right off the bat. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. These are always, I think, really humbling and an education for me because it reminds me so much about how connected Wisconsinites are to their natural resources and how much they care about the outdoors, no matter what way they enjoy them. I think it's remarkable. But I'm here, I'm the executive director of the Madison Audubon. We are the largest chapter of the Audubon in the state of Wisconsin. We work in 10 counties here in southern Wisconsin in celebrating and protecting birds. I'm here representing my organization and our members throughout the state in opposing Bill 620. Madison Audubon has a really long and successful history of doing effective and comprehensive bird conservation that benefits Wisconsin's wildlife, natural resources, and recreation users, no matter how you enjoy the great outdoors. And we're a nonpartisan organization, and we both work with and represent various stakeholder groups, including the hunting community. And in fact, many of our partners and our board and our staff and many of our members are either support or engage in hunting, in regulated hunting. And in fact, we also employ it as a management tool. So, you know, we don't snicker at the value of conservation. We recognize the intense value that hunting has had and continues to have for conservation. But in our work and also well beyond. So, but we also recognize that cranes are certainly causing an issue for Wisconsin's corn growers and other farmers. But that said, there are multiple reasons why we oppose this bill. And I won't go into all the details of that because a lot of those points have already been made. They're in our written testimony as well. They come down to three main things. One is really we need more, this bill does not use the best available science in determining, you know, population modeling or the effectiveness of a crane hunt on reducing crop predation, especially in the fall. There are other potential options available to us that have not really been explored. Rich Belfast talked about a few of those. There's some hurdles there that I think are probably better avenues for effective long-term conservation that mitigates the problems caused by cranes and rather than a hunt. And they also avoid the downsides of a potential hunt on cranes and beyond. And then third, I think ultimately there just wasn't enough input on this from various stakeholder groups, including the public, but also experts and conservation organizations and other stakeholders who were not involved in the process. So Madison Audubon didn't have to be at the table. We sort of dodged the table as it kind of went flying at us on Friday. But we and other organizations would love to be at the table in determining ways to mitigate crane predation and solve this problem. We're not convinced that the hunt is the way to do that. Finally, I just want to say, I'm trying to keep my comments brief. You know, I think there's been some interesting points about the value of cranes, and it's both economic, they drive to ecotourism, but they also have this sort of aesthetic and deep spiritual value that shouldn't go undervalued. And I'll tell you just a brief story, very brief. It's not going to surprise you that I'm a fan of birds. I think everybody actually has a bird story. You can talk to anybody on the street and they'll have a bird story. I'll tell you about a bald eagle that they saw or how red-winged blackbird pecked them in the back of the head on a jog. Everybody's got a bird story. So I'm a big fan. My son's 13. Doesn't share my enthusiasm. Despite my best efforts, he's more interested in what Devontae Adams and Giannis are doing than what the chickadees in our backyard. That's fair. He's a typical 7th grader. So this last school year, maybe about a month ago, 2 sandhill cranes landed in the field next to his school as the kids were gathering to go inside. The kids just stopped what they were doing. They sat there and watched these beautiful cranes, and better than any TikTok video or YouTube video. Totally wrapped. And so my kid, who I can't get to really be interested in birds, comes home and tells me just so excited how cool he thought it was. So that's just an anecdote. It doesn't solve all the problems that are involved this issue. But what it does remind me is that this really requires a lot of very careful thought and a lot of input from people. I really enjoyed talking to that young lady who was representing her family's farm, Kelly. We had a really lovely conversation outside. I would have loved to have met her earlier to talk about this issue and how it affects her family so that we can work through this. So again, that said, I urge you to vote no on this bill and to come up with a better way to manage this issue. So happy to take your questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up now is Megan Lapointe. On deck is Mary Ellen O'Brien.
Okay. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. My name is Megan Lapointe, and I've been a resident of Wisconsin for nearly my whole life. I'm currently an environmental conservation graduate student at UW-Madison. And I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed crane hunting season. And I will say straight up, most of my information came from International Crane Foundation, as I'm a member, also a member of Madison Audubon. And I realize I'm going toward the end here, so most everything has already been said, but I will share with you what I prepared for today. So the sandhill crane is an iconic species of Wisconsin, thanks to Aldo Leopold and its beauty, and much like the bald eagle is an iconic species of our country. Its population was hunted down to around 25 breeding pairs in the 1930s. And much like the bald eagle, it is a conservation success story, largely to hunting regulations. Needless to say, the sandhill crane has had a tumultuous history regarding hunting. Here we are facing yet another hunting season, and the strategy, I believe, is flawed. According to information from the International Crane Foundation, a much more holistic solution could be treating seeds with Avapel at the point of production, deterring their consumption by cranes. The cranes then switch from feeding on those seeds to feeding on insects in the same field, whereas when they're hunted, they will fly to other fields. From an economic standpoint, the cost of Avapel can potentially be reduced. I think that's a much more ethical solution to pursue. And the cost of a hunt, what it would cost to administer a hunt would have its own expenses. Staff would have to be paid to enroll services, for enrollment services, for monitoring, appraising crops, and processing damage claims as well. So the cost of a hunting season could easily outweigh the financial benefits to farmers. From what I understand, there is a more holistic, potentially effective, economically sound solution to crop damage out there. We just need to keep pursuing it instead of jumping straight to a hunt, which the risk would be the well-being of the sandhill crane species. It's important to consider the situation in ecological terms, not just concerning a single species. For reasons already explained, hunting sandhill cranes puts whooping cranes in danger as well, and they're sensitive. Ultimately, I believe we should pursue making Avapel more affordable and potentially more effective, or pursuing different treatment altogether. But sinking resources into that before resorting to a hunting season due to its biological and ecological risk, essentially.
Good.
Thank you.
It's tough going towards the end, isn't it?
Yeah, like everyone said it already, so.
And you're still ahead of a couple more, so
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate your testimony. Any questions?
Yeah. Okay,
Seeing none, thank you very much.
yeah, thank you so much.
Megan, Mary Ellen O'Brien is up.
Am I last?
You're the last one.
That is so awesome.
See?
The
They
best-
wanted you to put you way up earlier in the day and I said, no, she's gonna do cleanup. So let's just hold her.
You
to
got it. You got it. It is the best for last.
There you go.
Thank you for this opportunity. My written comments were previously submitted to Senator Felskowski and Representative Tittle. They were made available to you today. First of all, let me start out by saying that I am a farm-raised, lifelong Wisconsin kid, and I did a lot of hunting and fishing growing up. I'm also a retired environmental scientist with over 3 decades of experience in environmental impact assessment and decision-making under the National and Wisconsin Environmental Policy Acts. My comments today will focus on using this decision-making process for any future steps in implementing a sandhill crane hunt if Senate Bill 620 is approved. It's important to note that no specific evaluation of the effects of a sandhill crane hunt in Wisconsin has been done to address longstanding concerns and questions about population estimate reliability, potential overharvest of local breeding populations, changes in habitat due to climate change and other factors, the extent of crop damage, and potential conflicts with the federally permitted whooping crane program. Previous documents that have been done include an ad hoc committee management plan that's been mentioned for sandhills in the Eastern Flyway, the Fish and Wildlife Services environmental assessment on proposed hunting regulations in the eastern population, and a supplemental impact statement that was done on permitting of hunting of migratory birds. All of these documents are so outdated, and they do not specifically deal with Wisconsin's issues. Most of these are at least a decade old. So the environmental evaluation process that state and federal agencies are required to follow when their actions and policies could individually or cumulatively affect the environment would address the following key aspects of a potential sandhill crane hunt. I'll go through these pretty quickly. Purpose and need provides a clear statement about why a sandhill crane hunt is being proposed and would address multiple factors such as the population estimates, control objectives, alleviating crop damage, and providing another recreational hunting opportunity. Detailed explanations and supporting data would be included. Alternatives, a full range of alternatives for carrying out a sandhill crane hunt and a no hunt alternative would be evaluated. Information on the number of permits expected to be issued in a given year, alternative times and durations for hunting, and the anticipated harvest quota would be provided. Impacts. Assessing impacts of the alternatives would include number of sandhill cranes expected to be harvested in any given year, effects on the overall population in the Eastern Flyway, as well as local breeding populations, and again, the extent of crop damage. Other impact factors would include economic benefits of a sandhill crane hunt compared to economic benefits of tourism associated with Wisconsin's crane populations, such as local festivals, birding, and other passive recreational activities. A comprehensive comparison of the impacts for each alternative would provide the basis for selecting a recommended course of action. You know what, guys, this is not new to you. I can see the smiles, Mr. Petrowski. This is exactly, all of you have highway projects in your districts, exactly the process that is required. Unique to Wisconsin, and this has been mentioned a few times, is the need to evaluate the potential conflicts with the federal program based in central Wisconsin to establish the self-sustaining population of whooping cranes. It's been going on since 2001. Central Wisconsin, which has the highest sandhill crane population, is also the site for the rearing and release of the whooping cranes into habitat that's shared with sandhill cranes, including our state and federal refuges. Due to overlapping ecology and habitat, physical similarities at times in their life cycles, and other factors, a sandhill crane hunt could adversely affect the whooping cranes and conflict with this federal reintroduction program. Public and agency input, gathering and considering input from other state and federal agencies, private interests, and citizens will strengthen the decision outcome and its acceptance. The result of this environmental evaluation process would be a full disclosure and defensible decision document for the DNR and the citizens of Wisconsin. Any further action on Senate Bill 620 should recognize and incorporate this comprehensive decision process. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. Any questions?
Thank you.
We certainly did save one of the best for last. That concludes the oral portion of Senate Bill 620. I'm going to read off the not speaking. Right? John Lewis, representing himself against. Mitchell Newsbaum, representing himself against. Charles Bradley, representing himself against. Diana Healy, against. Christine Brewer, against. Pamela Abel, representing herself, against. Lily Kramer, against. Edward Kolarski, representing himself, against. Megan Nicholson, Humane Society of the United States, against. Joanne Cantor, self, against. Karen Gunderson, representing herself, against. Dan Ross, representing himself, against. Lois Lehman, representing herself, against. Samantha Stolman and Bob Welch, Wisconsin Corn Growers Association, in favor. Terry Black, representing herself, and the International Crane Foundation, against. Lois Lehman again, against. Jean Ogden, against. Jordan Lamb, Wisconsin Farm Bureau Federation, register in favor but not speaking. I would like to first thank the Capitol staff and the Sergeant's Office and Legis Council for hanging in with us all day. We appreciate all your efforts. Hearing is adjourned. Same meeting. I lost it. You can't just throw it full swings. But I didn't lose it, but I lost patience. Thank you, though. Goes around, comes around, right? Jigs.